Really?
How you doing, boss?
Do you plan on being less useless today?
No, I'm just chilling, bro. I always chill.
Yeah, but if policies don't matter to you unless they affect you, then there's no reason to talk to you.
But wouldn't you have a policy that could affect me?
They all affect you, but you're too stupid to
Can you tell
understand
me
that.
how so? I mean, if you're gonna act like a retard and use those names, I'll just use one better.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That shit'll get you kicked off quicker than shit. What the fuck? No, you can't say that fucking R slur. What the fuck is wrong with you, child? Fucking kids. Idiot kids.
Somebody poisoned all the air here. Somebody fed the fire for views. Now every room is thick with fallout, and every word gets turned and used. The audience is always in the
So far, somebody from outside the US and then somebody just saying shit at the very beginning.
The words turn into public sound. No one knows how to put the fire down. Everybody's breathing in the smoke now. Everybody's reaching for the proof.
Oh, sorry, Jen.
We don't hold a thing with care now. We just call it out.
What's up, crosstabs? I got nothing to talk about. The Iran deal is unknown. I know, what the heck was that? Somebody needs to arrest that guy.
And stole the light from something true. The audience is always in the room. Every room becomes a stage too soon. Private words turn into public.
All right, help me tap the screen.
Everybody's breathing in the smoke now. Nothing stays where it belongs for you. I was trying to keep one thing sacred. They dragged it into view. What kind of peace survives a live feed? What kind of trust survives a crowd?
All the normal conservatives hanging out.
Once you make this whole place less safe now. The audience is always in the room. Every room becomes a grave to.
You're gonna load, Emma. Hit join. No John Bush at a debate. Not good at talking to myself. I would have to figure it out, though. No, I don't use AI. Or, I guess I would use AI, but I don't know how to.
Hey,
You swiped in during CT's song, or
Yeah. His banana butt song?
yeah, what is that?
No.
I went into Discord to check, and that's the song, and he's like, play this.
So funny. I just came up to say hi because until you get some people up here.
Yeah, I don't know where everybody is. I know Wesley's running. I know Penny's got a bunch of conservatives. That's all right. I'm going to do socialism here in a couple hours. So, with at least one person from YouTube.
Nice. Whew. Oh, I hate when I get these paywall blocks when I was trying. What?
I'm sorry. I was going to tell Tony not to say that. That was a terrible thing to say about Messi.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Sorry. Paywall blocks.
Yeah, I was trying to read something about Luigi Mangione. There's a new ruling, and then I got a paywall, so I got to look somewhere else.
No, you just have to use the applications.
Yeah, what is it? It's no paywall or something like that, or?
There's two. So remove paywall. Well, the first one is smry.ai. That works quite often. That's just the website. So just type in smry.ai into your browser, and it should bring you to it where you can put your URL in.
Okay. Cool.
And the other one I use is a site called removepaywall.com. So usually one of the ways of doing this works.
Yeah.
Normally.
Let me look to see what I can find out here. We had up today someone who sounded just like American Amen, but his name was American something else.
Yeah, I heard him. I was listening for a bit, and he does sound like Amen. I'm pretty sure that is who it is. Like maybe with a bit of a voice changer or something.
Perhaps. I don't know. Oh, Hale's here.
Is he though?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, he is.
Hi, Hale.
How are you?
Better
Have I
than
met you, ma'am?
Oh, yeah. You've been on my panel before.
I've been on your panel.
She runs lives too.
Mm.
Her and Paula, and you okay, Hale?
I just have terrible memory. That's kind of all the time. So
No, it's okay. Like,
sorry. I would probably recognize your like live or something. Maybe I don't know.
Well, I changed my profile picture.
Oh,
Yeah, my
then
name
yeah,
used to
that'll
Yeah.
way throw me off. Yeah.
Yeah. I need to stick to one.
Emma?
Everybody hear
You
me?
just started Mojo?
Yeah, I just started.
Hmm.
You sound like you're in a fish tank, Emma. What did you want to say?
I just had a quick question about going live. Do you save it because you also stream it to YouTube, or does it automatically save?
TikTok automatically saves it, but it saves it. I don't like the format it saves it in. So often it won't even show you who's in the boxes, and it's a smaller format. The one on YouTube shows me the chat and everybody that's in the boxes. So I like to stream it on YouTube and download it from there.
Okay. That's a little more clear. I was thinking about going live for Bernie Sanders, but I wasn't entirely sure. I haven't done it yet, so.
Oh yeah, that's right, because he's coming to your town. Wow, you really sound like you're at the bottom of an aquarium.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to drop back down. I just wanted to ask that question.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll see you.
Pretty sure
Interesting
she's
stuff.
teleporting. Bernie Sanders.
Is he just
He's a fan.
doing... He's not running for anything, is he? He's just doing...
No, he's doing campaign events for some of the candidates.
Okay.
So he's in her hometown today, and she was going to go, or today or tomorrow or something. So she was going to go down and check it out.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah. Feel the
How
burn.
old is he now? It's like
Oh gosh, let's see.
He's
I
older
wanted
than
to
Trump.
vote for him in 16 when I was 18. Like
He's 84.
I thought he was 80. I thought he was 80 then. Oh, okay, he must have.
He's
Some
Benjamin
people
Button.
stage
He's aging
faster.
backwards.
He's aging backwards.
He seems pretty spry for 84. You know,
He is. He is.
that's great. I mean, yeah.
And he's still, I think, the best voice that we have on the left. But
Yeah.
that's me personally,
Yeah.
because I'm a progressive. So I think him and AOC are awesome together.
Yeah. The only thing I worry about AOC is I don't think we can convince the rest of the United States to elect her.
I was saying months ago there was a poll that came out. It was like the very first poll on this, and it had AOC in second place among 2028 candidates, only polling Democrats. And it was a small poll, and people just said, that was cap. And now this new poll came out and has her in like third, right? And this isn't a small poll, but it's a bigger poll, right?
Yeah. I mean,
So that's
would-
that's very interesting. It's definitely going to, and I talked about this last night. Like, this is what I think is going to happen, right? This kind of racial socialism is going to get pretty big on the left, but I don't think she's going to win. There's no way, but
well,
it shows the direction the party's going.
I mean, she is 36, so she's old enough.
She got
now,
plenty of
so-
time. She got plenty of time
Yeah,
too.
she's old enough and she's got plenty of time. Yep.
Yeah, but
Oh.
but we want her to win now, because then she'll be the youngest president ever. Tyga,
Yeah.
can I get your age and who you voted for, Tyga?
27 Trump.
All right. OG, are you here?
The youngest president is not JFK.
Here,
The
hi.
youngest president was
Can I-
Hamilton wasn't. My bad. Never
Can I get your age and who you voted for, OG?
I
OG.
don't vote, and I.
You don't vote?
I'm 27.
You don't vote?
No, I don't vote. And
Are you in the
for
US?
States at least.
You're not in the
No.
US then?
No.
Do it. Oh, dude, you're getting so based. Mojo said, "Get the fuck out of my country."
I don't understand why people want
You
to
said,
come
"Are
in
you
and talk about
foreign?
American politics.
Did you vote? No. Oh, okay. Turned
Anyway,
into an ICE agent. That's crazy.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Jen. What were you saying?
Oh no, I was just agreeing with you. That's all. You're fine.
Yeah, youngest candidate. We got a few other boxes that we could get checked with her as well. She is a progressive. I like her policies. Everybody's better than Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And with the two old bastards now being run out of office, I think youth will probably win the day. If Republicans put up some old dude, they're fucked against AOC. They would
Do
have
you
No,
actually,
you
do you actually believe that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're,
for the
you're
face raise.
tripping. You're big tripping, Mojo. For one, she's a woman. Okay, so that's
Really?
not
Are you
helping.
sure?
And then, I'm going to look at history of American elections and just take a gander there and say that that's not helping. And secondly, we're just not far enough into like racial socialism yet. The kids of the immigrants have to grow up.
What the fuck is
and
racial
the borders
socialism?
need to be open.
What the fuck is racial socialism? Socialism. God damn it. What is that? What do you mean by that? I said it right the first time.
People like you accept their like racial politics are like intrinsic and foundational to their worldview.
Yeah, like
Okay.
tribalism.
So
Case
it
of
has-
tribalism.
So it has nothing to do with an economic system. So socialism is irrelevant to the concept. You're just talking about racial identity or identity
Well, they'll
politics.
say they're say they're communist and they want to overthrow the bourgeoisie, but really they don't really care about that. They kind of just want to be the bourgeoisie, and they want their people
Are you
to
saying
be
that Tulsi Gabbard wouldn't draw any votes on the Republican side?
No.
What?
Are you serious? Are you serious?
No. I mean, like, how many votes are we like? What, like a libertarian party amount of votes? Like,
no, I think she could win.
as a Republican?
Yeah.
If she was the only anti-Israeli voice, but also she's a woman, so like
I know you hate
Ah.
women. I get it, Hale.
No, I'm not talking about my opinion.
Hey, you are talking about your opinion. The vast majority of the country likes women. Don't forget that Hillary Clinton got more votes than Donald Trump did. Don't forget that.
Okay.
Talk Tony disagrees with you, Hale.
You can
I mean, Mojo, are we just going to totally skip by Rubio and Vance that are like pretty much in line? I mean, maybe you could say a DeSantis could be like a dark horse, but like Tulsi Gabbard, she just resigned from her post because she kind of, got pushed out. I hope her husband is doing okay, but is that really why she left? Or is it because her views aren't really matching up with the administration?
Rubio is like a slug crawling around on the ground and doing whatever the fuck Donald Trump tells him to do. Rubio has sold himself to the devil at this point. I don't think.
Is he electable though?
I don't.
That's
No,
not
he's
what
absolutely.
it seems like.
He's
optically
absolutely.
at
Shut
all.
up. He's absolutely
move
not.
to do.
Shut up. He's absolutely not electable.
I'd say Vance is
and
unelectable due to the.
JD Vance he's a fucking robot. Did you see him trying to order donuts? That fucking guy can't talk to anybody.
That's why I'm saying Vance. Vance has two things going against him. One, he's a weird robot, and two, the race mixing is not a good look.
Are you serious?
100%.
Yes, 100%.
he has
And
a
Americans will feel this way. Yeah.
He has a son named Vivek, sir.
Why would we elect someone that hates our own culture?
Wow.
You named your son Vivek. You
I'm
wrote
sorry.
in your book that you.
I'm
hate
sorry.
our
I'm talking.
Ohio.
I totally forgot that I'm talking to a couple white supremacists here. That's my bad.
No, this
I'm sorry.
is your average American is gonna.
No,
your
it's
average
not.
White American
No,
is gonna
it's
feel
not.
this
No, it's fucking not. You guys are full of
It
shit.
just
Mojo,
is.
You guys
It
think
just
you're
is.
way more
Mojo, I wanna give
important
you
than
some
you
data.
actually are.
I want to give you some actual data. I'm in Ohio, okay? And he ran in 2022. He was Trump's handpicked candidate. He was about third in the polls until Trump endorsed him. Obviously, he won the nomination. He won, but ran 14 points behind the governor, okay? Our governor won by 20 points in the election, and Vance won by 5.
Yeah, because he
So this
he has
man-
no charisma. What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's what I'm saying. He's not very well liked. And then you add on the race mixing. It's
No,
just
you don't add that shit on. That shit is irrelevant.
Yes, you
what
do.
the fuck is wrong
Yes,
with you?
do. That's why I feel like Gavin Newsom can win. He's
Tyga,
beautiful,
Tyga,
and his family's beautiful.
Tyga. Why are you a white supremacist?
I'm not a white supremacist. I'm a realist. People get quoozy and they don't like the race mixing. They just don't.
Why
A lot of Democrat liberals
I
wouldn't
understand
think
you
about
don't.
it,
Is that what makes you a white supremacist? So you don't
but-
like race
again,
mixing?
I'm just being. I'm
But
being
you
a
want to stop
realist
me?
here.
You want to stop me from marrying a brown person?
I don't care what you do, but I'm saying if you run for public office,
I'm
it's
saying-
going to be.
I'm saying it's weird that you would think that your ideology is even close to representative of the people of the United States.
The Republican Party, it is.
No, it's not. The vast majority of the Republican Party is not white supremacists either.
Okay,
This
it's
isn't-
not
this
about
isn't-
supremacy, sir. It's
Mojo,
about.
you're-
It is
really
about
out of
supremacy.
touch
As a
on
matter
this.
of
No,
fact,
it's not.
you are
No, no,
specifically you are specifically saying right now that he can't win because of white supremacists in the Republican
No,
Party.
because
Not-
the
That's what you're
it's
mixing-
not
saying.
Just the Tyga. Is your name Tyga?
Yeah, go
the
ahead.
rapper?
You-
It is.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's not just the race mixing. It's also that she's not a Christian, etc. It's very odd. And if you think the majority of the
who's not a
Republican
Christian?
Party
Who's
doesn't,
not a Christian?
his wife.
Who
And
the
if
fuck
you think
cares
the
about the wife?
majority
What the fuck is wrong with you?
We do.
Republicans, we do.
Republicans do.
Right wingers do.
Wait, with that logic, you cared about Melania.
Yeah, she's a
What about
Slavic.
Melania?
She's a Slavic bop model.
I mean, no, but I mean, if you're going to clutch your pearls, I mean, she wasn't exactly perfect.
No, it's not about judging.
He's white and
her.
beautiful. That's all
You're
that
not
matters.
understanding. You're not
disgusting.
understanding. It's hold on. It's not about judging her, like Usha specifically. It's about judging him for his choice and pick of a wife. Okay, why did Trump marry, his wife? Because she's a hot model. That's really
She's a pole dancer.
the answer. Okay,
That's okay.
like-
Jen, you're not seeing the picture
okay.
here. JD Vance married Usha because he's a
Oh my
weirdo.
God, I hate
He
this
could not
fucking app.
marry a white woman.
It's deeper than that. It's also
hate this
because
app.
he
That's-
hated his own people, as he
Fucking
wrote in
really-
his book.
I hate this.
That's really
fucking app.
gross.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you
Jen,
guys
it's
both
the reality.
disgusting.
I'm
I'm gonna
sorry
say,
if
wait,
it's
I'm
gross.
sorry. I'm sorry. If you're gonna be spewing any more white supremacist talking points right now, I'm just gonna kick you both. I'm kind of sick of hearing it right
Is it-
now.
Yeah.
We
Is
can
it
just
possible he
move
married
on.
her because
You're the one that
because she
brought
was an
this
intelligent
up,
woman?
Mike.
Because she was an
No.
educated, intelligent woman? Is that possible that he married her because of that?
no.
We're not taught. You guys are
No.
taking this personal. Like we're talking about.
Yeah, you're a fucking piece of shit
like,
racist.
RV.
Yeah, that is personal.
Okay,
I don't
dude,
like-
but you're talking about
I still
election
don't like races.
predictions.
No, my prediction was that AOC is a great candidate for the Republican Party, and that whatever the fuck her name is a great pick for the Democratic or the Republican Party as well. I just think that you guys are missing out on it. All you want to talk about is race, and that's gross. I didn't bring this shit up. You brought up the race portion. I was simply talking about who might make a good candidate. That's it. And I think we are ready
We're
for a
telling you
woman
why
president.
JD sucks.
I know, and you're saying gross racist shit, and it doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, it's not. We're not insult. We're just being objective by the situation.
You are
He
not
lost
being
by-
objective. I'm
Mojo,
sorry.
he
The
lost
vast
by 15
I'm
points.
sorry, but the vast majority of the country is not a racist piece of shit like you. They're not. They're
Okay,
just
so
not.
so just to ask you, again, be respectful. You're telling me in MAGA politics, JD Vance's wife
MAGA doesn't even
is
control the fucking
irrelevant.
party anymore. What is wrong with you?
What?
Donald
MAGA
Trump's
controls the entire
Donald
party.
Trump's got like a 33% approval rating.
He has a
fucking
99% in MAGA. That's why Thomas Massey just lost.
Yeah, but
What are you
MAGA is
talking
like
about?
MAGA doesn't really exist anymore.
That's foolish to say.
Well, basically,
Okay,
these
can
two.
be
This is
true
basically the epitome of
for
MAGA right
different
here.
reasons.
So basically, when he says, "Oh, I'm a realist," race realist is basically rebranding the white supremacist. That was basically coined by the founder of the Proud Boys.
I don't, dude. Tyga
and
is
basically-
like a 50-year-old.
Yeah, he's a 50-year-old still thinking this way. It's pretty fucking sad.
27.
So yeah, the reason why you guys have this outlook
younger
on
than
JD
you,
Vance
Hale.
saying that,
My bad.
so since you guys are basically saying that he married his wife because she's not white, and it represents the way that you look at non-white people. You don't look at them as people. You have an orientalist view of non-white people.
Dude,
It's how you're
I'm
kind of
quoting
judging
his
JD
book.
Vance
I don't know what
Yeah,
you're on
marrying a white
about.
woman.
At this point, I just want to talk to my guy because he's going to make more sense the two of you put together. Maybe, possibly.
I find it confusing though. Real quick, the 33% approval because people love running with that number. How many people did the poll, Mojo? Now be honest.
I don't know. Quite a few.
No, it's roughly 3,000.
It's got
So
a plus or,
roughly
yeah, it's got a plus.
3,000 do a poll.
It's got a plus
I'm
or
sorry?
minus of. It's got a plus or minus. It's got a plus or minus of like 2.8%. So I don't know what you're looking for.
Yeah, and they had Hillary Clinton up majorly in the polls. What happened?
No, the polls
Right.
for Hillary Clinton were correct.
And I don't even think the polls saw Biden getting 80 plus million votes. Now, did they? So the polls were wrong then as well, right?
no, because
Right.
the polls don't try and figure out what the turnout's going to be.
That's fair. I mean, I won't argue with you there, but the idea that social AOC, you better give me a better woman than that. Like, and you heard what I said. I don't mind a woman being it, but not Hillary, not AOC,
Tulsi
not
Gabbard.
Kamala. Give me somebody better.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Now that I can't argue with you there. I won't argue with you on that. If she were to run, see, I wish she didn't. See, that's where we get a little dicey here because what she said to Hillary caused her to go to Republican. Fair? Like, she should have stayed as a Democrat and ran as a fucking Democrat. And people like me probably would have voted for her.
She was never a Democrat, and it was what she said.
What I'm saying
it
is,
was what she, wait, hold on, guy.
I don't want to
hey,
overtalk.
Shut up.
I'm not your bitch. No, don't.
You are a bitch. I'm sorry, but you said Hillary. You said Hillary, which you're talking about Harris, not Hillary. So I just want to correct you on that.
Wrong. Hillary had a debate with Tulsi. She was
no.
Yes, she was in 2016.
No.
Yes, she was.
No, she wasn't running in 2016.
Yes, she was. She was on the debate stage.
No, she wasn't.
Yes, she was. She was on the debate stage. Yes, she was. Sorry, Mojo.
I'm okay. I could be wrong, but I'll look it up. I could be wrong. I'll look it up.
It's when she became a Republican because she knew she couldn't beat Hillary, right? She debated her, but she knew Hillary had the DNC. She knew Hillary was the DNC. And I'm not here to get you or got you. I agree with you. Tulsi Gabbard, like, I would vote for her. I would vote for her over Bernie. 100%.
She did not run in 2016.
Oh, my God. When did she run? When did she debate Hillary Clinton?
She didn't debate Hillary Clinton.
Oh, my God. I'm going to bounce out, and then I'm going to send you the link. Be right back.
All right. Yeah, then you can come back and say how wrong you were. What the fuck is wrong with you?
It was 2020, and she debated Harris.
Yeah, 2020. That's what I was just going to say. I was looking it up because I don't really recall her.
She debated Harris.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I don't think she did. Yeah, she didn't debate Hillary.
At the very beginning, there's a whole bunch of candidates.
Yeah. Yep.
Mojo, I have a question for you.
Fuck off, racist.
Do you believe that Vivek Ramaswamy will win the governorship in Ohio? Because I do. I think he's going to win.
I don't.
Do you know why I think he's going to win?
Maybe Acton will win. Thank you.
Well, she's the lockdown governor. Yeah, because Vivek is objectively more popular than JD. Because he's a fresh young guy, and Acton shut the state down during COVID. So
they're both young guys, and they're literally best friends. He named his son after him.
Correct, but one of them, stayed with his kind, and the other didn't. That's why there's not that.
He called Nikki Haley out for that. Did you see that? Did you see him call Nikki Haley out for that?
Oh, Nikki is a lost cause. You don't want to have a conversation about her. She literally is not even. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, Nikki Haley. I don't. Yeah, who cares?
But what you want to be worried about is Marco Rubio right there.
I don't know. What would you say?
I have no idea what she said either.
I said Marco Rubio. Like Marco
Rubio.
Oh, Marco Rubio.
Yeah, that's the guy you need to be very, very, very wary of.
Yeah, the slug crawling, the slug crawling around on the ground that is nothing but a little plaything for Donald Trump. Yeah, no, I don't think anybody has to worry about him.
So a lot of people are viewing it as if he is the one controlling the admin right now.
See, I don't think you have a grasp. I don't think you have a grasp on what the reality of the world is, Hale. I don't think you talk to talk to real people.
You're in a bad mood. God bless you, dude.
Oh, hold on, Hale, before you leave. Oh shit, he left. Oh my god, pussy. Sorry.
He doesn't talk to real people. It's fucking stupid.
We have to have a conversation.
All right, let me get this out, okay? You were right, Mojo. You were right, Mojo. Did I get it out? All right, so
Jesus
in 2019, Christ. So you voted for Tulsi Gabbard over Kamala?
I didn't know.
Oh, okay. So when she ran as the Democratic nominee in 2020, right? Because I wish you would be. I guess what I'm saying is you could have just said, oh, you have the years mixed up. But you don't. You could have said, yeah, she was a Democratic nominee in 2019.
I was trying to.
So anyways,
I was
No, you
trying to
weren't.
tell you. Yeah,
you
you
were
wouldn't let me
so-
talk.
You weren't. No, you weren't. I wasn't
Yes,
letting
I
you talk.
was.
I did let
Yes.
you talk.
I did say that she
Exposed
debated
people.
Harris. That's what I did say.
Oh, you did say that.
And-
Okay,
and-
so did you vote for her in the primaries?
Andrew, can I get your age and who you voted for, Andrew?
I know what I
20
said.
years
Andrew.
old.
Harrison, you voted for Harrison.
Okay, stop talking. Andrew, can I get your age and who you voted for?
Yeah, I'm 20 and I voted for nobody.
I don't. No, I didn't vote for Harris.
But you voted. You would vote for Tulsi.
I
That
wouldn't
Donald
vote for-
Trump put
No.
as
I wouldn't-
DNI.
No.
So that was one of the
No.
good choices Donald Trump made, right?
No, I would not vote for Tulsi.
Oh, so Tulsi's not a good person.
I would not vote for her. No, I didn't vote for her in the Democratic Party. I'm certainly not going to vote for her in the Republican Party
Well, why'd you bring her up?
because she would be a good candidate for the Republicans.
For the Republican, you would vote for her if she was
No.
a woman going against.
No.
Well, hold on. So it's going up against Tim Walz. Tulsi Gabbard versus Tim Walz. You would vote
Tim
for
Wa-
Tim Walz?
Tim Walz is not going to run for president.
Well, we're doing a hypothetical here. So
Well, but
if
the thing
you
is, that's
if
not
you
the same
hypothetically think,
conversation. There were people that were really literally running against certain things, and a lot of them aligned with the Trump administration at the time, right? Unfortunately, yes, Tulsi, she aligned with Trump administration, and they sided with her. So what is your question?
Who are you talking
What's
to?
your argument?
Who are you talking to?
No, my guy, why are you mad at him? Why are you mad at the host?
at the host? Oh, I'm not mad at the host. He's freely allowed to express himself. Come on,
So
this is
Tulsi
America.
chose
Now,
to actually
the
align
type of
herself
America-
with Trump administration, right?
Well, I just think it's interesting that Tulsi Gabbard, who I would vote for president if she ran against Hillary, right? That was my whole premise. I might have been disingenuous. I knew when she ran. I knew it was
there you
against Kamala. Like, I'm not ignorant, but I'm not mad at the host. I think his socialist ideas are, he's freely allowed to express himself. That's where I'm at in life. So as long as he lets me freely express myself, he's not anti-American, right?
Is he? Oh, okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple. I mean, it's very simple.
I can't imagine a time I would vote for Tulsi. It would have to be a relatively bad candidate on the left. And honestly, I don't know. Maybe Newsom. No, I like Newsom. I don't think he's got great policies, but I like him.
You like Newsom?
Why? Newsom?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. I'm in shock, sir.
What did I just say? What are you in shock over?
Well, he wants
No,
free
I don't-
rent. Hype lick. He wants free rent for everyone. Now I don't know how it's going to be free, but the host he wants everyone to have free rent. Everything needs to be even status, right? Am I misspoken? Right, host? You make 50, I make 50. That's how you want to live,
No.
right?
No.
So you believe in capitalism?
No.
Oh. So you believe nothing's of value?
No.
You don't believe nothing's of value.
Why
so,
wouldn't you just ask me what I believe?
Well, you told me before you're a socialist.
I'm a Marxist. Like Richard
You're
Marx down
a
here.
Marxist. Yeah,
Yeah.
and how's that working out for you? Like even that's a fail. So you know you need socialism before you get to which one do you need first? Marx or socialism to get to the other?
You can.
Which one?
Marxism is a philosophy. Communism is a type of governmental system. Socialism is a type of economic system.
Well, right. So, but socialism in your eyes is 50-50.
No.
No one should be more superior than the other.
No, socialism is the means of production being owned and controlled by the people as a whole. It's basically owning your own labor. That would be
It's
socialism.
A precursor. It's a precursor to what communism would be. It's all connected, all of them, one by one. It's a
What's
right.
It's a precursor. What is the difference between communism and socialism, Hypelic?
And socialism is the fact that you can be like, oh, we can allow these individual like ideologies to thrive, but eventually we're gonna drive ourselves away from it. We're gonna just create socialist thing, which is what we want things to be, where the government controls the mass.
There you go. You said it right there. There you go. There you go. Communism is a governmental system. Socialism is an economic system.
Yes, but the government controls the economic situation, and you know that.
No,
in today's sense.
In a communist system, you have it's a classless, stateless, moneyless society, right?
So it never worked anywhere else.
Host, you know I don't want the government in any aspect of my life, and you know economically they're gonna be.
I don't want the government in control of your life either.
Well, but the terms that we live under now. Sorry, Hypelic, give me 1 second. If the terms we're living in now, though, no troll, the economic is solely based on the government. They have somehow Amazon, listen to me real quick. Amazon government, right? Basically, every company is tied to the government.
Who's Bezos?
Right? Yep.
Well, I think he's a government. He's a puppet.
Bezos is actually he literally trying to live up to a perception.
He literally owns Amazon. What is wrong with you people?
Right, but he tells you we have a spending problem, host. And I have to agree with Benzo when we say America has a spending problem. Yeah. Let's call it what it's worth. I'm not trying to agree with Benzo, but America spends. We don't have no money. Spend.
You can't stay in a single thought for more than 2 sentences, dude.
I don't have to, because the octopus has many legs, and those legs have many thoughts. Yes. And I'm allowed to have many thoughts. Thank you. While the head of the octopus tries to control your thoughts. Right, host? I'm going to be that one technical that it can't get to. What's the word? Technicals? What do you call them little octopus suction cup thingamajigs?
Oh, my God.
I'm going to hide myself in that octopus. It ain't going to find my sucker.
Oh, no, the suckers.
Get out.
Yeah, the suckers. Yeah, I get you. I get your point. No, I think the majority of people that live in the West, they need to understand this. They're literally sucking the life out of you right now. This literally advanced technological thing that you have going on is because
now you're just saying random shit too. Do you guys know what?
No.
Wait, can you define for me what a mixed market economy is?
I actually cannot define it because it doesn't exist for me personally. It is
every country on the planet uses a mixed market economy.
No. It is capitalism. That's it.
But the U.S. dollar shouldn't affect the currency of the yuan, but somehow it does.
What?
And that's the problem, host. You know,
exactly.
What the U.S. dollar is supreme still. No matter what they say, we still are dominant when it comes to U.S. dollar. But when you go to another country, well, I'm just saying everything's inflated because of the U.S. economic situation.
Hey Mojo, I'm gonna go do yoga.
Oh, thanks for leaving me here with these fuckers.
Go meditate, Jenny. I'll run to you soon.
I'm gonna go clear my head. Okay, bye guys. Bye, Mojo. Good luck.
Thanks. Okay.
Jenny, you know they cleaned the monument. It's beautiful water now when you go through it.
What? The fuck is wrong with you? My guy.
My guy, I like you.
What? Yeah, of course you do, because you're not understandable either. My guy.
Understandable. It takes intelligent people to understand intelligent people, host.
My guy.
I told you this a long time ago.
What are you an expert at, my guy? What do you do for a living? What have you made all your money off of?
What have I made all my money off of?
So arguing a point.
I'll be honest with 70 plus people in here. I had fun with Cisco. I actually grew up basically doing Cisco and got to retire young.
Right, doing Cisco. Like delivering food?
Yeah, I'll just let you Google it.
Wait,
you can Google
hold on. Were you delivering food or were you building server systems?
I mean, when you use communication today, you can think Cisco. Now, if you think it's a food company, well, you just think it's a food company. There.
Well, there is a Cisco food company. That's why I'm asking you what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I eat a lot. Yeah, man. Maybe I worked for them and retired because I was obese.
I just want to know what you're an expert at, man. I want to fucking argue on what you know the most about.
Well, you're arguing with me. You say the one thing that you're a fun host, right? Now you're intelligent enough. You love communicating.
I want to know what you're the most, what you have the most expertise in, so that I can argue with you about it.
Raising a family. I'm a stay-at-home dad. I've been with the same woman for 25 years. I got to retire young with the food company, and yeah, I enjoy hanging with my kids.
You do a lot with Tesco, and that means it's actual internet connection to a lot of fucking fucktards.
No, it's not internet connection. He delivered food. That's what he's saying.
Well,
Yeah, I deliver food, Hyplick. Yeah, I mean, I'm a food delivery guy.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Wait, okay, so raised a family. How do you feel about spanking kids?
There's circumstances to a certain age.
Like what? What's a circumstance where you'd spank your child?
Well, I mean, say somebody punches, he goes up and just punches his brother. A little slap on the butt to say that's not right.
So
pain is pain. You know?
Do you think getting somebody to stop being violent by being violent to them is a good idea?
Well, it depends on what you deem violent. I mean, if you are affected by...
Is hitting somebody violent?
Well, hitting to the point where you're abusing them is one thing, yeah.
So then you're gonna measure the force, the amount of force, the newtons. You're gonna measure the newtons when you hit somebody, and then you get down to the newton where it's force.
Well, if you do right, you don't even have to worry about that. Thankfully, I've never put my hands on my kids because, well,
I don't think the majority of people would.
But you're asking me a question. In some situations, a swift knock in the head, especially if they're teenagers, if they do stupid shit, they need to have consequences for it. And really, an eye for an eye.
What are you
some of us may think, back in the day when you stole something, what did they do? They chopped the finger off.
I'm asking you about spanking. Stop, man. What are you trying to teach your kids?
You're trying to get out of these 80 followers. Maybe someone will call CPS because they're offended.
No, my guy. I tried to figure out. Hi, Palik, stop it. I was trying to figure out what you're good at, what you're knowledgeable on, because I want to bait you. I want to debate you on the best topic.
You go to spanking kids.
What? So yes, because you talked about raising family. You talked about one of the best things that you understand is raising a family. So then I started talking to you about one of the aspects of raising a family. I don't know what more you want from me, man.
Do you have kids?
I'm fucking trying here.
Do you have kids?
I'm trying.
Okay, do you have kids?
It's irrelevant.
Right. Do you have kids?
It's irrelevant.
Do you have kids?
It's irrelevant.
Well, it is relevant because if you have kids, you're going to have a different feeling. Like if once you have kids and they do what they do, you understand why your parents.
Hold on. It's about no, host. Give me a second to explain what that means. Is that kids do horrible things.
Are you woman-splaining my guy right now?
I am a woman explaining things. You literally take the butts and not even a slide to the butt. You just do that because kids understand this. It's a punishment, not a punishment. That it's more of when I say punishment, it's not like I'm beating you, I'm killing you. No, you just do that. That's the whole difference of all the conversation we're gonna have. What is wrong with that?
What are you trying to teach your kids? I mean, what's the point of being a parent? What is your
job? That's why I said it's a certain age.
I don't punish my kids. I don't punish my kids.
I said, what is the point of what are you trying to teach them? So
when a 3-year-old goes up to his older brother, when the 3-year-old goes up to his older brother and bites him, generally speaking, you do the same action to show the kid at 3 years old, this is why it hurts. Don't do it. Now, you don't bite
in the real world. Hey, my guy, in the real world, if somebody steals $100 from me, in the real world, if somebody steals $100 from me, do I get to steal $100 from them?
Oh, it'd be nice for you to steal the 100 back. Yeah.
Okay, would I get thrown in jail for that?
Well, no, you're getting your 100 back, and you're throwing the guy in jail for it because you got your 100 back.
No, because if you steal $100 from them, you are still stealing, and you would get thrown in jail.
But they
as
stole
well.
it from you. They stole it from
I
you.
understand,
So
but in the real world, you would both go to jail.
we would both go to jail because under your socialist law, there's no common sense. Yeah, that makes
To be
sense.
with
No,
that,
you would
none
go
of
to
us-
jail because
none
that's
of-
the law we have today. When you steal shit, you go to
I
jail.
understand where he's coming from, but
No, you
So
don't.
if someone steals $100 from me, I call the cops and say, "Hey, I know where he's at. I'm going to get my $100 back," and they're going to arrest me for going and getting it back.
No, they're going to arrest you. Yeah, if you go get it
You're
back
right,
before
you're
they
right.
get there.
Fake accusation.
Wow. Yes,
Fake
they're
accusations.
they're going
Yes,
to
it's
arrest.
like
Oh, I got it on video.
Fucking
He
A.
came and stole $100. We
Yes.
live in China now. It's on video.
Yes, if you
There you
steal
go.
a
Fake
Oh wait,
accusation.
China
What the
goes
fuck,
and gets it
Hypelic,
for me
stop.
because it's on video. Oh, I see why you want to move to China. Everything's on video. Okay, that makes sense.
Do you not want me to talk?
No, we need everything on video, so there's no ambiguity in that statement you just made. I won't have to go after my 100 because, the surveillance that was done, they saw him take my 100 and he'll get it back for me. There, we're done. Sorry. Go surveillance team.
Did you run up, Hobie?
I think it's extreme to worry about
I don't know
spanking
why when I
kids. You
click
gave
on
me
this thing,
my
everybody
opinion.
goes away.
Once you have kids, you might think differently on why your parents may have spanked you. Now, if they abused you, that's wrong.
I just
If
want to
you got
know.
spanked for biting one of your brothers, I'm sorry.
I just want to know what the purpose of being a parent is. What are you trying to do?
Trying to raise a human being that doesn't go around biting people.
Why?
Sound good?
Why?
You want him to just do what he wants. You're those type.
No.
Oh, he's a biter. Yeah.
No, I'm
I
asking
let him be
you
who he
why.
wants to be. He's a
I
biter.
asked-
He's freely
All I
expressing
asked was
himself.
why, man. What the fuck? Why can't you
He's a
tell me
biter.
why?
He's a biter. I don't know why he's a biter. He's a biter.
I didn't ask you why he was a biter. I said, why do you want to teach
I
him
let him
how
be
to...
a biter. I didn't condemn him when he bit somebody. I just let him bite people.
My
We're at the
God,
restaurant.
you were horribly stupid. I
I
asked
can't
you.
punish him for it,
I
Hutch.
asked you why.
I'm sorry, you're right.
Going,
I
you're not. You're
feel
not
bad.
listening. You're not listening to me. I asked you why. Why do you not want your child to go out in the real world and bite people? Why do you not want that?
I'll let you answer for me, Marxist.
This is a pointless conversation. You have no
It's
expertise.
just-
You
I'm
have
going to
no
be here waiting for
expertise.
your answer.
You have no expertise in anything. You can't have a discussion about anything. You make no sense at all about anything. You just spout random things on a regular basis. You have Tourette's syndrome, obviously. Blah! Start fucking freaking out on me. What is the point of you being up here?
Well, I'm just answering your questions.
No, you
seem to
didn't.
ask
You haven't
a lot
answered
of
a single
questions.
one of my questions.
Well, yeah, you said, what am I known for? I deliver food, according to you. Yeah. And I'm just here delivering.
Oh, I don't want to talk to either one of you. I don't know that you're prepped for this either. Like, what is your expertise? What are you best at? What do you know the most about?
And I think everybody's fucked up. That's my expertise right now. I have children who's watching anime right now. That's it. That's all it is. It's 3:17. Don't judge me. I'm just chilling, okay?
I didn't judge. What is wrong with you people? I'm asking you. I'm trying to figure out what you are knowledgeable about so I can talk to you about it. God, this is fucking crazy. This is some crazy ass shit right now. I don't understand why you people are so stupid. I don't get
I'm
it.
sorry. I'm stupid, but I'm not doing anything. I'm just chilling here, washing dishes and stuff, okay? Leave me alone.
You're on a panel. What do you mean leave you alone? You can drop if you want to wash your dishes.
Well, if you want to fight me, there's nobody on literally, nobody's up there. Request 1, request 2, request 3, nobody's up there. So what do you want me
I
to do?
understand. I don't know. Nobody's requesting up, so whatever. So I was going to have a conversation with you.
Okay, if you want to have a
That's why-
competition with me, I'd be very glad to do so. I'll be up here.
That's why I asked you what you are most knowledgeable about.
Who do I fight, her or you?
Oh my god. I don't know who you are, but okay. Alright, you can fight me.
I just want to know if I'm on your side or his side. I don't know.
I don't know either. Well, how am I supposed to know that?
What is it? What is it that you find apparent? And obviously, I don't know. What is it? I'm confused. I don't know. I'm not going to fight somebody I don't know.
This is crazy.
Okay, then we can be on the same team.
Yeah, we can.
It's you and me against Mojo.
Yeah, so
No,
you guys
I think Mojo is a good guy. I think Mojo is a good guy. No,
He's
no,
on
no.
our team too?
He's a point view. You just use him as a point view. Where like when you run, you have to start somewhere. He's him.
It's him? What?
So we should run from Mojo?
Yes, we run from. We run from Mojo.
That's what I'm getting from that. Emma?
I have cardio induced asthma. I'm not running anywhere.
Okay, well then you're on Mojo's team.
The non-runners.
Leftover.
Yeah.
Yes, leftover.
Holy hell.
I don't know.
Hi,
what's
Pellic,
going
how are
on.
you still supporting this psychopath in office? Like, I
Have
don't
you heard her?
understand.
Have you heard her?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I don't know how she's still doing it. I mean, like every day, I'm not even paying attention too much because I have work, and I had my nephew yesterday. We went on a whale watch and like just regular life stuff. And then like you have to every day. It's something absolutely insane he's done.
Is she a
every single day.
Zionist?
Yeah, but at the same time, you have to understand is you've dealt with the same bullshit for the past like how many fucking decades?
I have.
Yeah, and you have.
What do you mean, just me? What?
Are you a Zionist?
Everybody. in general.
She is a Zionist, yes.
Are you a Zionist?
Absolutely, 100%.
No, yanks.
I can't hear her. Is she a Zionist or not?
She said yes. She said absolutely yes.
Well, then that's why she supports Trump. This, the fucking.
No,
there you go.
supported it before beyond that.
Did you hear what the Zionists are doing now? They're changing the cocoa beans, so they're manipulating the cocoa beans now.
Oh, the cocoa beans.
I saw that.
In Brazil.
They're messing with our chocolate.
In Brazil.
Nestle did it.
Oh,
motherfuckers.
My goodness. Oh, holy moly. That's unfortunate.
Don't mess with our chocolate.
Yeah,
Are you serious?
I'm gonna play. Oh my god, you're lying straight up there, ass. What about the coffee? What about the coffee? You know what? Coffee was discovered, by the way. You don't even know, right?
What?
Julie.
Are you having a fever dream right now?
I don't know. Can you mute her? I don't like this shit. I feel like
I know you don't like my kid, but I'm asking you straight up. What was coffee discovered?
You're not making any sense.
What was
you
coffee
might think you're saying
discovered?
something.
What was coffee discovered, sweetheart?
You just told her she was lying straight up her ass,
No, I'm asking
and then
her,
acted
what
shocked
was
that I told her to mute
Oh
you.
my god, you fucking
Mojo doesn't like the sweetheart thing. He doesn't. He's going to tell you to stop
I
doing that.
don't. Well, she knows. I've dropped. I've dropped you for this before. I felt like you shouldn't be using pet names.
Okay,
No,
Mojo,
sweetheart, darling, dear.
Mojo, though.
Mojo. What the fuck?
Ask her.
What the fuck's going on? I want to know. I want to know what you're on. What were the color of the pills that you took this? What is the box of wine sitting in front of you? What does it say on it?
I don't take drugs. I don't take things except factual perspectives right now. That's what I do. And unfortunately, people like you, they don't listen to these piece of shits, ideological version, not derived from the world perspectives. And that's what you're dealing with.
Why are
And
you
you
slurring?
My dog this week.
Everything about you, it doesn't make any goddamn sense. Because
Mojo, how dare you exist?
I exist because I exist in reality. And you...
I think, therefore I am.
Mojo, be realistic, man. I sat down. I legitimately sat down about what you did with the...
Hey, Hype, do you know the preamble to the Constitution?
All right, tell me.
No, I was just wondering if you know it. It's just a yes or no. I mean, you can say it, but we all had to learn it in school.
I generally do. You talk about that. No, I'm asking you straight up though. What is
We,
it
the
that
people of the United States of America, in order to form a more perfect union, you know that?
Yeah. I know. I'm talking about prior to that. Do you know?
Do I understand you right now? No,
Yeah,
I don't.
Actually, you don't. Actually, stupidity. Yes, obviously. So you don't know. You don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't think she knows what she's talking about.
No, you claim to
In her
know.
defense.
You really make me feel like you know what the fuck.
Okay, do the preamble. Mine, not. Now, how am I going to come down from that high?
That was
Like
a
I'm
high.
in fight or flight now. I'm like, what just happened to me? My brain's like spinning,
That was
trying
a
to make
high.
sense of any of that. Yeah, like I'm usually so fucking calm, and I was like fighting to survive for a minute there.
Fighting to the surface for air. No, that was bad.
You guys, I saw some whales yesterday on a whale watch, some humpback whales. I'm sure Mag is upset about whales somehow, but
I just
maybe
watched
come up and yell at me.
I just watched a boat. I just watched a boat like fly straight into a whale.
What? Why would they do that?
It was on The Boys, the TV show.
Oh my God, The Boys is so wild.
I heard that this couple was getting married and a whale beached during their wedding, and so they had to stop the wedding and push it back into the water the whole wedding party.
I would have done that. I would have pushed it back. I mean, like, honestly, the little calf babies came up to the boat and they're like, they don't usually do this. I almost could touch it. That's how close it was. And it was the baby and it was like breaching. It was so cute. I was like talking to it. She's like, it can hear you and it can see you out of the one side of its face because it's so big. But it was so cute. Yeah,
they are really amazing. One time I went to Marine World with my kids and they picked me out of the audience to do the show with. You know how they pick somebody?
Do you think there'll be a museum of MAGA eventually where we can like walk through and be like, this is what they used to say?
Yeah. Yeah. They want to make a women's museum right now. Like, but MAGA chooses the women that get to be in it. And I kind of want that, even though it's the stupidest thing in the world. But like a Women of MAGA museum is kind of funny for later. Like with the Mar-a-Lago faces.
They're going to be like, these are the socialists in the museum. They're going to get to see their perspective. Like, oh my God.
But like, if they make a MAGA women's museum, like, what women are they putting in there?
I don't know what the fuck we're doing here.
Mojo, I need you to start rage baiting people.
I don't even.
He does usually. He had a thing the other day. I mean, this picture is pretty rage bait.
I think she means me.
No, not you, Alyssa.
No, everybody that's on the panel right now is a liberal. I have no conservative.
I can rage bait.
You can.
Yeah, I know, but here's the thing: if I rage bait, usually my account gets suspended. So,
Pellic is in the comments.
Yeah, I kicked you because I'm pretty sure that you're drunk. I mean, you're slurring your words. You're not making any sense at all. There's no conversation that can be had. I don't know what to do.
Also, she didn't know the preamble to the Constitution, and she said I needed to know the thing before it.
I don't know the preamble to the Constitution either off the top of my head.
Well, I don't know the thing before it. Like, what is that?
The Declaration of Independence?
No, the preamble is the preamble to the Constitution.
Yeah,
maybe the Declaration of Independence, but she didn't say that.
Okay. I don't. That's a weird question. What's the preamble to the Constitution? I don't know who knows that off the top of their head.
Really?
Yeah.
Robot says Articles of Confederation are before the Constitution.
Emma.
Oh, that's true. That's actually true. So it was. Well, yeah, but the Articles of Confederation were before, were after the Declaration of Independence too.
I just need to know, you guys are younger than I am. In school, you didn't learn the preamble to the Constitution. You didn't have to memorize it.
You think
I
I'm?
don't memorize things.
You think I'm?
But I mean, you weren't asked to.
You think I'm younger than you?
I mean, you don't know the preamble to the Constitution, so.
You think I'm younger than you?
How old
I
are
like
you?
the slide in, Mojo. That was very slick.
I'm 1973, vintage 1973.
Me too.
Oh.
So
I'm
I
50,
know that
I'm
Mojo
52 years old.
Me too. Why
Mojo
didn't
would
you
have
learn the
no
preamble?
interest in this whatsoever, but I'm thinking that like we should run a live one day just because the Zionists are so pissed off at Hassan Piker right now. I think that we should run an entire live and just literally thirst trap with all Hassan Piker photos nonstop.
We should just like be obsessed with him.
100%. We'll let Mojo hang out in the chat while the rest of us.
Yeah, I
close
was
up.
gonna say I'm
we
not
play
doing
the-
that crap.
Can we play Hassan Piker with Ashley St. Clair
that dude,
interview?
I'm sorry, but that dude has like the smallest head on the biggest fucking body. He looks like the shrunken head on fucking Beetlejuice.
Whatever. I just made a post about him, and it's thirst trappy. So whenever you guys have time, go over there, look at it. It's amazing.
Yeah, well,
I think I have
That's
you blocked
right.
still over
Oh.
Bulldozer. I should unblock you.
You have who blocked? Me blocked?
Yes, because of Bulldozer.
Oh my God! Get off it.
who's
I'm
Curtis?
unblocking you. I'm
Hello.
over it. I just.
I don't know who Curtis
Hi,
is.
Curtis.
Who are you?
Hello. What are we talking about today?
Can I get your age and who you voted for?
My age is 33 and I voted for Harris.
Fuck.
Do you know the preamble to the Constitution?
Fucking liberal.
No,
What the hell?
I do
I'm
not.
just mad that I'm the only one who had to learn that.
Do you know the Muffin
Wait,
Man?
what generation are you?
A million.
Oh no, I'm from the 90s.
Mojo is from the silent generation.
What, 1920s, 1930s?
We're Gen
Everyone's
X.
favorite Pearl Jam song.
We are Gen X. And
Jeremy. That's
I prefer
everyone's favorite Pearl
Chumbawamba.
Jam. It's called Jeremy, because Jeremy spoke in class today was a reference to Eddie Vedder's real life situation of his friend
Yeah,
friend
I'm gonna
at
go.
a school he
I'm
went
about
to.
to go crazy here. It's gonna drive me nuts.
Can I
he's
tell my
gonna-
Pearl
he's-
Jam story before you go crazy?
Oh no, he's gonna drop the panel.
I know. It's I know. It's
The word gets turned and used. The audience is always in the room. Every room becomes a stage too soon. Private words turn into public sound. No one knows how to put the fire down. Everybody's breathing in the smoke now. Everybody's reaching for the proof. We don't hold a thing with care now. We just call it out.
Sorry. Couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Figured I'd restart, see if I could get crazy conservatives or normal conservatives, I guess.
Something real in my hands once. Till all that noise came pouring through. Other people's wreckage filled the silence. I lost something to read.
Decryption?
What's good, cuck? How we doing?
What's good, what?
Cuck. C-U-C-K.
You're a cuck?
Yeah, you. I said, what's good, cuck?
So you're a cuck.
Talking to you, buddy. Projection much.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you're doing.
And you just did
What is your
reverse
age?
projections.
What is your
Oh, yeah.
age? What is your age and who did you vote for?
23. 23, little boy. 23. Chill out.
And who did you vote for?
Who do you think?
Who did you vote for?
Trump.
Why?
Because he was better than the alternative.
How?
I mean, the other one's just going to run the country into the ground further than it already is. At least he was trying to fix the economy.
How?
How? I mean, have a look at it. You could use statistics to prove that he's like triple improved since Biden. So don't know why you're asking me how.
Triple. Did you just say triple improved?
Yeah. Bad way to say it. I know. You get what I mean, though.
What did he triple improve?
The economy is 3 times better.
What did he triple improve?
America's overall worth.
No, that's incorrect. Our GDP has gone up
He's got an
approximately.
Australian accent. Sorry, my bad. I was reading the chat. Continue.
Okay, don't fucking do that. And no, our economy has gone up. Okay, if you want to be a dick, obviously you're going to be from the very beginning, but don't look at me. Don't look at me. Fuck. I'm pretty sure that guy wasn't an American anyway. He tripled the economy. What a fucking dumb shit. Brandon, your guy, he creates weird images and songs. What is wrong with him? What'd you do to him? I think you broke him. What? Wait. Maybe his song will bring people in, you think? Oh, there's more right here.
I'm freaking telling. Don't put bananas in my butt. No, don't put bananas in my butt. I've told you several times before. My butt is not a banana door. And I say, don't put bananas in my butt. Don't put bananas in my butt. I'm freaking telling.
What'd you do to him? What did she do to you, CT? What did she do to you? I don't know. CT wanted me to play that song earlier, and I just had to play it again. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell it's supposed to mean. There's got to be some hidden meaning there or something. I don't know. I can't imagine somebody looking at a banana and saying, "Hey, I want to stick that in my butt." So weird.
What's up, Mojo?
Not a whole lot. How you doing, Nazi?
Oh, I just had the greatest conversation with my ex-wife, bitch. I gotta thank you though, Mojo, for this. I am able, after being abused on these TikTok lives, I am now ice cold in the face of rude stupidity, and man, it is affecting my life positively in the real world.
Oh, so
I can face down rude stupidity now with utter ice cold calm. It's beautiful.
So you're saying that it's a good thing to sit in an echo chamber with a bunch of conservatives? That's what you're saying?
Oh, I only do that during the day. You know that.
I know, but that's that active stupidity you're talking about.
All right, sure. But you know how it is, like when you're on an op panel, right? And you have everyone, like trying to tear you down. It's kind of fun, right? But it does something to us, I think. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed like your in real life conversations being affected by how often you stream and have to interact with people like me?
No, I don't talk to people in the real world. I stay away from people.
That's a smart move, Mojo. Smart
I'm
move.
totally kidding. I'm kidding. Jesus Christ. No, I've been talking to people about politics for a long, long, long time. So I've dealt with entire rooms of people, entire groups of people. I've worked on campaigns and at the Capitol. I helped craft speeches for politicians. I don't know. No, I don't think that debating. Cool. Well, I do think it serves a purpose. I think it keeps our mind sharp so that we can listen better, hopefully, and come up with responses quicker. I like that.
Right.
I think that's a good thing.
Don't you think it's given you more like patience for idiocy though? Because we encounter idiocy so often on this app, right? Or not?
Yeah, the Republicans are everywhere. I agree, but no, I was pretty tolerant. I live around a bunch of roughnecks, and they're all Republicans, and most of them don't know what the hell they're talking about. So I'm used to it.
Yeah. But I mean, even outside of politics, like I was talking to my ex about scheduling or something, and she kept interrupting me. Right? I was like, "Hey, maybe you could let me talk for 5 seconds without interrupting me." It felt like I was talking to, someone on one of these lives, And
did you say pew pew at any time?
Yeah,
that's usually the problem.
No, it's on the live, and that's grape. I actually pulled out the word grape the other day, and someone looked at me like, "What the hell?"
I know. I did that when I first started doing this. I've gotten used to it now, where I can go back.
Nigga, ha Hitler. Nigga, ha Hitler. Hate niggers, hate Jews. I hate niggers the most, though.
I can't. Oh man, the studio is like lagging so bad. I hate that.
It takes a little while.
It does with studio specifically. I don't know what's going on with it right now, but.
So why is it just me, man? What did you just start? Did you just start the live up or something?
No, I just restarted the live.
Oh.
But I had a bunch of liberals that were, I don't know, going ADHD. They were talking about whales and Hassan Piker, and I don't fucking know.
Mm-hmm. So did we get a deal done with Iran? I saw last night.
No.
Trump saying, "Oh, we're close. We're close."
How long has he been saying that? How often is he?
So he's been saying it for like a month.
Yeah.
He's been fucking teasing everyone for like a month.
Why do I have to listen to exhaust?
There's going to be a peace deal now, and we started war, and we Iran presumably better than.
I can't hear
where
you.
They were left.
I can't hear you. You're cutting out.
Oh, you can't?
Yeah, you're cutting out. W. You got low bars. Do you read fiction, Mojo? Like novels? I'm reading this really good.
Yeah. I used to. I haven't read in a while. I haven't read anything in a while, short of stuff on the internet.
Right. And you start getting to be an adult. But I decided to start reading novels. I'm reading this book called Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson. It's a fantasy novel. Really good. Surprisingly. It's, I always forget how good a novel is until I get back into one. It's like harder, it takes more effort to get into a novel, but once you get in, it's beautiful.
Are you reading or are you listening?
No, I'm reading. Yeah, I read. I'm mostly literate. It's a trilogy, so I'm excited.
Do you read any nonfiction at all, or when all of your news sources are fiction? I got bars back just in time for a joke.
There you go. Well, it's called Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson. Really good. I highly recommend it.
God, this is so fucking. I got two fucking idiot conservatives on the panel, and we're fucking talking about fucking fiction books. What the hell?
Fantasy books. Yeah. Well, what do you want to talk about, Mojo? I'm game for anything.
I don't know. Capitalism sucks. You guys suck.
But it's giving you everything that you have.
Conservatives suck.
Mojo, get some more of your champagne socialist friends up here. Come on, I actually can't stay long.
I've started to come to believe that Mojo is actually putting on an act. that he's actually, if not, he's probably not MAGA, but I think he might be libertarian / conservative, but he realizes that this is a very liberal app. Now, I've only been listening to Mojo for like 4 or 5 months, so
I bet Mojo has like a set of ribeyes, a Harley Davidson, bigger than a Sportster, and like a full 30 rack of PBR in the fridge. This is all just one big show. This is one big social media show. That's my.
Mojo, do you have a trad wife?
No.
No. I hear those are cool. I'm thinking about getting one. I think they sell them at Walmart.
Why don't you go look? I'm sure they'll help you out. Just ask at the front counter. Yeah, they're pretty helpful.
I gotta return my ex-wife feminist. See if I can trade it in for a trad wife here.
I don't understand trad women. Doesn't make any sense to me either.
I mean, it's kind of like a cook and a maid and a driver and a sugar baby all in one, right? The trad wife. It's like the slut that only has eyes for you.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that any woman would ever want to be described as any of those things.
You don't think so? I gotta find one. I'm sure they're out there. The world's a weird place, Mojo. You can find, people love all kinds of crazy stuff.
If you could find a woman like that, she's on more prescription medication than you can fucking count.
Or she's got a really cool religion, like LDS. I think religion.
That's a cool religion.
It's powerful, you know. As far as like a synthetic religion goes, he's like, the guy's like, an angel.
What religion isn't synthetic? Tablets. What religion isn't synthetic?
Well, does your religion have magic underpants? Because mine doesn't.
Fair. But it's the most obviously synthetic, I guess I should say, Mojo, right? Because it's new.
You mean like
it's so fantastic?
You mean like the religion?
The
religion that says the entire Earth was covered with water at some point or another while human beings existed on it. You mean that religion that doesn't believe in invisible that religion that doesn't believe in invisible underpants? Yeah, that's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, pretty fantastic.
Fucking people are incredible.
Good point. I tell you, the least fantastic synthetic religion though is mine, Mojo.
I don't know what is your religion?
Started.
Oh, you're starting your
the
own.
Church of
That's
Power.
Awesome. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. We all get to just start our own fucking bullshit religions too. That's great.
Why not?
What is that?
You're sure? Why not? If you can get people to believe the stupid shit you're saying, more power to you, man.
An angel came to me, Mojo. An angel came to me and delivered to me via AI the gospel of power.
You didn't happen to have a mushroom pizza the night before that, did you?
No, I am clean. I'm clean as a whistle here. But yeah, tinyurl.com/gospel of power. You should check it out.
I love that.
Too,
I love that you
you
just come up here to fucking advertise your bullshit up here. You guys, it's only 10 pages long. Don't worry about it.
82.
Dog number 2. Can I get your age and who you voted for?
Yeah, I'm 23. I voted for Trump.
All right, so I got 3 Trump supporters up here. Trump voters.
Yeah, thank you. I gotta go anyway, so.
Well, then go away.
All right.
Put your mask on. Put your mask on. Why'd you vote for Trump, Doug? Are you leaving?
Yeah, bro. I voted.
Thank you.
I voted for Trump. That was 2 years ago. I voted for Trump. I believe that he would be the best candidate for the country, especially when you consider who he's running up against. It's almost like they wanted him to win.
Okay, you can pick either side. You can pick either side. What was good about Donald Trump or what was bad about Harris?
Oh, I can say this. What I did not agree with when it came down to the Biden administration was their handling of the Middle East. So I don't see it as good, bad.
What does that mean?
I'm not a child.
How was their handling of the Middle East? What was it?
Yeah, so Kamala and Biden, they were really weak in the Middle East. Israel asked for assistance. Israel asked for support. They didn't really want to do that because they're too busy with Ukraine.
So you're a
And
Zionist.
we saw what happened.
So you're a Zionist.
No, I'm not a Zionist. And we saw what happened.
Right.
October 7th.
They were shipping weapons to Israel every single year, 2-3 times a year. I don't know what you're looking for.
I don't know about that, dude.
They were.
And Israel and Bibi asked for help. They didn't help them. And then October 7th.
We did too. We've always helped them.
So, and then since October 7th happened, the Palestinian people have been suffering because Hamas uses their own people as human shields. So this is the facts. This is Hamas is evil. Are you laughing, dude? Are you laughing?
Well, because you're saying funny shit, but I was laughing at the frogs on top of my head.
That's not funny because the Jewish people are people. They deserve the right to exist. Right? So
we have no place over there,
sir. Respectfully, if we didn't protect Israel, they wouldn't be here right now.
If we didn't interfere in the Middle East on a regular basis, they wouldn't need protection.
No, we're not interfering with the Middle East.
Really? Iraq? What was Iraq? What was Iraq?
We're not interfering with the Middle East.
What was Iraq?
We're talking about Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, what was Iraq? Was that interfering?
Yeah, so Saddam Hussein was a very dangerous person.
Okay, what was Afghanistan?
If you didn't know,
what was Afghanistan? What was Afghanistan? Was that us interfering?
You mean the retaliation from when we had two towers brought down in New York City? Remember that?
How many of those hijackers were from Afghanistan?
But do you remember that?
How many of those hijackers were from Afghanistan?
Do you remember that?
You can't tell me?
Well, they don't have to go exactly to Afghanistan. Osama bin Laden.
Do you know where they're from? Do you know where all 19 hijackers are from?
Saudi Arabia, brother.
Okay, so why didn't we attack Saudi? So why didn't we attack? So why didn't we attack Saudi? So why didn't we attack Saudi Arabia?
I'm trying to talk.
Why didn't we attack Saudi Arabia? Why didn't we attack Saudi Arabia? Just answer that question.
So you don't want me to talk?
How are you not going to let a black man talk, Mojo?
Yeah, man, let a black man talk.
They've been interrupted for hundreds of years. Let them have a few minutes of freedom.
My people have been enslaved for 400 years.
Yeah,
we've been looked down on for hundreds of years, and now you're doing the same.
I hate this.
Amen.
You're doing the same thing to me, man.
I hate this fucking app. So why didn't we attack Saudi? Why didn't we attack Saudi Arabia? Just answer that question.
Why did you mute me after you asked me the question?
Because the app is lagging. The app itself is lagging. I was trying to mute you before that. I couldn't do it because it was lagging.
I'm trying to tell you, Saudi Arabia wasn't backed by them. So that's why we attacked Afghanistan. Osama bin Laden was based in Osama bin Laden.
Wait, can you say what you just said again?
Afghanistan.
Saudi Arabia wasn't backed by them? What does that mean?
Yeah, it wasn't backed by the hijackers, and then the hijackers didn't back Saudi Arabia.
You think hijackers are going to back an entire country?
Yeah, that's why they're hijacking.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. 20 guys aren't going to back an entire country. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. No, they're not.
Slow, dude?
They were all Saudis. They were not supported by Afghanistan in any way, shape, or form. Yet we still invaded Afghanistan.
You're a joke, dude. You're a liar.
Why did they attack us? By the way, the 19 hijackers.
You're a joke, man.
Why did they attack us?
So now you're trying to go down the rabbit hole.
Yes, because we have meddled in the Middle East for more than 100 years.
Cool,
yes.
Brother. That's fine and dandy. That's fine. So are you willing to lay your life down to those people as a sacrifice since we meddled with them?
Why would
I'm sure you still want to live, right?
They're not coming over here.
Exactly. So why are you like, oh, we did
exactly
this,
what?
That.
What did you just say exactly to?
Brother, they want you gone. Brother, they want you obliterated.
They don't care whether I'm here or not as long as I'm not there.
Well, to be fair, they do. They want you to be obliterated. They see you as a spawn Satan.
No, they don't.
That long hair, that long luscious hair. Yeah, they'll get you gone real quick.
No,
that long luscious hair.
They don't care about me at all. They don't care about me at all,
brother. Man, they want you. Are you American?
Are we talking about how bad Muslims are?
You're American, right? So they want you gone.
He's trying to say that everybody in the Middle East. Dude. He's trying to say that everybody in the Middle East is targeting me specifically.
Well, not everyone.
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say everybody in the Middle East. I said the people in power in the Middle East who control the country because they obviously they oppress their people.
Bibi doesn't know who the fuck I am. Who knows who I am?
They oppress their people, dude. So
that's not our responsibility, and that's not our fault, and we have no place.
What are you talking about? It is our responsibility.
Those aren't. That's not
Listen,
our circus
brother,
over there.
brother, brother.
Dog.
If those people
dog,
over there,
dog. That's not our responsibility. That's not our circus.
brother, we disagree. We agree to disagree.
No,
we agree
we
to disagree.
don't.
You can.
No,
You
we
can.
don't.
No, yes,
You're
we
just
do.
wrong.
We
You're
do.
just an
No,
idiot.
no, you're wrong. No, you're wrong, buddy. You're
You're
wrong.
just an idiot.
You're wrong, brother. All you do is sit up on
So
TikTok and call people
So
smart
Donald
you
Trump.
idiots.
Yeah,
That
I
doesn't
do.
make you smart.
I do. I
That
am
doesn't make you
smart, though.
smart,
I'm
bro.
a hell of a lot
That doesn't-
smarter than you. So
You're not smart, man.
So you voted
If
for
we-
Donald
do you
Trump
wanna go,
because
do you want to
you
go
voted.
credential for credential? You want to go degree for degree?
So you voted for Donald Trump.
Let's go bank account for bank account.
Okay, I'm going to drop you if you don't shut the fuck
You're
up.
an idiot, dude. Fuck you. Kill yourself.
Well, now that's a bit over the top. But okay. Why do you think you're smarter than him, Mojo?
I can't mute. It's fucking crazy. Well, it's pretty obvious I was smarter than him. I'm trying to follow a conversation. He doesn't want to.
Just because he's black, man? It seems a little racist.
Oh, why do you do that?
Because I'm fucking with you. I know you can take it, Mojo. You got thick skin. You got some of the thickest skin out here. If you get annoyed, though, you can get a little, I don't know, you can get a little touchy. But otherwise, you have pretty thick skin, which I appreciate.
I don't understand what your purpose is in this planet, much less on TikTok. Yeah.
You know, I'm a seeker of truth, Mojo. Like, actually, I've decided that I've almost decided that I'm done with politics and I'm interested in religion again. So I may talk more about God and faith and all that kind of stuff.
I think you should do that. You're really bad at this whole political thing.
You think so?
I think
Maybe.
so.
Maybe I am. Yeah.
You don't really talk about politics. You talk about philosophy and religion and shit like that. You don't really talk about politics.
True.
Do you know policy? I mean, do you know the policies that we're passing?
I mean, politics is downstream of what we believe, right? That's sort of the execution upon our beliefs, right?
I don't know that I necessarily believe that.
Well, you're not like
maybe with the majority of people that believe on any specific during any specific election cycle, that might be true.
Yeah.
But that changes from term to term.
But I guess what I mean is that I don't put my faith in like Republicans or MAGA or GOP or anything like that. I know some people do. My faith goes a little bit deeper into the reality of the universe. But you're right. I am more interested in philosophy and religion, and politics is kind of just fun.
Do you find a problem at all that you use the term faith to describe politics?
I mean, don't you think some people put their faith into political parties, whether it's the left or the right?
No.
I think they do.
These are all generally pretty well weighed out decisions. We know what the parties stand for and what they believe and the platform that they're going to run on and the platform they're going to try and push because we write those platforms.
Well, take, for instance, libertarians, right? So libertarians are these idealists, from my point of view, right? That believe like strongly in the libertarianism sort of worldview. They're not practical. And so I view politics as the art of the possible, right? It's not about maintaining a clean, halo over your head. It's a matter of what's possible. And those are really two different views of politics, right? One is ideologically, like, let's be pure. And the other is what can we get done, even compromising our principles.
Do you think getting rid of all brown people is possible?
Why would we want to do that?
I don't know, but I seem to remember you wanting to do that. You kind of want a more pure nation, don't you?
Anyone who assimilates to Western civilization is on board. I'm fine with them. Anyone who will not or cannot assimilate to Western civilization, yeah, they don't belong here.
Okay, what is Western civilization? Is America really part of the Western civilization cult?
Absolutely. We're the tip of the spear of Western civilization. Although
you think
we are sort of
you think we define Western civilization?
No, I think Rome probably defines Western civilization and maybe the British Empire. We're something a little bit different, aren't we?
Okay, so how are we the tip of the spear? How are we the tip of the spear if we don't define it? We're just
the tip of the spear is always a little bit more wild, right? Like when I think about my time with the Ranger Regiment, the people in the Ranger Regiment, for the most part, were sociopaths. they did not mind, inflicting pain upon other people. It just didn't bother them at all. So yeah, I think at the tip of the spear you get kind of an exaggerated form, right?
Okay, what do you want people to assimilate to here in the United States? What specific things?
That's a great question.
Can I answer that for this guy? That question.
Yeah, I don't care.
Can I?
Yeah, I said I don't care.
You know what? Hold on. It took me a few seconds. Hold on. It took me a few seconds, but I do have an answer. It's basically the American dream. The idea that every generation will be better off than the generation before it isn't simply some nice story we tell ourselves about how our children are going to be better off. It's a whole worldview that culminates in the expansion and domination and control of the entire fucking galaxy, not just this little piece of Earth that we're on right now. It's an endless pursuit of improvement, an endless pursuit of power and control.
What do you mean by better?
More powerful. Whether materially we're more wealthy, materially we're more powerful. Our tools are stronger.
UK, do you know you're up here? Our tools are stronger, so
Can I just add something here? Can I just add something here, Mojo?
So our hammers last longer is what you're saying?
It's more like, what we're doing for reusable space rockets to try to get to the moon, have a moon base, try to get to Mars, have a base on Mars, colonize Mars, terraform Mars if we can. It's that imagination, the Jules Verne sort of imagination of we're going to conquer the deep sea, we're going to conquer deep space, we're going to conquer inside ourselves too. We're going to rewrite our DNA, we're going to rewrite our biology. We are going to
wait. So you're saying Western
gods.
civilization? So what you're saying is that Western civilization is leaving the planet Earth?
Yeah, absolutely.
What the fuck?
Not leaving, expanding past.
That's crazy. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I just want to say, look, for a nation to be powerful, it needs internal cohesion, right? So assimilation, I'm an immigrant myself. If I was to define assimilation, a lot of the immigrant communities, will wave the flag of where they came from, right? And they'll try to benefit from the United States, but at the same time not want to benefit the United States. So they would be like, yeah, I'm making money here, I'm happy, but I think my country's better, blah, blah, blah. And a lot of people don't subscribe to the culture in the U.S., right? They would.
What is the culture of the U.S.?
Like July 4th.
That's a holiday. That's not culture.
Okay. The traditions of the United States, maybe. I don't know.
Watching sports. I don't watch any sports. Does that mean I'm not an American?
No, I'm just saying is you don't have to watch sports. I'm saying you should kind of tie yourself to something that happens in America, right? I mean, a lot of communities are just like
tacos.
Literally
Should I tie myself to tacos? Is that American culture?
I'm just saying that they're siloed off. They're not participating. They're not participating.
You're trying to describe to me. I asked you what American culture is, and you're telling me fucking sports, tacos, and 4th of July.
I mean, be proud of the fact that you're an American, and if you had a situation where you had to, let's say you decide to become an American, right? If you had to fight your own nation, you should pick America over your own nation, right? You can't sit there and be like, yeah, I know,
So we don't know who an American is until we go to war with them, with the other countries.
No, I see a lot of people who will say, oh, you know what? All these Guatemalans coming through Mexico, Mexico doesn't want to take them, but America should take them. Like, dude, why don't you just file
No, I'm
asylum in
still.
Mexico?
Wait, stop. I'm just trying to figure out what American culture is. You said they have to assimilate to American culture. I want to know what that is. He tells me Western civilization is human beings leaving the planet Earth, and you're telling me that our culture is fucking tacos. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I mean, July 4th. Be proud of the day. You know, understand what happened on the day. Like, how did the nation get their independence? Like, what you know, like
So if I'm a Mexican, so if
Veterans
I'm a Mexican, and so if I'm a Mexican, and I've read an American history book, then I'm an American now, all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a naturalized U.S. citizen, right?
No, I said I was a Mexican.
Dude,
but all I
I'm
have to
talking
do is
about-
study a history book, and I'm an American all of a sudden because I understand the 4th of July.
I'm saying if you're a Mexican American, don't wave the Mexican.
No, I didn't say a Mexican American. I said a Mexican. And don't wave the Mexican flag. Look, I have a wait, Jay. I have a tartan. Am I allowed to wear that out in public?
I mean, look, if you're a Mexican, then this doesn't apply to you, right? Because you're not. Why would you assimilate if you're a foreigner?
Did you hear what I just asked? Do you know what a tartan is?
No.
It's a specific pattern. It's a plaid pattern that the Irish tribes use, or Scottish.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Scottish tribes use. So I have enough Scottish in me to actually have to be a member of a clan, and my clan has a specific tartan, and that tartan you can get it specially made for you in what is it, 23 feet of 23 yards? No, 23 feet, or whatever it is. I don't know. But it's a certain amount of fabric that you wrap around you to form a kilt. So I'm asking you if I can wear a tartan in the United States of America as an American.
You could, but that's not your American side, right? You have to also understand like the customs of the land that you live in, right? Like you have to understand how things work here.
So all I have to do is read a history book to be an American.
And have some civic sense. Like a lot of people from foreign nations will come here, they'll be loud and they'll just like not give a shit about the fact. Like a lot of Indian people come here, they'll get into large groups and they'll play holy and stuff where they're throwing colors at each other and kind of like not like they'll have Diwali where they'll just like have these fireworks in the middle of the night.
So are you
right?
saying that
Most
they can't? Are you saying that they can't have Saag Paneer, or they can't do Diwali festival?
This is kind
and
of
they
off
can't.
the rails here.
I'm saying
Well,
that
no,
when you do fireworks,
I mean, it's
that's
so
the reason-
curious because you guys say assimilation so often that you can't fucking define what we're supposed to assimilate to, and there's a problem with that.
Yeah, it's like acting white. There you go. How about that?
Well, I don't even know what the fuck that means.
I don't know. Going to school, getting educated, working hard, being ambitious, taking care of your family, not being a criminal.
How the fuck
I
does
don't
this?
know. I trust society
Wait,
stuff.
so Donald Trump is an American? Isn't an American because he's a criminal?
Having a killer instinct in business, being an innovator, cutting
So
corners.
Donald Trump's not an American because he's a criminal?
He may be America incarnate.
No,
So
he's a
the-
criminal.
so-
You just said you have to follow the laws. He's a criminal.
Hold on a minute.
Petty crime, violent.
No,
crime.
it's felonies. They're felonies. That's not petty crime.
It's paperwork. It's paperwork, man. He's not out there robbing banks. He's not out there mugging people in the alleys.
No,
He's
he's
not out
robbing
there,
the American people. He's
Carjacking.
defrauding.
He's not carjacking
he's
anybody.
defrauding the American people.
Oh, well, you know that's not true.
That's exactly what he did.
Go back to the Scottish guy, yeah? He says he's got Scottish relations and everything like that.
Wait,
Yeah?
you're not American, are you?
No, I'm English.
Why should I talk to you?
Yeah? Why shouldn't you?
Because you don't know anything about American politics. Why are you on an American political panel?
I just wanted to go back to the guy that was talking about his Scottish background. Yeah? About whether he can wear a kilt, yeah, in America. I think that.
Well done. Well done.
Go tell somebody else what you think. I don't care. Go tell one of your Your pub mates, man. Go eat some fucking curry. I just don't understand. You guys, I hate immigrants, and you say that they have to. Both of you guys, by the way. I know you're an Indian, Patel, and I know that you are a ladder puller, and you don't want anybody else to come into the U.S. or anybody you don't approve of anyway. I get that, but I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck you mean by assimilation.
They'll fly an American flag outside their house, for one thing.
I don't. Am I not an American? I actually fly a rainbow flag. Is that okay with you?
It's a free country, man.
Thank you. So what does it mean to assimilate? You guys have no fucking answers. Stop saying this shit. Don't ever use the word assimilate again. Never. Take that out of your fucking lexicon, America.
Their accents. All right. Let's take it at the most basic level. They need to know English. Okay. If they're not interested in learning English, they don't belong here. So that's base level English, right?
Okay. Second gen. Well, actually, I'm going to say first gen Americans, people that were born in the United States, do know English. They all do. The people that have moved here and became Americans would generally have a much harder time learning English, but they do try. But that second generation, that first generation,
you need to know English or be trying very hard to learn English.
How do you judge that?
But if you're like in your own little like ethnic ghetto where you don't have to speak English, right? That's what we mean by not. All right. So the other thing is Christianity, right? So if you're a fucking Hindu or Muslim,
we have a first.
I'm
sorry, we have a First Amendment. I'm sorry, we have a First Amendment. Fuck you. We can practice whatever religion we want.
It doesn't apply to non. The First Amendment doesn't apply to non-Christian faiths. It just doesn't.
Are you fucking serious? Where does it say that in the Constitution? Where does it say? Where does it say that? Where does it say that?
It doesn't.
Okay, so you're just making shit up now.
It doesn't say it anywhere.
Yeah, so you're just making shit up.
Well, I'm interpreting it.
No, you're just making shit up. You're just making shit up.
Look, I mean, why should we allow people to believe things antithetical to our Constitution, right? Wouldn't that be a contradiction? So let's say you had a belief in something called Sharia law that you thought should be the law of the land above the Constitution. Shouldn't we, ban freedom of speech and freedom of belief when it comes to undermining freedom of speech and freedom of religion?
Wait, no, you don't get to ban the thing that you're trying to protect. You don't protect the thing you're trying to protect by banning the thing you're trying to protect. That doesn't work that way.
That's too meta for me, man. Look, if people want to destroy
ban
the Constitution,
speech, you want to ban. You're trying to ban speech in order to.
I don't want
speech.
to. They want to, dude.
No, you do.
They want to.
You do. You just
For
said
them.
we need to ban speech for the people that yes. So you want to ban speech to protect speech. Do you understand how that makes no fucking sense?
Oh, it makes perfect sense. Look, let's say that I was hiring a cook for a French restaurant, and an applicant came to me and they're like, I think actually French cuisine is the worst. I will only cook, I don't know, fucking Madagascarian cuisine. You'd be like, nah, sorry, you can't work here because we do French here. So if someone comes to our country and does not believe in freedom of religion, which Muslims don't, and they don't believe in freedom of speech, which Muslims don't, then sorry, you don't get free speech and you don't get freedom of religion because you're antithetical to what we believe.
How many Muslims live in the U.S.?
One is too many.
I would say there are millions. I want to say somewhere around 7 million or something like that. But do you know how many Muslims? Do you know how many Muslims are part of our prison population?
I don't know, actually.
Very, very few.
Is it proportional?
Very, very few. No, not even close. Not even close.
No, they're sneaky.
They actually
they keep a low profile.
Well, they abide by our laws more than natural-born citizens do. That's just a reality. So when you say that they want to impose something on us, you're just simply wrong. They're not trying to break the laws when they come here. They're not trying to change our system when they come here. They are living their belief structure within the United States of America and are not harming anybody.
How many Muslims? Have you ever lived in a Muslim country, Mojo?
No.
I mean, you don't have to have lived in a Muslim country, but I'm just curious if you have. You do seem kind of worldly.
I said no. No, I've
okay.
only ever visited the Western Hemisphere. So.
Gotcha. Well, I lived in Morocco for a few years, and obviously this is anecdotal, right? But one of my strongest memories from Morocco was I was in a Medina, which is like a little shopping, sort of an outdoor-ish shopping center. This dude started wailing on a woman, and I assume it was a wife or girlfriend and everything. And everyone started like shutting their stores down, and like they were screaming. It was insane. But it just struck me that they are like different than us. They do not have the same sense that humans, I don't know, are worthwhile. That life can be awesome. That we can all live together in relative peace and harmony. And you can believe what you want to believe, Mojo. I'll believe what I want to believe. And as long as we both believe that, we'll be okay. But it's not like that there. Everyone has to conform, and violence is accepted. And I don't know, it's just a dirtbag country, man. Like, they're just pieces of shit. They're just pieces of shit, man.
Do you find it at all interesting that you want people to assimilate to the United States of America, and then when you lived in Morocco, you're telling me that they just want you to conform? Do you see that as a problematic thought process?
They were just savages, I guess. That's what it comes down to. Is they're just savages, man. They're not like us.
Because what? Because when
because of their religion, not because of their biology.
When a fight breaks out in the United States of America, everybody stands around and starts placing bets. I don't know what's more savage, closing your window or placing bets.
Well, no, dude. Like anytime a guy hits a woman, you see a whole bunch of people rushing to the woman's rescue, right?
That was
not what happened here.
I don't think that's true at all. I think most people want to. Yeah, I think most people avoid those situations.
Nah, man. If a guy was wailing on a woman, like every fight I've seen, people, not white knights. I mean, we call them white knights kind of derogatorily, but people step in because women are weaker, right, physically.
Have you ever watched the show What Would You Do?
No. Sounds interesting.
Quinones, I don't remember what news channel he's on, but they run this show called What Would You Do? And they set up situations like this where a man is treating a woman badly in a restaurant, and they want to know who will react or who will interfere in some way, shape, or form. I would say that the majority of the time the people choose not to interfere. They don't stop it. They don't say anything. So they end up showing a bunch of people that don't, and then they show the people that do. But the people that do tend to be a hell of a lot less than the people that just choose not to get involved. So yeah, I would say you're mistaken about what it's like to live in America.
I don't know. If you saw a woman being hit, like in public, you would step up to stop it, right? I mean, I think we all would. If not, we would all hope that we would, right?
I think we'd all say that. But if the dude stands like 8 inches taller than me and looks like he can fucking bench press me, I probably wouldn't.
Right. But we would hope. Right? We would hope that we would. Our highest ideal, right, would be like, hey, that's not right. Yeah. You can't just, wail on a woman because you're a man, right?
I agree.
So it's not like that in other countries, and that's just one small example.
I don't think you can.
We're civilized. They're savage.
I don't think you can say that. You don't know the minds of people. You don't know what they believe. You don't know what they would do or what they want to do, and they choose not to do. You don't know that. This isn't the minority report, my guy. You don't understand what they're thinking.
Well, maybe.
I think this is just an inherent bigotry in you, that you see somebody else that's not American and you judge them based on the fact that they're not American without even talking to them.
Well, not exactly. So I remember my father worked in the State Department as a diplomat, and we met one of the top Moroccan Air Force officers who had just spent 4 years at the Air Force Academy. And I remember I met this guy. And dude, he seemed like 100% American, no accent, perfect English, was wearing a baseball cap, like this was the mid 90s, so backwards baseball cap, right? Wearing like Nike shoes. Like he was a fucking American because of the way that he thought, the way that he spoke, everything. And so no, I like the difference is stark, man. It's real stark. I don't know.
All right, Kevin Steele, are you here? Kevin, you're on mute. Can you unmute? What? No, I don't want to watch your fucking camera. I don't know who the fuck you are, and I don't know what the hell you're about to show me.
Well, damn, what the hell's your problem, man? Is that what you do is come up here and cuss and say something? I accidentally turned the fucking camera on, you dumbass.
Rich versus Poor. Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
41, born and raised East Tennessee, staunch Republican, but voted for Harris.
Why?
Honestly, didn't believe labor class people needed another downturn.
How could you be a staunch Republican if you believe that?
I come from, I guess you would say, the elitists out of Tennessee, the kind who's led the Republican Party for many, many years.
Okay, so your family voted that way, so you voted that way, and now you've realized that way of voting is wrong.
No, my family typically voted that way, but I voted for Harris. I have a little bit more morality to myself than my family. They're kind of greedy.
That's cool. How do you feel about what America Amen's saying here? Assimilation.
I think he's looking at it's concerning that, Muslims are a prevailing issue to him right now when factually in America, the only epidemic that we have going on is, and I'm just going to be very transparent and straightforward, is rural white Americans and their smug use issues. Throughout their in 2023, over 14 million white Americans reported substance use disorders. We have what we have from epidemics going on that are unaliving in people in that community at extreme rate. There's also all types of other smug use going on. Started seeing these trends growing up after, for the past 46 years after Reagan allowed for the strategic placement of Walmart throughout all rural America and all the wealth structure and sustainable communities that rural and middle America had was sent overseas basically to China. China's GDP is growing fast, while at the same time, white America is going through an epidemic right now because there's no hope in their communities because there's no industry anymore. So I put the blame completely on Republicans for ruining and destroying rural white America and its wealth system, and now we get to see the effects of it.
Thank you a lot, Sammy. Millennial, but cool. No, that's not the only thing I got from it. We all know that America Amen is a disgusting individual. We all know that. I'm trying to stay away from the discussion portions to have an actual conversation and see if I can change his thought process on things because they tend to use terms like assimilation, and that's kind of an important term when you're talking about supremacy situations. So I'd like to dive deep down into their definition of assimilation. Anyway, Amen. Do you agree with him on the rural white drug problem?
I mean, isn't there an opioid epidemic? I've heard.
Yeah.
Mostly affecting white people. This is what happens when you send all of our jobs to overseas JEETs.
Overseas what?
Overseas workers.
What is the term you used?
Well, I don't know. No idea.
That's good enough to boo you. God damn it. What the fuck? What the fuck? I guess he got bored with the conversation and decided to eject himself.
Crash out.
Yeah, that's the way you eject yourself right there.
This is kind of a realization of what has happened, and it all makes sense at one time, and now it's time to crash out.
All right, anybody come up? Anybody want to come up and have a conversation about the conversation I just had and tell me how wrong I was about focusing on assimilation? Millennial.
Hey, host, do you realize that about 3 weeks ago when they really started attacking the Muslim community, right wing media. Basically, what they did was sacrifice another one of their children who support on the right wing side to pew pew violence. As that one guy, that one kid who could have had a full life ahead of him out in California, decided to go to a mosque and use this pew pew. Another white life sacrificed through BS rhetoric coming from the right. I feel it's sad what they're doing to their side and their community. I don't understand why people are allowing, radicals to, lead their children into, I used to think white lives had value and importance, but clearly it doesn't. I mean, if you look at, it's the same thing with Chud the Builder. He's down there, he's showing in the 50s and 60s, white people used to say, you know what? Don't mess with them. They don't have any value. Why would you sacrifice your life for something like that? Now it's the opposite. Folks are going out there and risking their lives over these other minority groups every day, putting their face on TV, doing racist shit. The shit is comical. Like, when all this passes, people won't remember you. These folks are insane.
What is your ethnicity, sir?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I'm Black American.
So why are you so worried about white folks?
Because I feel like it's what I've seen is a travesty being done to any community, right? Their community specifically. Wealthy white individuals have come through and influenced mostly poor and white rural people out of their own interests. And I just think it's just terrible when you have people who are, putting downtrodden states on other people. It's just sad what's going on in America right now.
It's an interesting viewpoint. Patty Lane, how you doing?
Doing all right. I'm hoping Djokovic loses, I'm not going to lie, but doing all right. How are you doing?
I'm good. I don't know who Djokovic is.
Novak Djokovic.
I still don't know who that is. But you can tell me.
I don't know who Richard Marks is.
Djokovic sounds like a basketball player, not going to lie.
He is a tennis player.
Oh, Andy Djokovic? Wait, is that his name?
French Open. Novak
Are you
Djokovic.
deep? Is
Novak
this deep?
Djokovic, that's right.
No, it's not deep. Can I get your age and who you voted for?
I am 28. Last time I voted was actually 2016. That was for Trump.
Why didn't you vote in the last two?
Because both parties are demonic.
Demonic. All right, Army vet. He's muted. Uneducated opinion. Are you there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Can I get your age and who you voted for, Army?
55 Trump. Hey,
right,
I just got one question for you guys before I pop smoke out of your live.
Before you what?
Before I pop smoke. Pop smoke out of
They
your
are
live.
crazy. I told y'all they're crazy.
It's a military term.
Uneducated.
Well, we're not all military, so we wouldn't know.
Uneducated. Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Like, bro, I work at Walmart, dude.
39 Donald Trump.
39 Donald Trump. All right. I guess outnumbered still. Did you drag over some conservatives, Penny? Do I blame you for this?
No, I was just invited up here. I figured I'd accept.
Oh, cool.
Who is Richard Marks?
He's a
He
singer.
looks like a mixture of Rob Lowe in St. Elmo's Fire and
Adam Sandler from The Wedding Singer.
Like the epitome of every dude in the 80s.
yeah,
Yeah, he was an 80s
some
singer.
St.
Pretty
Elmo's Fire.
He was an 80s singer. Pretty popular.
Hey, Rich, I had a question for you because you were actually talking about Muslims and you used the terminology racist. So how is anti-Muslim racist?
I think anti any group or religion or nationality or color comes across as racist or bigoted, right? Especially if you're not a part of that culture. If you're born in that, culture, you wouldn't say I'm anti myself, would you? Most of the time.
Well, that's not racially fueled, right? So it wouldn't be racist. And it'd be more educated, right? So you sit there and you have a thought process of someone being anti. Do you know anything about the Quran or Muhammad?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what do you mean? What is your what are you trying?
Your terminology was incorrect. right? Because
my terminology was correct or incorrect.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you believe that, well, you're welcome to your viewpoints.
And it's actually an educated thing, right? So for anybody to say,
How can I take that from an uneducated
anti-Muslim
person?
What do you know about the Quran? What do you know about Muhammad?
Probably nothing.
So you really want me to go into like this religious discussion with you right now and stating the fact that a white young man who could have gone off and been a successful businessman who could have had a family and children was radicalized to go out there and pew a mosque? Is that what the fuck you want to talk about?
Muslims are literally enslaving people. 98.7% of nations are affected by Islamic T word.
It's really concerning to me why you all have so much interest in Muslims or Islamic, and the fact is that
I'm going to tell you.
Slow down. Uneducated.
I'm a child.
Uneducated. Shut up.
I didn't interrupt you. So it's just interesting to me that you have so much effort and so much voice for another group, while at the same time, the only epidemic that America faces is your demographic and the smug use that's increasing your population on a daily basis.
So
I would much
substance
rather
abuse
figure
is the
out how
only
we should be
epidemic.
able to talk and improve the community here in America of demographics who are here first and improve their condition.
Rich.
Oh, sorry, host.
If you don't want people to talk over you, you're gonna have to shorten your statements, please.
Okay.
Right. And I just want to go one at a time here. So just allow somebody to finish their statement, and then you can respond.
Also, tap the live. Send your daily orange heart me to the host and repost the live. That is free.
Can I ask Rich a question?
Yeah, you guys can go ahead. Just one person at a time, please.
Rich, are you saying the biggest epidemic in America right now is white person substance abuse? Who taught you that?
In 2023, approximately 30.4 million white Americans have reported substance use disorders. It's the largest epidemic that we face.
Is that per capita?
Is there some sort of source you can give me?
That's the actual number, 30.4 million white Americans.
And
why is everything
What percentage of the population is white?
Per capita.
Well, what percentage of the population is white?
How is that dividing our nation?
So
it's racism that's dividing our nation, not substance abuse.
I said it was an epidemic. You're the one who's saying dividing a nation.
So how is substance abuse ruining this country?
And because families right now are being broken up every day. These people aren't becoming productive citizens in society. Some of them are leaning over in the streets of America with their backs broken to the side, and they're stealing and robbing from people. The criminal justice system. You asked me a question, so let me land my plane. The criminal justice system doesn't know what to do with these people. So I mean, it's a crisis, sir.
Okay.
I happen to agree with that, but I'm interested in why you think it's only white Americans.
Penny, you're not going to do that mod power narcissism.
I'm not a mod. I just had a question.
I actually did it because you were interrupting him. That's why I was doing it. And then Penny, go ahead.
Oh, was he muted or something?
I did mute him.
Can I at least respond to him since I asked?
Sure.
So you would say substance abuse is separate from committing a crime such as burglary and things of that nature, right?
Isn't that what the law says, right? It depends. If you get caught with substances, it's illegal. But like if you're using it in your private place and you don't get caught, then no, I guess it's not illegal then, is it? But it is illegal, but you don't get caught.
So if I'm an addict, right, because I am an ex-addict, if I don't go out robbing, committing crimes, and I'm just abusing myself with this smugs, that's completely separate than me going out and committing crimes, correct?
I think that America understands how the order of operation between illicit
I'm not asking about America. I'm just asking your opinion.
Right? Can you let him finish his
I mean,
statement?
you're asking me how our system works. Whatever is how the system. You don't have to ask me those questions. Just say how our system operates. You can just clarify how it operates. You don't have to ask me questions.
An addict is an addict. A thief is a thief. A schmurderer is a schmurderer. Right?
Can one be a
You
contributing
can be an
factor?
addict and a thief because you're trying to fuel that addiction, but not all addicts are thieves.
Okay, I don't know. I don't think he said they were.
Murderers.
I don't.
Most
I don't-
addicts
wait,
are in the
hold on.
gutter.
Stop.
Why are you angry?
Because you're a fucking asshole and you're talking over everybody.
Why am I an?
I just told you
May
why
you
you're an asshole.
repent.
I just told you you're an asshole because you're talking
Christ
over
loves
everybody.
you, man. I forgive you, but please don't treat me that way.
Okay, go eat a bag of dicks.
Now throw a Jesus in it. Ridiculous.
Because you guys supporting Islam, apparently, and now
I'm not supporting anything. I'm just telling you that you're being a dick for talking over everybody.
I think you're being emotional.
I'm confused.
I'm confused too, Penny. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really confused.
Confused by what? Yeah, I don't even know what the hell this
I'm just
discussion is. What is the
asking,
what is
like-
the point you're trying to make? Asshole.
I'm asking, what is Rich's point he's trying to make? How is white substance abuse ruining this nation?
Well, he gave you a
That's a great question. I can repeat it again. I don't know if you heard me
no,
the
please
first
don't.
time.
Please
With a
don't.
2023
Please don't.
statistic,
Please don't.
what
Shut
year are
up.
we in again?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you guys can have a nice day.
Yeah, go away.
You're not going to talk to me that way.
Yeah,
May
go
you
away.
find peace for your
Eat
soul.
a bag of dicks, sir.
You need to
Go
find
away.
peace.
Go away.
Go repent.
Why just white substance abuse? Isn't substance abuse just an issue? Like, why does it have to be a racial thing?
It's not a racial thing. I specifically talked about the largest demographic here in America who actually has use disorder at the largest amount of people using. That's all clearly said. I don't know why people think when someone says something is based on race. I just specifically said which demographic is having the largest epidemic in smug use. That's it.
I'm just interested in because I think that I don't really like race debates, but don't white
Thank you, T-Rex.
people make up the majority of the country?
Exactly.
So wouldn't it be safe to say that if there is a rug epidemic in this country, that the people if they're the most people of a certain race, that's probably going to be all relative to that?
I think people think that when I mention these things that I'm trying to hurt or harm anyone. I'm actually just trying to improve the condition of America because this is just something that's never really talked about. We can talk about every Islam's like Muslims that don't cause any issues here in this country. We can talk about brown people, Mexican folks all day long, but I never hear the largest demographic and the largest epidemic talked about, which is white Americans and smug use, which is freaking weird to me.
Let me ask you a question. What is the percentage, right? So what percentage of white people have this substance abuse and what
17.8.
black people? Okay, and what's the percentage of black people comparatively?
I don't know. It was like 9 or 8 or something like that.
Well, what is it, right? So I mean, if you're going to have statistics
It was
on an
less.
epidemic,
It was less.
and you say that you don't have a racial motivation.
It's not a racial motivation.
We only know one statistic, right? So
No, I just don't have all the information in front of me, but I've been through all the statistics.
How many
and I'm telling you.
How many white people did you say were affected by substance abuse disorders?
This said approximately 2023, approximately 30.4 million white Americans aged 12 and older experienced a past year substance use disorder. Within the demographic, about 16.4 million, 9.6% had a smug use disorder, and 18.7 million had an alcohol use disorder as well.
What did it say?
That's awful. What's your solution for that?
Wait, hold on. Did it say white people there at all?
Sorry.
Did it say white?
Yeah, it's white Americans.
That's what it says. It specifically says white.
White Americans.
Okay, so as of 2024, only 16.8% of the population, or 48 million people, had a past year substance abuse disorder. So you're talking about a difference of 14 million people. So you're saying that white people represented about 80% of the people that had SUDs?
Let me see.
48.4 million people in 2024, according to samhsa.gov.
Excuse me.
Well, can
Bless you.
Let me get back my data.
John Stamos. It looks like a mixture of Rob.
Can you mute if you're gonna fucking sneeze like that? What the fuck?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was sneezing.
He looks like a mixture of Rob Lowe and St. Elmo's Fire and John Stamos.
That's hilarious.
Frugal.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, you didn't know I was up here, did you?
If a tree falls in the forest.
That was actually funny. We both said it at the same time.
I don't.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Maybe maybe it's like a slow Sunday for me. I'm a little confused on what the overall, like, we're talking statistics and rates. I'm just trying to find, like, can we hop, skip, and jump over to, like, what the
point is? I'd love to.
Like I'm not, like, I don't know what's going on right now. I'm still trying to figure out where we're going with this. That's all I'm trying to figure out. Not in a negative way. Like, I'm legit.
All right, here. Okay, well, if you'd have just waited around and listened, it'd be fine. If you were here earlier, it'd be fine too. When he came up on the panel, he said that he was raised in a Republican household, that he voted for Harris. So I asked him why, and he said that white people are having a drug problem. Something to that effect.
Okay.
That's where it started. To solve that?
Harris created it.
What?
Lord have mercy.
Is Harris
Sunday, y'all? I'm buckling up.
Is Harris stealing drugs out on a street corner somewhere? How did Harris
Judge not
create
lest she be judge. Judge not lest she be judge. Because she is a friggin' demon rat. That's why.
Hey, have you ever tried a bag of dicks, Janie?
You know what? You're foul, and may God help you.
Boy, that's twice somebody's paid for
everything.
You know what's funny to me, Mojo, is that like they'll sit there. I just want to mention this on a Holy Sunday, by the way, of all days. How people will come up, do this like Jesus thing, and then at the same simultaneous sentence, sit there and call Democrats demon rats. I don't know. It's pretty crazy. Love thy neighbor, I guess, is like right out the window. I don't know.
Any Hoosers. I'm not 100% sure what the point is, but there is a rug epidemic in this country. I'm curious, Rich, though, how you think that Kamala Harris was going to cure that.
So now, one thing I can say is that one thing I observed underneath the Obama administration that happened was we started having a METH epidemic, specifically where I'm from in eastern Tennessee, all throughout middle Tennessee. White County was one of the largest producers of the METH that was actually exceeding and growing and being sold throughout America. You can look up this information. Throughout the years of the Barack Obama administration, there was a huge crackdown, and it actually reduced that population's use and selling of the products. So I applaud Barack Obama for really working to reduce the METH epidemic that was happening during that time frame. I congratulate the Democrats for doing so and putting forth lots of efforts to achieve shutting down a lot of those middle rural American production houses of such and saving the children in those environments. And now if you look at the numbers of the METH being used and being produced across America to this day, it's still a lot less than when it ever was. It was crazy. And so I was hoping that we'd get a person and party who or in power again, or leadership that would come in and pay an effort and a focus on the epidemic that is happening in America, which is the smug use problem going across our country from every single rural city to every single major city, instead of pointing the finger at people coming over here, trying to find lives for themselves, try to develop in this society, becoming hardworking, productive citizens. I just think the focus is all.
Okay.
Oh, my bad.
You got to be more concise.
I agree with you, which is why I think it's a good thing that Donald Trump secured our southern border, where a lot of the F-rug was coming through. I'm sure you would agree with that, right?
It's actually a farce of what you're believing. The numbers, just like his first term, you know, he was going to be strong on the border. He was going to build a wall. We didn't get the walls not complete.
Okay,
Secondly, his deportation numbers were less.
Don't. There's a simple answer to this. The simple answer is that the F that was coming across the border was being brought by American citizens, white people, as a matter of fact. So
yeah, they were being recruited by Mexican cartels, were they not?
Yeah, but they're going through checkpoints. So closing down the border doesn't do anything.
Actually, it does.
It doesn't.
It does a lot of things. Just because they were mules, Mojo.
Thank you,
that's
Luna.
crazy. Just
They were
because
going
they're
through
mules,
checkpoints, and they're still
No
going
one-
through
doesn't have to be
checkpoints.
a race
Mojo,
thing.
I didn't say that immigrants were bringing it through the border. I said
Yeah, but you
securing
said
the
that-
border has alleviated a lot of the F coming through the border. They also, I
That's
think
incorrect. Wait, that's just wrong. That's just wrong because it
It's
was
not
coming
wrong.
through it was coming through the checkpoints before, and it's still coming through the checkpoints now.
I wish they would
Securing
crack down on the northern border as well, if I'm being honest.
Wait, how do you not hear what I just said? You don't
I
want to
heard what
respond
you
to what I
said.
just said?
I wasn't finished speaking though.
You were. You fucking
No,
stopped,
I
and I
wasn't.
responded.
They also boomed a tunnel in San Diego, I believe.
What
that
the
they were
fuck?
moving. Was it San Diego that
Here's my question for you, Mojo, right? So you think that you have this data. So why, since that Donald Trump secured the borders, that ODs have decreased exponentially in the country?
They haven't.
Specifically around the F drug.
They haven't.
You're going to stand 10 toes on it?
Yeah, ODs have been decreasing ever since they made Narcan legal for over the counter.
Yeah, and I'm going to be very clear. I'm looking at the statistics here. Granted, the numbers have gone up every fiscal year. Biden had 549,000 pounds of D-rug seizures. Now, granted, that's not all necessarily the F D-rug, but it says 549 for fiscal year 2023. Fiscal year, for anybody who's aware, is October to September. 573 for fiscal year 2024. And then 583K, which it has gone up under Donald Trump, but it's important to note for fiscal year 2025 that includes October, November, and December of the previous administration. So if you get rid of that from January to September, it's fiscal year 2025, it's only about 467,000 pounds. So it's been relatively the same, nothing incredibly large. There was a recent bust or something that soared the numbers in April, from March to April of fiscal year 2026. That it went from like 64,000 pounds to 184,000. So there must have been like some kind of a really big bust or something that happened in 26. I'm not sure, but there's a weird anomaly in that. But generally speaking, it's been roughly the same. It doesn't seem like it's been astronomically changed.
Well, during Trump's first term, that's when the actual, we had an upward scale in the bell curve, in the actual bell curve, in terms of increasing. It reached this actual peak in terms of the F to nearly about 110,000 in 2022, but what the Biden administration implemented in terms of the Narcan, all the different measurements that he put across organizations to educate people who are actually using as well, the fatal overdoses plummeted by approximately 20%, 27% in 2024 to around 80,000. This was a historic downward trend, and it continued into 2025, reaching its lowest level since 2019. So therefore, when you don't have leadership paying attention to these type of things that are increasing and measuring here in the United States, you can imagine how stuff gets out of control, just like, the anti-vax, anti-mask type of movement, and how that led to upward trends for unaliving of Americans who just want to live life.
Oh, here's an interesting one. I'll land my plane here. This is an interesting point, real quick. That was poundage. If you actually look at the events, because you can have one event that there's like a big seizure, right? It says 53,000 in 23, 58,000 in 24, but under fiscal year 25, only 54,000. And right now in 2026, it's 35,000. So when we're looking at events, there's really like a decline. So that's actually kind of an interesting note I just wanted to mention on that end. This is from, by the way, if you wonder where I'm getting it, cbd.gov or cbp.
CBD? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you're good.
Rich, but you actually haven't answered my question yet, which was, what do you think that Kamala Harris would have done to solve the epidemic that that swayed your vote so much?
What would she have done? This what?
Yeah, like what would
I'm confused.
if
I
this
think
was
you
such-
got it. I think you got it confused of why I'm no longer vote Republican.
You said that was a huge reason of why you voted for Harris was the epidemic in this country, and I'm just wondering what she would have done
Wait,
to
hold
cure
on.
this epidemic.
Hold on. How about free healthcare?
There's no such thing as free healthcare.
Free to the person that's getting it. Yes, free healthcare.
And yeah, who's paying for it?
The taxpayers.
Their tax dollars.
Everybody's tax dollars. So,
Everyone's tax dollars, right? So it's not
Democrats want to move toward a more socialized healthcare system, and that is going to open up access to treatment facilities and mental health facilities. So what would Dems do? That's what they would do.
Rich, you mentioned East Tennessee a minute ago, though. Are you from East Tennessee?
Oh yeah, grew up with the descendants of the Well, I can't say descendants, but part of the Haslam family, I guess you could say.
Okay, Knox Vegas or Chattown?
Both. We have commercial real estate buildings in Chattanooga, Knoxville. We have a couple nice little facilities out there as well.
Okay, yeah, I'm a Chat dude.
Okay, nice. I like Chattanooga. So, Penny, I think the reason you didn't hear my initial thing when I came into the panel, I said the reason I didn't no longer voting for Republicans because I think the greed is out of order, right? It's too much. Because he asked me, I told the host I don't think labor class, working class people need another downturn. And factually, that's what our staunch Republicans, wealthy Republicans love. The more impoverished you become, the more power I have over you. So it's kind of comical. That's why I find it funny because you missed the beginning.
Don't y'all say a lot of Republicans come from like the trailer parks, and you'll call us like these ignorant people? Yeah. I mean,
No.
How do you reconcile that?
Those aren't Republicans.
Oh, what are those? MAGAs.
Those are products of us wealthy individuals' influence, right? For example, when I grew up in East Tennessee, at our local bistros, we would have MAGA or poor rural white people come there, and they felt like they were part of the party, but they never came to the Four Seasons with us, where we'd actually be discussing about what new developments would be going downtown as Chattanooga or Knoxville or things of that nature, right? That they're, I guess you would say, a product of our social construction, right? And factually it exists, and I can prove it to you because Donald Trump, when it came to TCJA and his tax plan, basically when he reduced my federal income tax rate from 39.6 to 37%, many people are like, oh, that's not much, 2.6 points, right? But 2.6 points for a person who does $4 million a year equates to about $93,000, which is more of a Porsche 911, not the S Turbo, that Donald Trump has literally saved me every year since 2018. So that's why it's comical that, I know how the Republican Party actually works, and rural poor white people don't understand it. And he reduced my corporate tax rate from 35 to 21%. So if you equate yourself to being like Bill Gates, who may do $50 billion this year, he got $1.3 billion back that he didn't have to factually pay back, which most common or class Americans are like,
all right, man,
losing their benefits.
All right.
You keep talking. Did I hear you correctly? Did you say you have net income of over $800,000 a year?
Oh yeah, that's $751,600 a year for. I've been above that for the past 8 years, 9 years.
Y'all are gifting this guy on this panel, and he has over. So y'all really advocate for the rich getting richer. Look at how your socialist people work in this party here. That's wild.
Well, I don't think they knew I was wealthy.
What's that?
I don't think they knew I was wealthy.
Wow. And so are you so again, you did better by Trump's TCJA, and did I hear you correctly that you were happy or you weren't happy with, I guess you went from 38, because I mean the only person that's paying 38, you're gonna have to be over that 800,000. And so congratulations, by the way. So obviously you took it down and your tax burden was less. You didn't like that?
Well, I have the philosophy, like Bill Gates said in his 2017 interview. If the people or the commoner class, I hate saying commoner class, but working class people, if the people want me to pay more in taxes, I'll pay. But if the people decide that don't want to tax me more, I'll take that as well.
So again, if I'm correct though, you take that 800, and if you cut that in half, right, that would take you to 4. So you're really taking that down to like 500 and what, like 70 somewhere around there. Like if you're at 30.
Sir, I did 4 million this year. I don't have a progressive tax scale like you do. So my tax scale stops at $751,000 for this year, $751,600. Anything above that, I'm still at 37%. What I find comical is that, which most labor class and rural class people don't even understand the tax plan, is that they are underneath a progressive scale. This is how I know that wealthy people are going to keep dominating poor people, because it's going to take so long before they're even educated. That's why Trump won so much. That's why he's winning for the elites right now. This is why you're being subjugated right now.
What do you do? I want to know. Hold on. What do you do to make $4 million a year? Hold on. We'll stop. What do you do?
So are you asking about my portfolio?
Oh, so wait. So are you an investor, or like what do you do for a living?
So in view of a portfolio, I have I guess you would say a corporation that employs, a few hundred people. I also have a couple of restaurants. About the total, I'm probably about to hit in the next year, I think I'm going to be attaining my 10th restaurant, and I also have a commercial mid-rise building. But I'm like Trump too. I'm a Nepo baby. So I'm like a Nepo baby.
How much debt do you have? How much debt do you have?
Why do you want to know my debt?
Yeah, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Because he's lying over here. Because if he has all this debt, I don't believe for a second he's making $4 million a year.
Well, you're welcome to believe what you want, but you can ask me business questions.
Is that your net or gross?
You can ask me business questions if you like.
Net or gross?
It's probably sales in a year. I give him that.
You all tell me.
I mean, you tell us.
Rich, I may have misheard you, but did you say that you were connected to the Haslam family?
Oh yeah, I grew up with a large portion of the family. In Knoxville, my family's home's in Fox's Den.
Okay, so I'm guessing you do business with the Haslam family. Is it like the same industry that they're in?
Well, they were part. I guess you would say what I can say is that we did business dealings with them in terms of some of the portfolios that I've described in this discussion.
With like commercial real estate?
Yeah.
Okay.
How many people do you employ, you said?
Certain private equity groups. As you know, when you kind of meet at the top, you get involved in different private equity groups.
Yeah. Looks like Penny and I both asked you a question. You just kind of go over that.
What were you asking?
I said, how many people do you employ?
Total around 400.
So you employ around 400 people. So if you do it on a corporation, how many people within your network have the same thought process as you?
What, being transparent with people of how the actual American order of operation and social order system is operating?
No, being okay if you have to pay more taxes.
Well, there's two types of people that I've met along my journey so far, especially ones of wealth. There's ones who have extreme greed, and then there's some who have more of a humanitarian type of positioning to themselves. Right now, America's elected the greedy motherfucker. That's why he kept giving us more. This shit's crazy and taking it from working class people.
So he's greedy,
hold on.
But let's ask about the greed of the Democrat ideology, right? Of the overtaxation of the rich. And you can see
overtaxation.
Clear as day is
funny.
California, that they've lost $91.3 billion in taxable revenue because of their democratic laws that they put over to tax the rich.
Overtaxation.
So you're okay if we do that federally to start pushing out corporations out of the U.S. and going overseas to save money? Because we already see the playbook failing. and you still stand behind it. Just curious on why.
Oh, you're still talking to me? I'm sorry, I heard somebody else interject in there.
Yeah, he just said overtaxation of the rich. I just thought that was a funny statement, so I apologize.
I think the middle class in America was kind of formed when the rich were getting taxed the most, wasn't it? Wasn't it like Roosevelt or Truman or something like that? They had a 90% tax rate, and then there was like a 55% marginal tax rate for the wealthy, which actually stimulated the working class and home building, and in America. That's what I learned in history books, but I don't know. You all tell me.
I just think it's super wild because you're a walking contradiction, knowing that you're a Democrat, knowing that the tariffs could have been an external taxation to be able to get rid of the middle class and the lower class of actually paying taxes.
So you think it's bad?
Advocate for more
you
taxes.
think it's bad? You think it's bad for a rich person to want to help out the society that allowed him to be rich? You think that's bad?
I understand that we're a free country, and I understand that they're going to go seek profits, and if we continue to push them out, they're just going to go overseas, which is going to cripple our economy.
Dude, that's the fear right there. That's complete fear because it is because
we're seeing it in democratic states.
Hold on, sir. That's also lies and fear. They didn't invest in these commercial buildings, billions of dollars to walk away from them. No one's going to do that. I don't know what the heck you heard and what you're listening to, but these large-scale high-rise buildings that are going up, like of Amazon's or of Microsoft and all these big companies, they don't make these investments to just walk away from it. You have to get those lies out of your mind and stop listening to what you're listening to.
So you're in Tennessee. So why do you think there's 180,000 relocations?
I'm not in Tennessee. I'm in Bellevue, Washington. I'm not in Tennessee. I just want to correct you.
So I'm from Washington State. So you understand Starbucks Corporation. So why is there over 200,000 jobs over six figures being relocated to Tennessee from Starbucks?
So
they're not going to abandon it.
You're believing the hype again. So Starbucks is open another headquarters in the Nashville area, right? They're just going to start growing out in that divisional area of the South as well. The jobs still are here in Seattle. The money's still here. The money's still in new innovation development. Our interstates are changing over every freaking year, while in Tennessee, in East Tennessee, where I'm from, where one of the Haslam families made billions of dollars up and down I-40 going through Knoxville, the shit's still not fixed. And last time I went home, I was like, what the fuck? I'm sitting in traffic in this rural country fucking city, and it doesn't make any sense.
Aww.
Thank you. Oh, it's so cute.
I guess you would also ignore the fact that T-Mobile also transitioned a lot of their workforce to Kansas City, right?
Are you aware that this area of innovation, specifically, like you said, you're from Washington State, the housing market would happen? So the people here, when you're talking about they're moving to other places, is because they came here and they purchased a home for $500,000 just 7 to 8 years ago, and they resold that home for $1.2 to $4 million. And now they're going back to the South with over $800,000 in equity, buying a home in cash, and now becoming a capitalist in your system because the Democratic-run state paid them money to be capitalists. Your society is failing to pay people proper wages, and that's why they're getting dominated by these Democratic people who are going to come to the area, who are buying up everything, and I'm going to own everything, and you're going to work for them.
Say it fucking louder. I don't think they heard you.
No, I heard you, and I think it's a great take on it, right? But then you're still ignoring that Washington State is one of the biggest negative migrations, and not every single person was able to make that.
So the greater Seattle area has an average growth of 66,000 plus people per year. Hasn't changed.
So not a net negative? What do you know?
Yes, it's a mass exodus out of Washington State.
No.
He is listening to fake news that's keeping him subjugated. You're not listening, sir. You're being subjugated by people who want to keep you from going to get wealth. And I understand why. They don't want to lose your labor.
You assume that I'm also one of these poor MAGA when your ridiculous ideology of what you think the rule MAGA is.
Well, you're completely telling me lies and false talking points.
Remember that you're a redneck that came to my state.
You're completely telling me lies and false talking points.
There's no
Okay,
false talking
wait,
points.
hold on. I want to give you some numbers here. So, 2020 in Washington, they gained 80,000 people. In 2021, they gained 40,000 people. 2022, they gained 42. 23, they gained 51. 24, they gained 89. 25, they gained 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. You're going to shut up. You're going to shut up. You're still going to shut up. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my God. In 25, they gained 73,000 people. And in 26, they gained 73,000 people so far. So I'm sorry. There is no net negative coming from Washington. You were an idiot.
So again, look north of 100,000 and look at the statistics of the migrants that are coming into Washington State. Same thing with
You said they had a net negative population.
Oh, whoa. Didn't you just get your panties in a twist for interrupting me? So anyway, because...
Wait, hold on. You realize this is my panel. You realize this is my panel, right? There, child. You realize this is my panel.
Congratulations. Right? So again, these migrants are coming.
I was going to say, I'm looking at some of these statistics, and it doesn't look anything like Washington's even in the top 5. It looks like California is like
I'm sorry. You're just lying. He said you're buying into the fucking hype, and he's correct.
I'm so lost. I'm confused.
It's not confusing when you look at them.
I know, because all you have to do is lie if you're a MAGA.
You're being surface level. It's not lies.
They are lies. You are flat out lying right now.
All these other Democratic, it's not lying.
You are lying.
How many of the people that are migrating into Washington?
You tell me. You tell me.
Because it's negative 5,000 people north of 100,000.
Prove that.
Mojo, are we doing this thing at 5 o'clock?
Yeah, as far as I know, I've been looking for non-fawn and civics, and I haven't seen them come in yet. So, yeah, I'll clear the panel, by the way, as soon as I get here. So, yes, speaking of which, can everybody tap the screen, share the live out, do the heart me if you haven't done so yet. Help me with my gift goal, which is little capybaras. Gift the panel as you feel necessary. And I will let you know that I do have a couple people coming in. We're going to be talking about capitalism versus socialism. We'll probably have a debate for a short period of time, and then possibly have some people up on the panel after that. So if you guys want to stick around for that, that's great. As soon as they show up, I will probably clear the panel for that, just so y'all know.
Who are they?
Well, Non-Fawn is a gentleman or a kid that we met on YouTube when we did our debate over there, Civics and I, and it'll be Civics and Palette, and then me as well. And he might be bringing somebody else, I'm not sure.
So it's what, you and Civics versus those two?
Me, Civics Palette versus Non-Fawn. If it's just Non-Fawn and he wants some help, or he wants somebody else up here, I would certainly ask another capitalist to come up and
I nominate Frugal.
I nominate Rich. Oh, shit.
Anyway, I just want to let you guys know that. So we were just waiting on these people to come in. And I announced this at the beginning too, as well as a couple other times. So I apologize if you didn't know, but that's what we're doing.
Oh, sorry. I was too busy looking at John Stamos.
It's Richard Marx. Leave him alone.
I would
and
love
Rob
to
Lowe.
Talk about
I would
what?
love to talk to Rich at length about how I believe that the Haslam family has absolutely fucked the state of Tennessee. But
oh wow. Yeah. Well, he's not a member of the Haslam family. He just said he knows them, right?
Oh yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah. He's just saying that he has
literally I-40 going up and through Knoxville has been a 60-year project while the Haslam family became billionaires off that interstate system. The shit is comical. When I tell you this few staunch Republican families that I've met along the way who run Tennessee from back in the day, it was Fred Smith from FedEx, Averitt Express out of Cookeville, Tennessee. All the leaders and all the ones at the top, I'm not saying there's collusion going on at setting the wage rates for the laborer, because, you know, I look at the South as more of a domestic manufacturing area, because when products come into America, we have to keep certain areas low in terms of wages to keep the wages low for the rest of the United States. And that's what I truly believe is why the southern region part of the United States of America has kept the wages low like that. But they're lying to those people there to keep them there, to keep them from going and getting more in their life and having more liberation through financial means.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry, guys. I forgot during my commercial announcement. We do have a mod that comes around to a lot of these lives. She hangs out in the chat. She's been helping out a lot of the lives for a long time, modding the chat, helping mod the panels as well. Viper Vicky, we all love having her around. She's going through some healthcare issues right now, and because our healthcare system in this country sucks, it costs a lot of money. And so we have started, or she has had a GoFundMe started for her, and she's got that linked in her bio. If anybody can give a few bucks, that would be awesome, because we'd like to keep her around as long as we possibly can. Thank you all.
Yeah, Rich isn't off base at all. There's a lot of like power and nepotism in the state of Tennessee, like even at the municipal level. Like Chattanooga's got the Womps, and I'm sure Rich is familiar with who the Womps are. But it's a very nepotic state. And don't get me wrong, though, Bill Lee's no better than fucking Bill Haslam was. But
is that a word? Nepotic?
We're talking.
I'm going to assume that you guys...
2023 to 2024, Seattle alone had 64,000 international migrants moved to the city, while 11,000 domestic people migrated out. So again, your total net
you're talking about one city. You're talking about one city. I'm talking about the entire
Just to talk
state.
about the one city, it's very specific. Right?
Yeah, generally immigrants do move to cities. They don't move to rural areas, and Washington is largely a rural state. So the numbers, the 8 million people that live in Washington, are not going to be affected by those tens of thousands of people that you're talking about in the city very much. I'm sorry. I was talking, right? Yeah, so 16, whatever it is, doesn't really matter. It's not much compared to the 8 million people that actually live there. And the change over time, too, is quite a bit larger than that. So either way, the state is gaining people.
So do you guys just ignore the negative?
No, you just lied. You just flat out lied. You did.
No, I didn't.
And Mojo, nepotic is a word. How dare you gaslight me?
What does it mean?
It's the adverb form of like nepotism, or the adjective form.
No, that can't be right, can it?
That's a yes.
Yeah. I actually just asked. I didn't know.
Because you may like, I had to look that shit up because I was like, am I crazy? And no, I'm not.
I thought about looking it up too, but instead I thought I'd ask. I've never heard somebody use that version of the word before, but you are correct. So cool. Good job. Your lexicon, my lexicon has been increased by one word today.
What's a lexicon? I'm kidding. And some other more interesting news. Still no deal. Anyways, yeah, no, there's no proof there's negative net migration. I even looked at trying to see, okay, if he's talking about like immigrants like from other countries, there's actually been an increase in Washington, not a decrease. So I said I haven't seen anything bear out in it, and if you have any statistics or something to prove elsewise, more than welcome to bring it in. Otherwise, we can just move on. So.
Rich, I just want to...
If I spoke on net negative, I can concede to that. But it's the domestic people that I'm highlighting.
Even domestic.
That's a negative. And the only reason that there's an offset is because of the migrants that the sanctuary state's allowing inside Washington.
That's wrong. I've already looked it up. If you go look, even if the
I just looked at it. In 2024 and 2025, 8,000 domestic people migrated out of Washington, while 46,000 for the entire state migrated in.
What source are you using? Is it Google AI? Not that it's wrong. Listen, I use AI. I'm not trying to.
No, you're good. Axios. No, it's sources, but I do pull it up. It's Axios.
Let me see. Axios migration, Washington State. I'll look it up.
I think it's pronounced Guagua.
This one. Okay, wait, brother. I looked this up. Listen, I don't know how you do this. I looked up Axios Migration, Washington State, December 22nd, 2025. Literally says Washington among top states for movers, more inbound than outbound.
That is the exact opposite of what you said.
No, because of migrants.
No, look, I said migrate. Hold on. When you say migrants, are you talking about immigrants? Like immigrants from another country?
Correct. International immigrants.
Where? Okay. First of all, at least the article I'm looking at mentions nothing about migrants. And even if I did, even if it were, yes, migrants are moving there. But that doesn't mean, it says right here, among 6,315 services provided, 59% entered the state and 43% left the state. I don't know where you're saying, I don't know where you're seeing a majority of that as being immigrants that actually moved to that particular
Do
state.
I need to come to your house and teach you how to work a computer? Like
I'm know. Looking. Okay. Oh,
you said you got it.
To Google. Do you? Yeah.
You said you got it from an Axios article. He just pulled up the Axios article and
he's
said
having
it's not.
a hard time reading the Axios source. Again, if you go look at the first page, there's a mouse with a button that you click.
What are you laughing at?
I'm gonna be transparent with you all. I was just like him when I was young. I promise. I was just like him. When I grew up in the South, they always said, "Don't move to a Democrat type of state. When you go there, the cost of living is a lot higher, and you're not, you're just going to be poor. And you're just going to be working to live." Man, that is the complete opposite. I left the South, and I started my career before I became a business owner and started doing well because can't really just start at. My dad wasn't like, he was like, you got to get out there and do some shit, right? So I started in business, and I remember that when I first signed on in Tennessee, I only had 2 weeks of vacation. That was like the norm at most jobs. When I first moved out to a Democratic-run state, they were like, you got 33 days off in the first year. I said, damn. I felt like I was free. I had freedom.
Freedom.
And then after that, they were like, and here's your pay. And then my pay was damn near double as much as it was in the South. And I realized, I was like, wow, how can I do this to where I can really capitalize on this? So I said, you know what?
Sorry.
Oh my God, do you know what I just realized? Oh my God. Hang on, do you know what I just realized? Freedom. They want freedom, but they hate anything free because they're fucking dumb.
It's funny that you speak so highly of Washington
laughing
State.
at that is just giving a courtesy laugh. Don't do that.
Rich.
That was the dumbest.
They're getting sued.
Damn,
$3.3 billion out of the pension.
Fuck.
And so
again, you think this is my first time that I've ever voted Republican. I've voted Democrat my entire life. And
I'm the opposite of you. I was Republican my entire life. I grew up
in the same thing. Growing up in Washington State, I thought the South was nothing but a bunch of dumb rednecks, which is so far from the truth. Some of the most intelligent people are the Southern people that I have met, Republicans.
9 out of every 10 Republican-run states are the poorest in America, sir.
Yeah. Okay. And the 8 of the top 10 Democrat states have the biggest deficit. What's your point? Because they don't have an overtaxation of their people, so you want to sit there and look at the GDP and the taxable income, because these southern states are actually affordable for the common person.
But they're quickly not becoming affordable. That's another issue, specifically with East Tennessee. Like for a lot of the counties in East Tennessee,
stronghold.
East Tennessee is not a Democrat stronghold at all.
You're talking about Appalachia being a Democratic stronghold?
I was wrong.
For a lot of
Appalachia?
Okay. I'm gonna do this for now. Wait, I'm gonna do that now. Wait. Well, non-fun showed up. Obviously, we're still waiting on civics. But did you want to take on 3 people, or do you have anybody else coming, or non-fun?
I'll take on 3 people.
I didn't think it was like a
while.
I didn't think it was like a debate.
I was just gonna say,
it's like having a convo, yeah.
I'm not intending on calling it like super heated or doing anything like that. I also just I got triggered by the guy or whatever. Okay, I am a capitalist. To be clear, I don't know exactly how well you guys know me, but I am still like a liberal. I'm like a Democrat, center left Democrat essentially. So I voted all Democrats in the last election and such. Depending on what you mean by affordable, like you could say red states are more affordable or like Appalachia is more affordable, but a lot of that's just because they have lower incomes, right? The same way like South Sudan in some senses like more affordable, like things are cheaper there, but they just have like lower income there. I think a lot of blue states struggle. Yeah, I think a lot of blue states struggle with housing, but like and part of that is due to policies of zoning regulations or whatever, and Democrats sometimes support that to a degree, but like the housing is cheap in a lot of red states because no one wants to live there. Like,
but I was about to bring up like before the panel got dropped that like for that area specifically that I'm talking about, the median income is like $45,000 a year, right? And housing, like the average house in that area is now over like $350,000, and like people are getting priced out. Like people that can't afford to move are getting priced out of, which is why that there's like a surge in homelessness in these like low income red areas.
Sure.
Okay, I don't know where civics is at, but do you want to continue talking about this, or did you have a specific subject you wanted to talk about, non-fun?
Well, I just got triggered by that, so I wanted to reply to that. But
sure.
I mean, I reached out to you and civics as well after that Sarah panel, which was about capitalism and socialism or whatever. Broadly, I'm a very strong capitalist, and I'm interested in talking about that stuff with you. I guess I don't want to do a definitions game or anything, to be clear. I'm just trying to understand because different people different people have different models of socialism. When you say you argue for socialism, I just want to like kind of broadly, what does that look like? Are we talking like worker co-ops? Are we talking like sovereign wealth funds? Are we talking like centrally planned government control of things? Like what is kind of the broad model there?
I think all three of us believe in worker co-ops, some sort of a market socialist system. So Palette, Civics, and I all kind of believe that that's the route we should take.
Sure. And then what is essentially, are we like mandating worker co-ops, or are we mandating them beyond a certain size? Or I'm not going to hold you to like having a super concrete exact model, because like if you were to ask a capitalist 300 years ago what the exact concrete model of capitalism would look like, they probably wouldn't have that. But just kind of broadly, are we kind of mandating that, or are we to some degree incentivizing it? What does that look like exactly?
Well, I don't know. We have differing opinions on this. Like, I advocate more for like municipal syndicates. I don't like the idea of like extremely large corporations. I think that like the more that you can localize it down to smaller collectives, the more that like one individual voice has. And my entire thing is trying to balance and give the individual as much as much autonomy as possible without like hurting the collective. I don't like necessarily the idea of like these large super co-ops like Mondragon, but it's a conversation that we've had before. But yeah, I know Mojo.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think any of us have hammered this out. I kind of like the idea of a syndicate type thing too, but for individual products. So if you're going to build a video card, you would probably in a small area create a few different companies. One that creates chips, one that puts the chips on the boards, one that puts the boards inside of cooling systems or whatever. You would have different co-ops that do different portions of that product to be able to put it out as fast as possible. And I think that would be the best style of a syndicate type system for an individual product. I'm not sure how much farther I've gone than that as far as how the actual co-ops will be set up. I would want to get rid of corporations altogether, though, outlaw them. So move to an entirely co-op system. You're not allowed to have a corporation.
Okay. So I guess there would kind of be with regards to like co-ops and stuff, there's kind of broad problems I have with that. So, and then with regard to the how we're mandating it and how we're scaling it too. I think there are kind of issues with that as well, but maybe they're not like quite as broad. So I guess I'll just say, when it comes to like efficiency and stuff of that nature, like probably capitalist firms are going to be the sort of they're going to kind of specialize for the most efficient size. Like you would think that insofar as like vertically integrating, a company so that they produce the components to make the next thing of the whatever product they sell, probably the capitalist firms that do that most successfully, that do that most efficiently, are going to do that, are going to perform the best and outcompete the rest. They're probably going to select for kind of the profit and loss mechanism and the market mechanisms. Is probably going to select for the essentially optimal size there. And broadly with worker co-ops, I think you have issues with essentially just the allocation of capital and labor on the margin across essentially every firm. So, the markets generally incentivize, I'm not saying it can't be a problem, I'm not saying it's always the case, but they generally incentivize capital and labor being allocated to its most efficient use case, right? If you're an investor and you have capital, you're going to want to get the highest return in it. You're going to invest it where it's needed. If you're a laborer, you're going to want to get the highest return for your work for the most part, and you're going to try to work where you get the highest return for, or the mix of the best return or like meaningful work or whatever, right? Obviously, money's not necessarily the only thing that motivates people. And with worker co-ops, you're essentially forcing firms to take on capital and labor together. So you're probably going to have firms that have a very high return to capital that are not going to be able to get an efficient amount of capital, because in order to do so, they have to get more labor, and they might not have a very high return to labor. And conversely, you're going to have firms that have a high return to labor that don't necessarily have a super high return to capital, but you're forcing them to take in capital together, and that'll add a bunch of transaction costs to the labor market as well. I think generally you're going to see a more rigid labor market because people are going to have to be buying into and selling out of firms, and that's just going to make people more hesitant to enter in new jobs and switch jobs, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, the last part that you said, like, I do, it's something that I've been thinking about how to, like, streamline that process. But, like, the first thing you were talking about, I don't necessarily advocate for, like, what is the most efficient way to just, like, produce shit. I also, like, when it comes to consumption, like, I try to take the thought process of, like, regression. I think that, like, specifically within, like, the global north and, like, Western democracies, I think that we have kind of evolved into hyper-consumerism. I think it leads to a lot of pollution issues. And it's one of the things that I've advocated for a lot, is like, I think that we need to have a regression when it comes to actual production. But that's more of a society mindset shift than like an actual economic platform. No, like, and I would agree with you that, like, in the capitalist structure, like, if you're talking strictly efficiency, then yeah, like, the capitalist structure would be more efficient because you would have less people making decisions. Like, I can make the same argument about, like, a feudalist system, where, like, some feudal lord, like, making executive decision on government and, like, the economics of the serfs beneath him would be, like, an extremely efficient way to govern and run an economy, but like, I don't think it's ethical.
When I refer to efficiency here, generally what I'm referring to is what I would call allocative efficiency, right? Resources being allocated to sort of where they are valued and utilized, most efficiently. So, like, this is like this is kind of like a meme example or whatever. I'm not. I'm not gonna go full libertarian, full of like a Mises on you or whatever. But like, if you imagine, a railway company that has to decide whether or not to go around the mountain or dig through a mountain under a more central plan system, whether it be like feudal or communist or whatever, and co-ops to some degree won't have this problem, right? If you're a market socialist, you're somewhat solving this, but if they're deciding when to go through a mountain and use more like labor and concrete versus go around it, use more steel. The nice thing about capitalism and private ownership is that the owner has an incentive to minimize cost, and the prices for the relative prices of these various things are informing the capitalist of what decision to make, and he will have an incentive to choose sort of not only the best decision for him by maximizing profits, but also generally kind of the most allocatably efficient decision, the decision that utilizes the least amount of resources for the most amount of gain, because that's what the price is essentially communicating to him. It's communicating what resources are most scarce and what resources are most abundant. So whatever he chooses, like let's say it's cheaper to go around the mountain, that essentially is kind of freeing up the resources that are more scarce for other more valuable use cases. That's what I mean when I say efficiency here. And I think you can achieve that better under a capitalist market system than you can under a socialist or feudal system. Market or co-ops, in a market system are still going to have like incentives to compete with one another, incentives to generally try to minimize cost. I think the cost associated with co-ops, well, for one, because of that incentive, I'll say it's not clear to me that they would necessarily do things like pollute less, right? Because like the workers at the firm aren't necessarily the ones bearing the cost of pollution, because that's so far spread out among society. So probably they're going to still try to maximize profits in a similar sense.
I'm not making the claim that the workers, like that worker cooperatives, would pollute less. I was tying that to like overconsumption, or what I view as overconsumption in like modern society. But which is why that like I advocate for, because like I'm not an anarchist, but like I try to be as close as possible to it. But I do think that there should be like an overriding governmental structure that sets up regulations, but like specifically for like environmental factors.
Yeah. And I'm a liberal. I believe in climate change. Okay, I believe the woke climate change nonsense. All right. So I think that we should have government regulation. We should have government intervention to address things like climate change and such. But for one, I think that you can achieve that under a capitalist system, and for two, I think essentially the most efficient interventions there are typically ones that kind of mimic market systems. So, a carbon tax, for example, is essentially just kind of mimicking the market price if air was owned and you actually had to pay people for the right to pollute, right? That would be how the market system handles it. The carbon tax simply kind of mimics that to the degree that we can in a world where, air is not actually quite owned, right? So I think that's kind of indicative of the power of the market system there. But like insofar as you say, you can see these are going to be cost or whatever, I just think that like maybe, these things strike me as very, when I say material things, I don't mean material as in like materialistic or whatever, but like very important, like things that are actually important to the standard of living, right? The amount of consumption we do is actually very important to our standard of living, right? The rate at which productivity grows is not only important to our current standard of living, because of how productivity growth compounds, it is very important, 50 years out from now, whether you have 0.25% productivity growth each quarter, or 0.10% productivity growth each quarter. Like that is a very concrete difference 50 years down the line, not just for the evil billionaires, but also for the workers and even poor people, even people in poverty, whose absolute standard of living is greatly increased by rising productivity and such.
What if we have a system where we're not required to grow?
Well, I think like that's just like a decrease in our standard of living, at least relative to the counterfactual. Like when you say required to grow, like what do you mean we're growing? Because to me, the thing that we're trying to grow typically is either output or something indicative of real output, right? Like asset prices are probably indicative of real output to a degree, right? So like when we're growing the standard of living. Maybe that's unequally shared sometimes, but probably it just has net benefits to everyone.
The standard of living is something that's going to be subjective too. I mean, if we create a system where you have to have more than the Joneses, then the standard of living is defined one way. If you have to have all your basic needs met, including healthcare, education, food, shelter, whatever, then the standard of living becomes something else, doesn't it?
Well, when I say standard of living here, I'm more just referring to kind of like the real resources available to each person. I don't mean it. There are more technical senses of the word or the term standard of living or whatever that you can define. But that's all I'm referring to here is sort of like how well the median person is living, or like how much the median person is able to
how much they're keeping up with the Joneses.
Leisure
yeah, how much they're keeping up with the Joneses. That's where I have a problem. I don't know that we should base our system on how much you can keep up with the Joneses. How big your truck is, how many cars you have, how big your house is, how many times you can go on vacation. I don't know that we should necessarily consider that a standard of living. How big your TV is, whatever.
So I don't think those are the only things that matter, right? Like your family and such probably also matter. But I guess I don't have any reason, I think those are, if you look throughout history, the things that have increased people's quality of life largely are the result of things like economic growth. Even sometimes, I'm not denying sometimes that stuff is like government driven and stuff even, but like, it is inventions, it is ideas, it is innovation, it is material things that have done that. And I think that's a very important thing to try to protect. And I think that's good even for, like I said, even for people in poverty, right? Not only does it probably lift a lot of people out of poverty, but at the very least, the sort of absolute standard of living of someone in poverty today is higher than it was, 50, 100 years ago.
It depends on how you define it. You're not going into the definition,
a lot of homeless people have iPhones now.
It depends on how you define it. It depends on how you define it. That's what I'm saying. Bigger TV, better phone, whatever it is. But just because it's happened in the past, do you honestly believe we can't make a better future? Do you honestly believe that we can't move forward, that we can't evolve in an economic system? Do you honestly believe that the past is better than today?
So I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. I think we can make a better future, right? Just my idea of a better future would oftentimes be more capitalist reforms, and your idea of a better future would be oftentimes more socialist reforms or whatever.
Yeah, your idea would be of a better future is that more of the same. I'm saying that we should change something to make it better. Go ahead, pal.
So I think like many of the ideas you would have would make the future worse. They make the now worse and the future worse. It's not that a better future is impossible. It's just that my view of what your ideas are with regards to the future are different than yours, right? So I think I laid out part of the issue I view of worker co-ops. I think you would see more rigidity in the labor market, and that would probably lead to a persistently higher unemployment rate. I think that would probably lead to firms. Yeah, I think firms would probably underhire generally because there's an incentive for workers not to dilute essentially the share that they have in a company, the capital they hold in the company. And then there's also an incentive for companies to sort of underinvest because workers probably have an incentive to take the income the company generates as wages because that'll be 100% owned by them, right? So the company has $1,000 or whatever, and the workers are choosing whether or not to reinvest it or to take the money for themselves or whatever. If they take the money for themselves, that is fully their money, privately owned. They own all that money. They can invest it. I say they can invest it however they please. Maybe in this world, there's some restrictions on what you can invest in because every company is a co-op, but they can invest it and they own both the principal and the interest on that investment. But if they choose to reinvest it in the company, then the principal, right, is socially owned. All the workers own that, but they only get some of the interest at the end.
You're talking a lot.
So I'm just trying to explain. I think I'm laying out the issues I see with your vision of the future, which is that
you don't even know what my vision is. You haven't even asked.
Yes, I asked at the beginning. You said largely worker co-ops under a market social system.
Yeah, but you have no idea what the system actually looks like. You're basing it on what you've known from the past or what other people have said to you. Have you ever read the parable?
Yeah, because those words I mean anything.
Have you read the parable of the fisherman?
I don't believe so.
Would you do that real quick? It's very short. Just look it up or something. Or I can read it out loud.
Is this just a tragedy of the commons thing? Is that what this is?
No. It's a tragedy of capitalism.
Okay, is it this? An American investment banker was at the pier of a small coastal Mexican village.
Yeah,
what am I supposed to get from this?
I just want you to read
through it.
American
complimented Mexican on the quality of his fish and asked how long it would take to catch them. The Mexican replied, "Only a little while." The American then asked, "Why didn't he stay out for longer, catch more fish?" The Mexican said he has enough to support his family needs. The American said, "But what do you do with the rest of your time?" The Mexican fisherman said, "I sleep late, fish a little, play with my children, take siestas with my wife." and stroll into the village each evening where I sip wine and play guitar with my amigos. I have a full and busy life. The American scoffed. I have an MBA from Harvard and can help you, he said. You should spend more time fishing. With the proceeds, buy a bigger boat. With the proceeds from the bigger boat, you could buy several boats, and eventually you would have a fleet of fishing boats. Instead of selling your catch to a middleman, you could sell directly to the processor, eventually opening up your cannery. You could control the product processing and distribution, he said. Of course, you would need to leave the small coastal fishing village and move to Mexico City, then Los Angeles, and eventually to New York City, where you will run your expanding enterprise. The Mexican fisherman said, but how long will it take? To which the American replied, 15 to 20 years or so. But then,
sorry to interrupt, Mojo. I'm going to drop for like 5 minutes. There's like a tornado warning like right over my house. I'm trying to see what the fuck's going on.
Okay.
I'll be back up in like 5 minutes.
Okay, cool.
The American laughed and said, that's the best part. When the time was right, you would announce an IPO, sell your company stock to the public, and become very rich. You would make millions. Millions, then what? The American said. You could retire, move to a small coastal fishing village where you could sleep late, fish a little, play with your kids, take siestas with your wife, and stroll to the village in the evenings where you could sip wine and play guitar with your amigos. Wow. So I don't know. I don't think that this is like meaningfully replying to the kind of stuff I said. And I think probably, so workers right now under a market system, I think, have some degree of choice over how much they work and how much they engage in leisure, right? I think the issue with mandating co-ops would be that you would essentially distort those decisions because firms would have an incentive to underinvest and underhire. So I think you're directly doing it when they have an incentive to underhire people, and you're indirectly doing it when firms have or you're making the sort of quality of people's leisure worse off overall in the long run, at least, when the incentive to kind of underinvest means that people are less productive.
What if all basic needs are taken care of by the community as a whole? All basic needs.
Well, so I think there should be some kind of government kind of guarantee of a lot of basic needs. So I don't think that, we should let people starve in the street. I think that we should have food. I think we should have welfare. I think we should have cash transfers, right? But the question is sort of how do you most efficiently do that, and what are the trade-offs involved there? And I think generally the answer is that market allocation of these goods is usually works out pretty well. It's just, or market production of the goods, I should say. And insofar as we need to get them to people who need them, either the government should do some type of cash transfer to people or some type of in-kind benefit to give people the stuff they need. And I think to some degree, we and most Western European countries already do this, right? We already have welfare states. They already guarantee many people's needs for the most part. And these are still capitalist countries. We're still a capitalist country, and we already do it.
What if we create a system where food and shelter is free, where housing is free? Well, I said that. Shelter, where clothing is free, where education is free, where healthcare is free, where security is guaranteed, where you have the ability to have transportation whenever needed. If we can create a system where that is provided by the state, what do you have left to do after that? As a person living in that community.
So I think for one, there are problems with doing that, obviously. So insofar, depending on what you mean, made by the state or free and stuff, I think there'd just be problems with not having sort of market allocation of those goods. For instance, probably, I would expect the government-made housing to be lower in quality and than a lot of market housing. I think that's probably true of other government-produced goods. I think the incentive for actors to make the best product at a lower price or whatever typically would be just worse under that system, so you'd end up with worse quality and a lower amount of things. But obviously people engage in leisure, people engage in a lot of stuff that we want to consider needs, and people have different preferences for those things. And I think generally the market is just kind of going to do a decent job at getting people the stuff that they want to do. And the thing that has increased our standard of living, right? The thing that makes our life better is stuff that is wants, right? Everything past the Mesopotamians, right, has all been about wants. What do we want to do, right? We want to get better technology because it lets us engage in fun things like what we're doing now, right? Like it's all about people's preferences and what they want.
Hence
we
the
don't want to be
parable.
subsistence farmers.
Yeah, hence the parable of the fisherman. So you spend a lifetime getting to a place where you could have gotten to on day one without actually spending a lifetime getting there. So if you create a system where we can do that, where you can have that leisure time because basic needs are met, then we can create a system where everybody can work towards self-actualization instead of just working to live and then living to die. So I would say that you utilize some sort of governmental process in order to ensure those things are provided. Anything above and beyond that time that you would give to the state to make sure these things are provided. So everybody would give their labor to a certain extent, things that they're good at, things that they like to do. We can have sign up forms or whatever. So if I like to grow things and I like to cook food. There's a couple of things that I really like to do. I'd probably choose to do that for my community service time to the community. But other people would want to do other things. Doctors would want to give free services during that period of time or whatever. So as long as you get all that taken care of, then you have your free time to do whatever you want. You can create a co-op. You can start creating products. You can work in the market to actually create a little bit of extra wealth or other services that you can gain from other people. And that gives people a lot of reasons to actually go out and do things that they enjoy doing instead of doing things that will just keep them alive.
Right, but like having higher incomes, right, being more productive, increasing the amount of real resources available to each person also increases the sort of the at least what people do in their leisure time, the amount of options they have. And I think, again, people have some degree of choice of how much work they engage in versus how much leisure they engage in. And I expect the market system to do a relatively efficient job at sort of allocating or of like letting people make the decisions that they feel is best for them. Absolutely. People have to work to survive in some cases, and some people don't, or some people's choice is restricted because, they have family members they have to take care of and such. But I think you solve that with, welfare states that we already have in the U.S. and a bunch of other capitalist countries. And, just expanding certain cash transfers to people with disabilities or whatever. I think that's a perfectly fine solution to those things. It doesn't harm incentives or the quality of goods or the productivity as much as what I think you're suggesting would.
I think it does harm the quality of goods because, as you said with the train example you gave, they're going to use cheaper products to get through because one person's making the decisions, and that decision is made on a profit motive. So I absolutely think that the quality of goods goes down over a period of time in a capitalistic system.
Well, hold on.
But I also wonder in a capitalistic system why it is that 50% of the businesses fail after 5 years. Why is that?
Probably because it's risky to make a business. I don't know exactly what answer you want from me out of that.
Well, I don't want a specific answer, but I mean, it seems pretty clear to
I
me
think
that
it's there's a lot of uncertainty involved in doing new investments, and when people do them, a lot of times they don't work out because of certain either unexpected shocks that happen to given markets, or just because that they can't compete with other companies making similar things.
Yeah, because profit is motivation. We end up creating businesses that are unnecessary or unneeded or unwanted in a particular area just to try and garner profit.
Yeah, but the market filters those out, right? That's exactly what you do.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
If you make a company that people don't.
Yeah, that seems like a waste. That's a waste of resources. That's a complete waste of resources.
No, that represents resources being reallocated to what is more efficient or what is more wanted from people, right? I think under your system, you would have a difficulty in doing that. If a business is set up under a capitalist system that people just don't like, or they make bad products or whatever, yeah, that business can fail, and the capital and labor from that business will then be reallocated to a hopefully more efficient business, right? Or hopefully a different market that other people want, right? That's how that works. I think under your system, I don't understand how that type of thing would happen. Because how is
for that 5 years? For that 5 years,
Hayek on you.
For that 5 years until the 50% closed down, they are wasting resources because they're not productive enough to actually survive in that marketplace. So it actually decreases productivity. Capitalism decreases productivity. It decreases innovation. It decreases invention.
But relative to what counterfactual? Because my question for you is going to be, how are we going to design a system where it's just known up front which businesses are necessary and which businesses are going to succeed? because I think generally the market is going to provide better incentives for people to do research or people to make a good business plan than other types of systems. I'm not certain how. Again, I don't mean to go.
I don't know. I don't know how you missed. I don't know how you missed the market socialism. I don't know how you missed the market socialism. We talked about market socialism.
Okay, but this would happen under market socialism then, right? Because like firms would still exist and they would compete with each other, and people would make co-ops, and those co-ops would go out of business if it was making something people didn't like, or making a bad product or whatever.
But they can continue the co-op even if they're not making a profit, because it's something they enjoy to do, because all their basic because all their basic needs are met.
Okay, so yes, if you had, but you understand, your point was that it was wasteful for these companies to, exist, because your evidence for them being wasteful is that they weren't making a profit. What you're now suggesting is that we could essentially just subsidize running unprofitable businesses.
I didn't
the
say
issue with that is, well, if you're saying that they can run continuously without making a profit because people don't need to pay for anything, right? They can get housing, food, whatever for free. You're implicitly, that's what I mean by subsidizing, right? You're implicitly subsidizing the activity. You're implicitly subsidizing inefficient activity is my point there.
I'm
you understand? If you think it's inefficient,
I'm subsidizing the community as a whole. I'm subsidizing communities as a whole, but the subsidization comes from every single person in the community. It's just people giving their time.
Just to be clear. So you're saying these co-ops that don't make a profit can only exist because people's needs are guaranteed by the government or whatever, right?
Yeah.
That was your point?
It wouldn't exist in a capitalistic system.
So when I say implicitly subsidizing, what I mean is that absent the government doing those types of interventions, these co-ops would not be able to exist. I understand you're not saying directly give a cash transfer to the company or whatever, but without the government transfers to people, right, without the government intervention here, these co-ops would not be able to exist. So that's what I mean when I say implicitly subsidizing this. So what you're saying is that where the government is going to allow inefficient businesses to continue existing via implicitly subsidizing everyone.
I didn't say that they'd be losing money. I said that they wouldn't be gaining a profit. So I understand that if you're losing money,
they're going to have net zero profit every year. Well, like, what does that look like?
You could run a co-op that way forever.
What does profit mean to you here?
Profit is what you have left over after the cost is divided from the sale price, or subtracted from the sale price.
So I just want to be clear. When we say these co-ops are not profitable, are we simply referring to the workers voting to give themselves all the money the company makes, and therefore the company doesn't technically have any profit? Or are we referring to the company doesn't have enough money?
Well, for me, the co-op would actually split the whatever money they have or whatever resources they gain from the sale of products. They would split it evenly amongst everybody that works in the corporation or in the co-op. I'm sorry, but they're how it's gonna say differently to that. But
can we at least imagine how that would kind of cause the incentive to underinvest that I was talking about earlier, right?
Why?
Because workers probably, their time preference is kind of lower than a corporate board or whatever. They probably prefer more wages now as opposed to higher wages in the future, more than like a shareholder prefers higher dividends now than to higher gains in the future, right? So there seems to be evidence to that effect from studies we have in worker co-ops that workers' time preference is kind of lower. And two, what I mentioned earlier, because if they take it as wages now, they own privately both the principal and the return that they get on whatever they do with the money. But when they reinvest it in the company, they only get the return on that investment. The principal, what the company has, is socially owned between all the workers.
Yeah. Well, and they would all get equal profits and equal losses.
So you understand how there's an incentive there for workers to not invest as much as might be efficient?
No. If everybody decides in the co-op decides they want to create a better shoe, then they'll spend the extra money or put their extra percentage in to create a better shoe.
What I'm saying is, relative to a traditional firm, co-ops are going to choose to create a better shoe less often because of the things I just mentioned. The workers probably have lower time preferences, and workers, when the capital is socially owned, they don't have the same incentives. They have a bigger incentive to take the principal and whatever return they can get in it, rather than sharing the principal with the rest of the workers there.
I'm saying that that's going to be much less likely in a system where all basic needs are met, because most of the time people are living paycheck to paycheck, especially in a capitalistic system. So you are worried about.
True, but
it is true. It is true
that most people live in paycheck to paycheck.
Yes.
So
is it not more than 51% of the people? 50% of the people in this country don't pay federal income taxes.
Wow, it's not quite true. I think close to 47% of people. That's what it was when Romney said it. Don't pay federal income tax, but many of them still pay taxes on net, or many of them still pay other types of federal taxes.
Between 57
there's a little bit of nuance to that.
Between 57 and 69% of American adults live paycheck to paycheck, depending on the survey's criteria.
Yes,
the individuals struggle to save money.
The payroll.org survey. Yes, never heard it before. So
okay, but you said I'm wrong. I just gave you the stat, and you said I'm wrong.
I'm going to explain to you how you're wrong now. Okay, so paycheck to paycheck is not like a actual well-defined economic term. Okay, there's not like a word with like any real definition. What you're relying on here is a bunch of surveys that mostly like credit companies do, right? Like I think the big ones are from like payroll.org, Bank of America, and Lending Club. They do these surveys to market to people credit, right? So the paycheck is not a well-defined term. Is someone someone who has $200,000 in income but like just lives in an expensive area and they choose to consume a lot, are they living paycheck to paycheck? Because usually 30+%, like I have the Lending Club survey here, one of them that had over 30% of the people who were living paycheck to paycheck were making over $200K a year, right? That's not what people's conceptions of living paycheck to paycheck are. If you look at more like actual quantitative data or whatever, you can look at the Federal Reserve does a survey of households, right? So 55% of adults have 3 months of savings saved up in case of emergency. The median American has $8,000 in transactions account, which is accounts that like checkings account and savings accounts, which are sort of easily accessible. And the median net worth of an American household is $192,000. So I think clearly this contradicts.
That would include a house. $8,000 doesn't even pay for a surgery, and three months of expenses means that you go from having a house to not having a house.
Okay. Do you think paycheck to paycheck is kind of presents a more dire situation than having 3 months of savings and $8K in transaction accounts? Don't you think those are a bit in conflict?
You gave two different stats for those two different things. So not all the people that have 3 months saved up are the same people that have $8,000 in money that they can pull out of investment accounts.
It's the median. It's the median.
So you're saying that 50% of the population has that?
Yes.
Yeah. So when I say the majority, I mean the majority. The majority live paycheck to paycheck. Whether you want to,
median means 50% of people have more than that, right? So
and 50% have less, and 50% have less.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
To be clear, I don't even think having 2 months of savings means that you're living paycheck to paycheck. That's not what people get from the term paycheck to paycheck.
How old are you?
It's not like a well-defined thing. It's not relevant, but it is relevant. To be clear,
do you own a home?
Just to be clear, no.
Do you own a home?
No, don't care. Just to be clear.
Well, no, then this matters. This matters. You don't understand what paycheck to paycheck means.
Do you think I don't? No one does. It's not like a well-defined term.
I do.
When people hear paycheck to paycheck, they don't think. When people hear paycheck to paycheck, they don't think I have 3 months of savings. They think if I miss my next paycheck, I'm gonna be entirely fucked. Right?
That's incorrect. That is incorrect. That is incorrect.
Really?
You can ask anybody. You can ask anybody that owns a home that what you're saying right now is incorrect. I'm sorry, but 3 months of savings, 3 months of being able to pay my bills means that I lose my fucking house. You don't understand that.
Like, depending on how often you get paid, like 6 paychecks and still have still be able to cover many of your expenses.
Did you hear what I just said?
That's not paycheck to paycheck.
Did you hear what I just said?
You said you can ask people who have a home and they'll tell you that's not true.
Yeah, you just don't understand. There is a definition.
Oh,
People will
great.
tell you what their definition is, and it's going to be relatively close to the same.
But that's not
for
a
everybody.
unified. So when I say definition, I mean I don't think there's necessarily a single unified definition of every
There's
term
not,
or anything.
and
right?
that's
But,
fine. That's fine that there's not
a pretty clear understanding of what this concept is by people generally. When they give these surveys to people that have paycheck to paycheck or whatever, there's not like a very clear, commonly understood meaning of that term. People interpret that term very differently.
Yeah, you're repeating
and they
yourself
don't give
now. You're repeating yourself.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like you're. I don't know.
Because I understand there's not a standard
getting somewhere.
definition. I didn't try and give you a standard definition. I didn't even talk about a standard definition. I don't even really care. I used yours, the 3 months or whatever. The 3 months matters. The 50% of the people in this country make less than $60,000 a year. That's a problem.
Oh, okay. So I just want to. Do you think that when people hear paycheck to paycheck, they think that this person can miss 6 paychecks and they have enough savings to miss basically 6 paychecks? Most people
I don't
get
know,
paid
but when
bi-monthly.
you buy a house and you have payments on a car and you have to pay insurance rates and you have to pay your own fucking health care and you have to pay for everything else, then you'll figure out what it means.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the question again. Do you think that when people hear paycheck to paycheck, they think that you can miss 6 paychecks and that only then you're out of savings?
If you talk to somebody that said everything that I just said, then yes, they will tell you that means living paycheck to paycheck.
Okay, that's a little weird. Do you
It's
think
not
that,
weird. I'm sorry that you're a young man that has your whole life in front of you. You just don't understand how the real world works yet.
True. So why do you think that people making over 200K a year, why do so many of them say that they're living paycheck to paycheck? Do you think they're
how many
generally...
How many people make over 200,000 a year in the U.S.? It's less than 10%.
I'm not sure.
It's less than 10% of the population.
Okay. That only strengthens my point, right? If you're saying these people are super rich or whatever, isn't it kind of crazy that a lot of them, over 30% of the people on these surveys who make that much money are still saying they live paycheck to paycheck?
You think 30%?
That's a little weird, right?
You think 30% of the people in a survey are making more than 200,000 a year, while only 10% of the population makes 200,000 a year?
30%. So 30% of the people they surveyed making over 200K a year still said they were living paycheck to paycheck.
There you go. 30% of the survey of the people that were making over 200,000 a year. Was that one person? Was that 10 people? Was that 50 people?
Okay, but I could say that's it. But the sample size for all these surveys is 4,000 people at best. Okay, I could say the same thing for the amount of people making the whatever any amount of money.
You said 30% of the people that they surveyed making over 200,000 a year.
Yeah,
that number.
But I could say
that number could have been 100 out of 4,000.
Okay, that number could have been 100 for the people that you're looking at, who the majority answered that they are living paycheck to paycheck, right? What?
No, because if there's 100, the rest of them will be split amongst all the other income groups, which are going to be less than 200,000.
You don't know how big the sample is for each income quintile off the top of your head?
I'm just telling you, I don't care. You're taking some random little group of people in one survey, and you're trying to attribute that to your.
I didn't even notice a little group of people. I know the survey I know in total had about 4,000 answers.
Because
4,285.
Because less than 10% of the population makes more than 200,000 a year, so it has to be a small part of the sample.
But you understand, if it's a small part of the sample, that if the group overall is small, that's still representative, right?
If it's 100 out of 4,000. If it's only 100 people out of 4,000, that's a really small sample, right?
That'll give you a big. I mean, that'd be for a survey like this. It's not actually that small of a sample, right?
How do you know?
These surveys have pretty small samples to begin with. Because I look at
a
lot of these surveys.
You gave me 4,000 number. I'm going off your figures here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going off your figures.
I've seen there are a lot of these surveys, and a lot of surveys done by similar groups and by the Federal Reserve. 4,000 is not a particularly small sample size. Getting 100 people of 200K income, they might have more than that. I'm trying to look right now. But that's not even that. It's not a particularly small sample size. But that would just give you a decent. That would just give you a larger standard error. It's not even if they only had 100, it would still be indicative of certain things.
Okay, that's fine. We can talk about whatever sample you want. I think I proved my point about people living paycheck to paycheck. And yes, I understand that the term is going to mean different things to different people. But still, we're still talking about a capitalistic system that has created a whole hell of a lot of poor people. And I'm talking about moving toward a system where nobody's poor, where everybody has their basic needs met, where they're always going to be ensured that they have housing, food, shelter, healthcare, education, access to education, access to transportation, where all of these things are guaranteed by whatever community you live in. So it doesn't matter if you're living paycheck to paycheck.
Hold on, I'm still trying to look for this stuff, but it might be in the footnote to the whatever.
Yeah, I know. You just want to go back to the study now because you are pissed off you got fucking schooled on it. I'm sorry.
I got schooled. To be clear, your critique is I don't off the top of my head know the sample size for the group of people making 200K when every other point you just seem to blow past it, whatever. I think it's very silly. And to be clear, you don't know if they could have only interviewed 100 people who make less than 50K a year, right? You don't know that off the top of your head either.
I don't know. No, I trusted your numbers, man. I'm not even questioning your source. I'm not going to go that deep down into it. I just used the numbers that you gave me, and I'm showing you what this means. It means that capitalism sucks, and we're not creating a system that works for people.
You're saying that you don't believe, or you don't, not that you don't believe my source, but you don't know whether or not my source is good enough because you don't know what how many people they actually surveyed.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying,
but you do believe the results for the other income groups. That's weird. Why?
I'm not saying that. I didn't say I didn't trust your source. I don't care what your source is. Though you could pull up any source you want, and they're all going to prove my point. My point is that capitalism leaves a fucking shit ton of people poor and destitute and one fucking paycheck or 2 or 3 paychecks away from being homeless. And that's a problem.
Okay, but but again, I think there's a difference between that and what people understand paycheck to mean. 55%
I know. Now you're going back to this
3
shit
months
again.
of savings. Because it's a claim that you made, I think it's just misleading, that I think a lot of people make. That's why I know a lot about it, because a lot of people say this stuff all the time. Bernie Sanders repeats it all the time. That's why, I talk about his point.
I think you can, like I said, you can delve into the numbers any you want. It's still going to prove my point, the point that I made.
I don't think that's true. But so if we want to shift to the broader point, I guess, which, by the way, this says, I don't have a number for doing it, but it says 38% declared annual incomes of more than 100,000. So that's a decent chunk of the sample is reporting over 100,000. I don't know. I'd have to go digging through more of it to see the 200,000 number, how big the sample.
Yeah, I don't want to dig that deep into a fucking survey.
Yeah, great. So I think, thanks for the Galaxy. Let's go. Isn't that a good one? I don't do TikTok very often.
It's 1,000 coins. It's they pay $10 to get it. You get probably $5 to $6 out of it.
Shout out to Scratch my goat. I appreciate it. So.
Oh yeah, you got Scratch and Cringy in the comments. Do you want them to come up too? This will be a pain in the ass if they come up. Do you know them? You know Scratch and Cringy, right?
I know them. They're more leftist than me, I believe. So it's good they're liking my stuff here or whatever. But if we want to go to the broader point, so I think that I'm a liberal. I'm in support of welfare. So I think there's an issue with capitalism insofar as payments are made based on factors of production, and not everyone contributes factors, right? Not everyone contributes labor. Not everyone contributes capital, and therefore some people are kind of left out. And absent kind of a government redistribution system, oftentimes you're going to end up with people sort of I would say unfairly having disproportionate burden to take care of their disabled family member, for example. So you're going to have 2 people doing the same amount of work, and one of them has a way higher quality of life because they don't have to take care of their disabled brother. Or you're just going to end up with a lot of people that are kind of just low-key fucked because they don't work enough or they don't provide enough capital to get enough factor income to survive. So I think that's there's an argument for some type of redistribution, some type of welfare state based on that. But overall, I do think capitalism leads to generally what I would say is a rightward shift into distribution of income. So it seems you can look at countries that do capitalist reforms, and it seems like there's decent evidence that they GDP per capita, for example, tends to go up. That median income, which is a little hard to measure, generally goes up.
What do you mean by capitalist reforms? What does that mean?
I mean, so there's a few different indexes. They're not necessarily great indexes in and of themselves, actually, but so there's a few different indexes, like the Economic Freedom Index, and I think the Fraser Institute has an index called something similar. And you can look at countries who like move a sufficient amount on the scale from like unfree to more free, right? And then you can try to compare the sort of causal effect. You can try to estimate the causal effects of that.
Yeah, but you're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. What do you mean by what do you mean by capitalist reforms? What are capitalist reforms?
As in, so these indexes, like the Economic Freedom Index, and like there's another index, I think maybe at a Fraser Institute, like I forget the name of it.
I just want to know what the reform is.
Typically, these are they are an index that incorporate a wide variety of things, such as the protection.
I'm not looking at
rights.
I want to know what the actual reform is. What do you mean by the reforming capitalism?
So it's an index that takes into account multiple things.
It's not an index.
It'll look different country by country.
It's not an index. It's not a report. It's a thing. It's a reform. A reform. I want to know what the reform is. I don't care about how you measure it. I don't care about the outcome of it.
It's going to differ by country.
Can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop? I don't care. I don't care how they measure it. I don't care what the outcome is. I want to know what the actual reform is. What do you mean when you say capital? Do you mean? Wait, hold on. Stop. Chill, dude. Do you mean by reform? Do you mean that they're giving more welfare? Do you mean that they're charging more taxes to the rich people? When you say capitalist reform, what do you mean?
Okay, so I can give you an example because it differs by country. An example would be a state selling off many of its state-owned enterprises, right? That would be an example of a capitalist reform.
So you're saying moving from socialism to capitalism.
So I'm going to repeat myself. An example of a capitalist reform that would be captured in these indexes is a state selling off its state-owned enterprises.
Yeah, I heard you. So you're saying that they're moving from socialism to capitalism. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm saying that they are, as measured by these indexes.
What do you think that I just said? What do you think the question I just asked was?
I really don't know what you're trying to get across by it. You're just asking. So
because if a state owns a means of production, it's more socialistic. If a private company owns a means of production, it's more capitalistic. So when you're saying that a state is selling off a form of production in some way, or service or production or whatever it is, then it is moving from socialist to capitalist. How do you not understand that? I wouldn't like make a binary between those things, right? I think a country can have state-owned enterprises and not be socialist. I didn't say they were. What the fuck? How you don't understand any of the philosophy behind this.
You said they're. Yeah, I don't want to. I should read more mark. Sure, you said You said I'm saying they're moving from socialism to communism, to capitalism. But it's not what I'm saying, right? Because I think a company or a country can have state-owned enterprises and not be socialist. For example,
now you're just
the United
repeating
States
yourself again.
Owns Amtrak, and we own the USPS, but we're not a socialist country. If we were to,
I didn't say we were a socialist country.
I think that would be fairly characterized as a capitalist reform. But that is getting us more capitalist, but it's not necessarily moving us from socialism to capitalism.
When you say capitalist reform, I assume that you mean that they are reforming capitalism, meaning that they're going to take a capitalistic system and make it more socialistic. So meaning that they're going to give higher.
I don't think that's what most people hear. I don't think that's what most people understand that to mean. I think when most
Do you want me to run a poll? Do you want me to run a poll? Do you want me to run a poll? Because I guarantee most of the people here think what I think.
Sure, maybe I'm wrong, but when I hear someone is doing capitalist reforms, I hear that they are making the country more capitalist. That's what I take from that usually.
That's the exact opposite. You would do. Okay, never mind. I could see how you would think that. I do understand. Because I was going to say socialistic reforms, then okay, I understand how you mean. I understand how you think that.
Yeah.
So you're saying as countries get more capitalistic, they have better outcomes, is what you're saying?
Yeah, so I think my point there is generally you see a rightward shift in the distribution of income, as in everyone's income grows, even if unequally.
Okay, so you're looking at a country like China, for example, who went from a completely communistic or socialistic type system more into a capitalistic type system where people were pulled out of poverty because they were working in rice paddy fields and living in small little huts, and now they're living in cities, right?
So what I'm looking at is I have a few studies, I can pull them up, that try to measure kind of shocks in how socialist or capitalist a country is as measured by these given indexes. And then they try to estimate the causal impact of them by either doing some type of synthetic control or by doing some type of difference in difference design to try to estimate what the counterfactual would be. So, for example, there's one study called like the Washington Consensus Works that does this, that looks at a variety of countries. I don't believe they look at China, but it's just trying to isolate the effects of these reforms and estimate the causal impact of them. That's what I'm looking at.
Okay, I'm not sure why we're looking at these. I would say that the vast majority of European countries are more socialist than the United States. Would you agree with that statement?
Sure.
Okay.
Lower incomes in the U.S. though, right? So that doesn't just to be clear. Number one, I think what I provided does kind of contradict your statement that capitalism keeps a bunch of people in poverty, yada yada yada, whatever. Because I'm providing evidence. I think that capitalism leads to, like I said, kind of just a general rightward shift in the distribution of income, and that seems to contradict your notion. And then two, the fact that Europe is like many European countries, at least, are more social than the U.S. generally speaking, doesn't contradict any of my positions at all, because Europe has lower incomes than the U.S., right?
I did. Yeah, go ahead, Pallet.
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, you agree? One, do you agree that Europeans generally have lower incomes than people in the U.S.?
Generally, no. I would say that.
Okay. I would
say that their median income is probably higher than the U.S. based on cost of living.
Based on what does that mean? So if I look up
compared
OECD,
to cost of living,
I know the answer here. But if you want to, depending on what you mean by cost of living, you can use PPP, purchasing power parity, that tries to account for that across countries. So if you look up OECD median income, do you think it's going to be higher for European countries? Because it's I guarantee it's not. Especially median. I think we have the highest median disposable income in the world outside of kind of outliers like Singapore and Luxembourg.
You said disposable. What do you mean by disposable? And is that really? Does it really say that in there?
That's like
wait. Does it really say disposable in there?
What do you mean? Does it really say that?
The study, does it say disposable?
It's not a study. There are data sets you look at, but yeah, that is a term that people use. Median disposable income. Typically, that is accounting for the taxes that people have to pay, and sometimes some of the other necessities that people have to pay for.
Yeah, all basic needs. Anything above and beyond basic needs would be disposable. Hence the reason I want to give basic needs for free.
Okay, so that's just not responsive to what I'm saying. So I'm looking at right now household accounts, household disposable income on the OECD Data Explorer. You can see the U.S. is the highest in purchasing power parity. We're actually higher. We're slightly higher than Luxembourg, but Luxembourg, like I said, is kind of an outlier, considering their whole. I mean, I'm sure you know their whole situation.
Would these be skewed? Could these be skewed by the amount of billionaires that we have and the amount of corporations that are added in there?
Not really, because we're looking at median, right?
Would the wealthier in the top 50% skew the median?
Not
if we have a lot more wealthy people than another
the median
country,
is not substantially changed by outliers, right? The average is.
You said it's an outlier.
But the median isn't.
You said it's an outlier. I would say that. Well, I guess look at what the top 10% of a country makes. Look at what the top 10% of one of those countries makes. Because I guarantee our top 10% is going to be higher than theirs.
Wait, that much is probably true. I think that much is probably true. Yeah. Now, depending on what measure of inequality you use, we're not like substantially more unequal than some European countries, but regardless. So, when I said Luxembourg was an outlier, what I mean is that they have a kind of not necessarily artificial, but somewhat artificially high, like median income and such, because they're a micronation and they kind of select for the richest people living there, right? They're not like that many ultra rich native Luxembourgians, right? It's just a bunch of rich people that move there and a bunch of business activity is like technically headquartered there, right? To some degree, the same thing happens with Ireland. That is less of a factor now, but a lot of corporations would headquarter in Ireland, and even though there's no actual activity being done there by these corporations, it'll kind of be reported in Ireland's accounts, and that's why Ireland had like a really, really high GDP per capita for a while. I think it's less of a problem now, but that's what I mean there. When I say though that the median is not super distorted by outliers, what I mean by that is you're correct. Like if you looked at the average income in the U.S., that would kind of be distorted by the billionaires we have, right? If there's 5 people in a room, 4 of them make $1 and one of them makes $1 billion, the average is still going to be very high, right? It's going to be, basically 25.
I understand the difference between average and median, and you're spending a hell of a lot of time trying to describe
it. The median though is still going to be $1 for the 4 people who make $1 in the room and the 1 billionaire, right?
But does not skew the median wage as well when you have a lot of very wealthy people on top?
I just demonstrated you how.
Okay, never mind. I don't care. Never mind. I don't care. You just get to your point, man. I don't even care about this shit.
Just to be clear, do you agree that
I don't care. I just don't care about it.
You don't care that if one of the claims you made was true?
What is your point? No, I didn't even make a claim. What is your point?
My point was that generally capitalism seems to cause a rightward shift in income, and generally there's higher incomes, and also that the claim you made about European countries having higher income just appears not to be true.
Okay, so what's the difference then? What's the difference between the countries? What's the difference between the U.S. and, say, I don't know, Switzerland or Sweden?
I mean, I think both are kind of like...
There are a lot of differences, but I think
hold on, not fun. Hold on. Pal's tried to jump in a couple times, so he just did. Did you want to jump in, Pal?
No, I mean, I think that we're kind of focusing on, like, European and or the United States. I mean, non-fun, you would agree that like capitalism has made meaningful difference in a negative direction when it comes to quality of life for countries in the global south, right?
No. I think probably the opposite is true. Again, so a lot of the countries in the global south that are looked at in that study I mentioned earlier, the Washington Consensus works, and generally it seems like you observe the same thing, that capitalist reforms tend to cause more growth, they tend to cause higher productivity, such and such. And you just look at like extreme poverty. I understand if you have issues with the World Bank's definition of it or whatever, but you can just look at the amount of extreme poverty in the world that has gone down tremendously, and most of that decline has been in countries that are the global south or used to be considered the global south, like China. But even excluding China, it's gone down quite a bit.
I mean, does wage growth have an exact parity with quality of life?
No, I didn't claim that.
Well, no, I mean, you were saying.
I think generally they're going to be highly.
Because I said quality of life, and you said you were talking about like pay.
Right. So that's not the only thing that matters. I agree, but I think it is a big thing that matters, especially for the poorest people, right? Because of how marginal utility works. Past $200,000, maybe income growth is not going to make you a lot happier. But if you're living on, $1 a day, income growth, to $2 a day probably will make you a lot happier. Or to $3 a day will make you a lot happier, right? Because you get more security, you can do a lot more things like that. Like that probably is a big deal to you. I don't think they're going to one-to-one correlate with this stuff or whatever. But like if you want to look at other metrics like HDI or whatever, there's a reason like HDI correlates really highly with with like GDP per capita, right? Like.
I mean, like again, we're talking about like monetary advances. Like, I'm going to use just a specific example. Do you think the people of Somalia have a higher quality of life today than they did 200 years ago?
Probably the median person. Probably. I'm not certain, but probably.
They don't even have like a functional government, man.
I agree, but well, first of all, you should separate Somalia and Somaliland, because Somaliland is like relatively functional, at least compared to Somalia, right? So certainly the people in Somaliland, I believe, do absolutely have a higher quality of life than 200 years ago. But like, obviously, the conditions for people in Somalia are generally bad right now, and they are, as I understand, there's some civil war going on. They don't have a stable government. I understand that to be true, but probably like many people, have higher quality goods, have more food intake than they did in the past. I'm not certain about that. I'm not certain how good a data we could even have on that. But why would I take that as more meaningful than, for example, the study that I mentioned earlier that looks at like 149 countries and tries to actually quantify the causal effects of reforms that are like way better identified than just one example from Somalia?
No, I mean, I was just using that like as just an off example. I'm not saying that what you're saying that there's an increase in pay, like, yeah, sure. And that's why I haven't really jumped in much. Like, what you guys are talking about, in my opinion, isn't really relevant to me on like how we as humanity should move forward when it comes to economic thought and or like governmental thought. And we can get into that conversation whenever y'all are done, but I don't think.
I just want to be clear. I never want to say the only thing that matters is economic growth, or the only thing that matters is income or monetary gains or whatever. I'll never claim that. But I just think that many of these things are measures that explicitly or implicitly include things that we care about, like GDP per capita. That is the amount of like, or I should say real GDP per capita. That is the amount of like real resources per person, right? So like anything you would want to do to kind of improve the quality of life for people, in many cases, is necessarily going to raise the GDP per capita, because if you want people to have more food, that's likely just going to be included in GDP per capita. If you want people to have more healthcare, even that's included in healthcare spendings. In that, like the thing that raises our standard of living over time is people having more resources to do things with.
Yeah, but I mean, I also think that. Like, and this is a fundamental difference between like me and you, and like even at times like when I talk to Mojo about this, I think between me and Mojo, your baseline for what like quality of life is, and your baseline for like furthering what like humanity would be, is dependent on like resource allocation and it's going to be extremely reductive me saying this, but like a very material view of life. And I know that
I feel like I just tried to dispel that.
Well, no, I mean, you were saying that it's not the only factor, but you would from this entire conversation that I've like barely jumped into, like that has been your number one crux. Would you agree that like when it comes to quality of life, like your number one priority is financial? Whether or not you think it's the only thing.
I don't know exactly how to answer that.
Would you say it is the number one? The main thing?
Maybe I don't know, maybe just to clear things up. So to be clear, the thing I think is intrinsically valuable, right, is like positive qualia, positive experiences for sentient creatures, right? So that includes human happiness. I'm also like, also vegan. I care about animals, such and such and such. But like, I care kind of about total human happiness. That's what I think is intrinsically valuable. I think things are good or bad insofar as they serve the purpose of increasing positive experiences for sentient creatures. So because of that, like, I think when you say like, your number one quality of life thing is financial or whatever, I'm only somewhat agreeing to that because I think that serves the purpose of actually increasing the quality of human experiences. I'm not saying that it is intrinsically valuable in and of itself, but I think it's kind of going to be the most indicative.
I would disagree with that though, and I'm using this in like but backtracking a little bit, I would say, because I know that you mentioned before that like you believe in climate change, you believe in pollution, Like the Great Pacific Trash Heap is real, all that. Under like my impression from like the studies that I've done, like with John Locke, Adam Smith, like the founders of capitalism, founders of capitalistic thought, founders of liberalism. The biggest issue that I find with capitalism is that it treats the planet as if it is an infinite amount of resources, which at the time it kind of was. I think that focusing on things like GDP, focusing on things like increasing a quality of life standard that I think is unsustainable, isn't where we as a species need to be focused. Because I think that by doing that, we're eventually going to shoot ourselves in the foot and have a worse quality of life because of it. In my opinion, as a little bit more of an environmental doomer than you are, I think that we're going headfirst into a worse quality of life no matter what. But I think that under the like economic and like governmental system that I advocate for, I think that we could curb that a little bit. But again, I feel like I'm a little bit more of a doomer than you.
So there's two things. Like one, I just kind of ask like, what metrics are we using to quantify some of these things? Maybe you don't think some of it is quantifiable, but like if I'm looking at the evidence for kind of what system I think is best or whatever, I prefer to have a metric that is like quantifiable, be it GDP per capita, be it HDI, be it some other metric or quality of life that you can try to estimate the actual causal effects of certain policies on. That is what greatly informs my view. So I'm curious, like, what do you have a quantifiable metric there, or like?
Oh yeah, I mean my quantifiable metric is climate change based off of like industrialization.
Okay, but that's not the standard of living. I mean like for standard of living, for how you're measuring.
But you would agree though that at a certain point, and like I already think we've fallen off this cliff, but like whether or not like you think we have or have not, like that we'll reach a point when it comes to climate change and pollution that like some resources will be unusable. Would you agree with that?
Some resources will be unusable, probably. So I don't think it's inevitable that like climate change is going to be a catastrophe. I think we will probably hopefully get more serious about doing social reform. We've already come a decent way.
Well, here's the issue. You're saying
just to respond to respond to some of the points you made about climate change. Hold on, I just want to say, for one, I think that there are mechanisms by which capitalism probably does lead to some incentives to be better for the environment. Now, there are other mechanisms by which it doesn't. I absolutely agree. But probably, have you guys seen that picture or whatever of like the pears grown in Argentina and like packaged in Thailand? Have you guys ever seen that? Yeah, like people see that picture and they think, "Oh my God, this is crazy! I can't believe we're doing such inefficient. We're destroying our environment by doing all this crazy stuff or whatever." But because people have competitive advantages, because when people specialize in certain things, they get more efficient or whatever, and because capitalism gives people a big incentive to be efficient and such, there are cases like that where it's actually, if you do the math, more environmentally efficient for us to grow pears in Argentina, package them in Thailand, and ship them to the U.S. than it is to grow pears in the U.S. Right? Like that. Like there are many things like that where people have an incentive to be efficient, to use as little resources as possible, and that actually does lead to environmental gains as well.
I mean, if I were to dump one bucket of sludge into a river versus 2 buckets of sludge, the 1 bucket of sludge is less environmentally impactful. The point that I'm making with the entire thing that I'm talking about is that
hold on, but I just wanted to first explain a mechanism by which capitalism can be good for the environment, and secondly, I'm going to bring up the environmental Kuznets curve. So there's like a documented thing that seems to be decently robust evidence for it, that like essentially pollution across economic growth tends to follow like a inverted U-shaped path or hump-shaped path. So like as countries are like start out poor and get richer, it goes up and up and up, but then it peaks at some point, and then it starts going down as countries get even richer. So you've already seen this where I think most European countries, I think every country in the EU and the US as well, have kind of decoupled economic growth and carbon emissions. So our economic growth is continually going up, but our carbon emissions are actually going down, or at least, the very least, the rate of growth is going down. So like there is already evidence that this effect exists, where as you get even more richer, actually your carbon emissions, your effect in the environment goes down. At least if there's government policy to affect some of those things, like subsidies for green energy and taxes on pollution and such.
Well, I mean, and I'm going to hit the nail on the head with that, where you're saying like the rate of increase is going down. It's still increasing. Everything.
First of all, I think for some countries at least it has gone down.
You got to let him finish the statement. Non-fun. You got to let him finish the statement. Okay. Jesus Christ, you haven't let him finish the statement yet.
My entire point with this, wrapping it up in a bow, is like how you and I think most of humanity views society as like, because I know that you were kind of squeamish on answering the question about like if financial stability and like financial indicators of quality of life is the number one metric. I mean, it is. And I think that like as a society, we need to focus more like on sustainability of the species versus like financial quality of life. And I don't think that like we as a species are going to be able to stop ourselves from going off that cliff, if you don't believe that we haven't already, unless we actually prioritize not doing it. Because right now we're not prioritizing not doing it. Right now we're prioritizing an increase in quality of life that's not sustainable with placations to the environment. And like you can say that you disagree with that and that capitalism is slowing it, but it's still increasing whether or not you like want to admit that it is.
Well, CO2 emissions per capita in many developed countries are decreasing. Like in the US and UK and France and Germany and Finland.
Yeah, what about the rest of the world?
Well, for many of them it's probably increasing, but do you understand my point was that it follows a hump-shaped path. There's an inverted U, it's called a Kuznets curve, like I said, where for poor countries it increases over time, but then it peaks at some point, and as countries get richer and richer and richer, it starts going down again.
And again, like when I got back to like, because when you were pointing out all of the countries that are having lower carbon emissions, what is the common thing with all of these countries?
These are all capitalist countries, though, right? You agree?
All part of the global north.
Yeah.
Which is when I'm going back to like
my
the quality
claim,
of
though,
life.
Right?
It does.
I'll just be clear. That supports my claim. If I'm saying that the carbon emissions start out low as a country is very poor, increase over time until a country is like in the middle and it peaks at that point, and then goes down as they get richer and richer again. It supports my point if the countries that have fallen carbon emissions are the rich countries. That is evidence for my point, not evidence against my point.
It's still evident. Look at, of all the carbon emitters on the planet, where is the United States, whether or not it's fallen?
I'm not sure, but we're a big country, so if you look at it per capita, we're probably not the biggest, but
he said number 3, if I'm not mistaken.
If I look at per capita, this says we're number 16.
Still pretty high up there.
I mean, yeah, but like Australia, they're above us, they're a capitalist country.
Also part of the global north.
Yeah, that's my point, though. Okay.
My point with this is
so I agree that we should act on climate change, right? So, but my point was that one, there are mechanisms by which capitalism can be good for the environment. As I said earlier, when people have an incentive to use as little resources as possible to do something, that tends to actually be good for the environment. It is actually better for the environment to grow pears in Argentina, to ship them to Thailand, to be packaged, and then to ship them to the US.
How is that better for the environment, by the way?
Because shipping uses less fuel than trucking and railways do in the US, and because pears you take more water and stuff in the US than they do in Argentina.
Okay, I'll leave water out of the equation since the Earth is covered in 3/4 water. But as far as everything else goes, it seems
but I
to
think
make more sense.
it has to be like
As far as
water and
everything
stuff
else goes,
to-
as far as everything else goes, the carbon emissions from actually growing a pear tree is a hell of a lot less than the shipping cost of shipping it from wherever you said to wherever you said to wherever you said.
Going back to what I'm talking about, it's we're talking
just
about
the
cost
tree.
still.
Hold on. I don't understand how that improved anything. I agree. Just the growing the tree probably does not produce. If anything, it might produce negative carbon emissions because fucking trees, they ingest carbon dioxide, right? But like, I don't understand how that proves anything though, right? Because
you're talking about shipping from halfway around the world.
Shipping cost.
You're talking about shipping from halfway around the world and with 2 different stops or 3 different stops or whatever it is, and that entire process takes carbon or puts carbon in the atmosphere. Where the process here in the United States, if we're growing pear trees here, it does not.
But there's 2 effects there, right? So for one, is that shipping just generally is more efficient than like trucking and even rails in some cases, in my understanding.
You said efficient.
Right?
I'm saying carbon emissions.
In terms of carbon emissions is what I'm referring to here. As in, how many carbon emissions per ton of transport? Shipping tends to do less carbon emissions per ton of transport.
Okay, I'm going to need you to prove that.
Than trucking.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to prove
I can pull up the source.
This is what I'm going back to. The less is the key word in that. Not everybody needs tools.
Wait. It doesn't matter. Hold on. For my point, it doesn't matter if it's still increasing or whatever. My point is, this is a mechanism by which capitalism and markets are actually decreasing carbon emissions relative to the counterfactual of if you had some type of, this isn't necessarily socialist or anything, but if you had some type of government intervention that said we must grow pears in the U.S., that actually increased carbon emissions relative to the more capitalist counterfactual.
But again, you're talking about this in a way where like the world maintains the same type of structure that we exist in today. I don't advocate for that. Mojo does. I do not.
I'm not.
I don't know if that's true.
Again,
I don't know if that's true.
To my point of what I'm talking, like what I said originally, dumping 1 bucket of sludge into a river is less harmful than dumping 2. You are still dumping sludge.
Wait. You would agree then that if let's just say hypothetically, under a capitalist system, if there was an incentive to only dump 1 bucket of sludge to a river, but under a social system, there was an incentive to dump 2 buckets of sludge into the river, capitalism with regards to the environment would be better than socialism in that hypothetical. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah, in that hypothetical, but I advocate for a system where there's no sludge.
Okay, but that's all I'm trying to prove to you right now, is that there are mechanisms by which capitalism might be good for the environment, and secondly, that there's actually seems to be empirical evidence for the fact that countries, as they get richer, tend to actually experience lower carbon emissions at a certain point.
The only thing that is true is that the less industrialization there is, the less pollution there will be. Would you agree with that?
No. What do you mean by industrialization?
Why not?
Factories?
Because it doesn't.
I mean the word industrialization.
So, I think people greatly exaggerate the concerns of AI data centers, but would building AI data centers be industrialization to you?
No, I'm talking like 1850s industrialization.
Yeah, but it seems that to me that you could have things that maybe you want to consider industrialization, like building data centers, that might also pollute the environment or whatever, right? So it's not clear to me that that's intrinsically connected or anything.
Oh no, I mean it's 100% intrinsically connected.
Okay, but you just said necessarily that the only thing that causes pollution or whatever is industrialization. And
yeah.
Pellet, are you saying you want to go back to an agrarian society?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Okay,
shit, I didn't know that.
I want to go back to an agrarian society with localized industrialization centers. I don't think that the way that we live today is sustainable. Well, and not even I don't think it's not.
Okay.
I don't mind.
I mean, what's even the evidence for that?
Again, you believe in climate change, correct?
Yeah, but I think you could, stop climate change and still have same standard of living, roughly speaking.
How do we stop it? How do we stop it right now?
So, I don't think you can immediately stop it right now, but I think, for instance, doing a carbon tax.
No, I can immediately. I can stop it right now. Doing what I want to do, we can stop it today.
I don't believe that to be. I mean, you can nuke everything and do that maybe, but I don't believe it to be true that you could one, even implement your system in a day, and two, like the hit to our standard of living in that case would just be like unbelievably large if you try to stop it immediately.
Okay, so is a lower standard of living or extinction more like what's more preferable to you? Like, would you rather go extinct with an iPhone in your hand?
To be clear, but just you don't. To be clear, you don't believe that I think that like we should go extinct rather than compromise our standard of living, right? That is not a thing I've ever expressed. Like, you don't believe that I think that?
Well, no, but right? I mean, I do. I don't think that you like purposefully think that, but in my opinion, the way that you view society, that is an inevitability.
Okay, so just for the theory of mind thing here, I just want to be clear that that's not something I think. I think that in the case that extinction was likely or something that we should compromise our standard of living to some degree, and I'll even I'm not big on this necessarily, whatever, but I think AI genuinely does pose some kind of X risk. I think it is conceivable that AI that's not aligned could cause some type of actual genuine kind of issue later on that poses a big threat to humanity. So I'll even say I might be in support of to some degree pausing AI, even though I think that would decrease our standard of living. People tend to like AI tools. I use AI tools a lot, right? So that is something that I think we should maybe take a hit to our standard of living to in order to protect our existence.
Mojo, we'll talk a little bit more about specifically what I mean by an agrarian society, because I think that you might actually be on board with it a little bit, not 100% agree with it, but I just had to say yes. I had to say yes very quickly because I've been getting interrupted nonstop this entire fucking thing. So
I agree. Not fun. You're pretty tough to talk to. You're worse than Cringy and Scratch, I guess.
I feel okay. Maybe we should be nice about it.
No, and it's not fun. I'm not knocking you. I'm happy you're passionate.
And I think you're very intelligent, and I think you. Yeah, I think you're very intelligent. I think you know your shit. I think that's awesome. I think you hold your own. I try and run panels where we go back and forth and don't interrupt each other, and you tend to interrupt a lot. So that's. Guess I'm not used to it. And
I'm looking at by the way, this is a EDF report or whatever that's looking at the sort of relative emissions between trucks and rails and ships and such. I mean, it seems like if you look at either barges, barges are their emission factor, which is what they use to measure the emissions per ton or whatever. They're at 17.5. For barges, for ocean refrigerated goods, they separate it by from different places. What's just the highest one? The highest one is North America to Oceania. That is 109. If you look at trucks, that's 1700.
Yeah, and
the emission factor they calculate by doing the distance that the shipment has traveled times the weight or amount of your shipment. And sorry, hold on. That's something else. Where do they define the emissions factor?
But I mean, would you agree though, while you're looking that up, that if you prioritize one thing over another, the one thing that you prioritize over the other is going to be what you mainly factor into decision making? Just on a basis of decision making.
Sure, but I think, if you're speaking that broadly, my metric would never be financial gain or anything like that, or even a standard of living. My metric would just be the positive sentient experience, right? That's how.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily. I'm not necessarily saying you specifically thinking this. I'm just talking about like greater society as a whole. Like, would you not say that that is like their number one motivator?
I don't think that that's how decisions in society are really made. I don't think it's like that. I don't think that's how that works.
I mean, like, you don't think that like
I'll say
you don't think that most of society's decisions are not based upon like specifically the United States are not based on like financial gain?
I'm not certain. I would say it's much bigger for the U.S. than it is for other countries. I think depending on how you define decision, maybe it is, but I think people generally live their day-to-day lives trying to maximize like their happiness, and that is oftentimes associated with financial gain, but not always, right? People choose to stop working so they can engage in leisure. They're not motivated by financial gain. They're motivated by their preferences and desires to engage in leisure and to stay home and jack off.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, everybody loves a good crank, brother. But I'm talking about like strictly. Well, not even strictly, because I would make the argument that most people, like we have the mindset within the United States to make decisions based off of like financial decisions because like our lives are so tied to finances. And then like within the United States, like even in our political sphere, the biggest talking points is like for any politician is who's going to be able to put more money in whose pocket. I would really push back against the idea that it is not the United States zeitgeist and like mainly the world zeitgeist to have like financial decisions as the number one indicator of like a decision.
I think that like I said, I think it depends on how narrowly you define decision. I'll say I do agree. Like there's like the issue is there's an endogeneity issue here, okay? But like, so probably the country's economic system affects people's attitudes toward things, and the fact that in the U.S. we don't have as robust welfare states as Western European countries, and we are a more like cutthroat, quote unquote, capitalist country, probably does affect people's sort of motivations and people's desires for financial gain or whatever. I think that is a part of American culture that's less shared by other cultures. The issue is there's also going to be an issue of how much are those desires pre-existing, and instead of the institutions creating our desires are creating the institutions. So I don't know how you would necessarily measure that. Maybe for whatever historical reason, America just was likely to always create that type of culture, and because we have the type of culture, we created our more cutthroat institutions. I think there's like, I don't want to say circularity, but I also don't want to say endogeneity. There's some degree of reverse causality there, potentially. But I would generally agree that like Americans are probably kind of more motivated by that stuff than a lot of other countries. But
I want to hit on a.
Oh, go ahead.
If you guys, I thought maybe you were done there, but if you want to continue going, I have a couple things I wanted to hit on too.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to go back to the PPP first of all, because Luxembourg, Norway, Ireland, Switzerland are all above the United States on PPP. Iceland, Netherlands, Denmark.
And PPP of what?
This is from the OECD. The gross domestic product per capita source OECD 2024 Purchasing Power Parities database.
They might have. I thought they didn't have just by PPP and more GDP per capita overall. I think if you look at it by hour worked, which is a little different, they do. But I don't. Is it looking at it per hour worked, or is it looking at the raw?
I don't know. You can go look it up if you want. I'm just saying that those four countries are ahead of us, and the four countries after that are pretty damn close to us as well. Actually, the 5 countries after us are pretty damn close to us as well. So I would say that your PPP numbers are. I think
I'm looking at. Yeah, Luxembourg makes sense. Norway, Ireland, Switzerland. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, I guess. But I think I was talking about earlier median disposable income, right? And that was by the same OECD database. You can see that's higher. And
okay, yeah, I just accepted your numbers, and when you talked about Luxembourg, you acted like that was the only one above the U.S., and it seems like that turned out to be incorrect. Being said,
wait, two things. One, I was referring to a different measure, right? I said I was speaking from memory that I believe we have the highest median disposable income per person.
No, you looked it up. You looked it up.
It turns out, yeah, but then I looked it up. You're right, and it turns out I was wrong. We are actually higher than Luxembourg in median GDP per capita, median disposable income.
Yeah, but we were talking about PPP.
By PPP.
And you were talking about disposable. Now you're just talking about disposable too. Of course, we have a higher disposable income.
That's what I said earlier. I said we have the highest median disposable income.
Of course, because we don't include healthcare in our system, because we don't include education in our system.
What?
Because
that doesn't make any sense.
These are not things that are required to pay for out of pocket. You can, and they're going to vary depending on what your age is or what your health is. So in the U.S., since we have a private system, since in the U.S. we have a privatized system, we're not getting these things for free. So when you're talking about the Nordic countries, oh my fucking God, what is wrong with you, child?
You just don't understand.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Includes health benefits. It's including health benefits.
Let's not get Let's not get angry. Let's not get. Everything's cool. We're all friends here.
All right. I'm also going to move on. I'm just going to move on. I'm going to move on. I'm still going to move on. I'm still going to move on. Hello. I'm still going to move on. I'm still going to move on because I just wanted to go back and correct you on that PPP number that you gave. Now,
you're wrong.
God, just stop. Just stop. Why?
You understand why it's frustrating?
I swear to God. You know what's frustrating is listening to you go on. What's frustrating is listening you go on for 15 fucking minutes. What's frustrating is listening to you go on for 15 fucking minutes and then interrupting anytime anybody else speaks. That's what's frustrating. Do you get that? Thank you,
buddy. Go ahead.
Sure, buddy. I mean, it's fucking obnoxious. I think you can look at a lot of the global South countries, and yeah, you're going to see a huge standard of living increase in those countries because, as you said, when their daily income goes from $1 to $2, it means a lot. So yeah, their standard of living is going to rise pretty quickly because of where they started. Can you please mute when you are pounding on your keyboard, please?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I need to get a microphone for my phone or something. I can't. It's hard to set up.
Thank you. So because you're starting off at such a small place, you're going to see a huge increase in standard of living. But as the standard of living goes up, you will eventually see it evening out and going back down again as far as standard of living goes too. The problem with this too is where the wealth ends up distributing. So over a period of time, as you capitalize the country more and more and more, the wealth ends up becoming less and less equal, which means that there's a certain portion of the population that is going to take the vast majority of this. It's also going to limit the amount of resources that most people have access to. And when you do that, you also create wars. So the more you capitalize the world, the more wars we're going to have over resources and the more wealth disparity we're going to see on this planet.
Yeah, so just to be clear, when I said what I was referring to earlier, I said we have the United States is the highest, or I think I initially said we have the highest, other than I think Luxembourg, median disposable income adjusted for purchasing power parity, which is how we adjust for kind of price differences across countries, right? I then looked it up. It turns out I said this. I remember saying this. I was wrong because we actually are higher than Luxembourg in median disposable income adjusted for purchasing power parity, right? And to be clear, so I wasn't wrong. You pulling up GDP per capita doesn't change that because guess what? That's not the number I was referring to. That's a different.
It actually was. It actually was. And this is recorded. I'm sure you're streaming it too.
What
you can go back and look. That is the point that you made.
Do you think I said? Just to be clear, I will bet.
Just to be clear, you can go back and look at it. You can go back and look at it.
I will bet $100 right now.
You can go back and look at it. I just said you can go back and look at it. I just said you can go back and look at it whenever you want. And I already said I'm moving on from this. All I did.
Bet $100 if you're so confident. Bet $100.
Holy fuck!
That's what I guarantee you. Will you do that?
I don't care. I was simply correcting you on your PPP. That's it. How many times do we have to go through the same thing?
Again, I will bet $100 right now that what I said was disposable income.
All right, child, you're right.
Median disposable
Whatever.
income.
I don't care.
Okay. And also, that includes healthcare benefits and spending. So Even just on the OECD page right here, it says social transfers include health or education.
Oh my God, I just said I don't care.
Prices. Okay, so for the audience who might care.
This is my audience. You understand that, right? They probably don't care if I don't care.
Great. So for the audience, certain types of government spendings on behalf of people or certain types of employer-provided insurance, for example, I believe are included in this measure of disposable income. So that's that. And also, past that, I think you made a point about inequality. I think there was another point that you made that I forgot exactly what it was. Well, for one, I keep referring in this to median, right? So the median, again, is not substantially affected by outliers of the richest people, right? So the median is going to be indicative, generally, of how the overall population is doing. So if we're seeing an increase in the median income for countries in the global south, that's not just the top 1% gaining. That is, overall, the person at the 50th percentile gaining, right? 50% of the population has less than that, 50% has more. So that means 50% of the population has experienced more than this whatever growth in income that I'm referring to when I say median disposable income or whatever metric I'm looking at. So I'm doing my best to account for the type of inequality. Also, I think that depending on, so I'm not certain that I have evidence on hand about the causal effect of how it performs on inequality. It wouldn't surprise me if they were positive. It's conceivable to me, definitely, that would be there. But I think the evidence on inequality having bad effects is pretty bad. There's not decent evidence on it having bad effects. And two, I believe global inequality has actually gone down for the past 30 or so years. Hello? You gonna?
Yeah, I don't think you addressed any of my points, but that's all right.
Well, okay. Did I not just respond to your point about inequality, though?
I don't feel like you did. You were talking about median inequality, and I was talking about the growth of. I was talking about the growth of standard of living over a period of time, or wealth distribution over a period of time, and how it will eventually lead to distribution that ends up at the top and not the bottom. So we end up seeing a system like God fucking damn it. What the fuck? Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and just shut up right now.
Okay. I just don't. So the reason I'm talking about median here, when you bring up inequality or whatever, is because it feels like, if I understand correctly, you're saying, the capitalism, these things or whatever, are going to lead to increased inequality, and it's going to lead to distribution of income where people at the bottom don't have very much, people at the top have a lot. My point is that when I'm looking at median, it is still indicative of what people have at the bottom. It's going to be indicative of what the person at the 50th percentile have, right? So if just like the income for the top 10% grows, you're not really going to change the median all that much. But if you see the income for the bottom, or for 80% of people grow, you are going to see the median go up, right? Like it is taking into account the potential inequalities that exist there. And also, you'd have to justify. You're just kind of taking it as a matter of fact that inequality is bad. I don't see particularly good evidence of it.
That inequality is bad. You don't see evidence that inequality is bad outcomes. Really?
Yeah.
Why do people revolt?
Okay, so I'm gonna talk for a minute about what I take as evidence. So technically, I think there are a lot of anecdotes and historical examples or whatever that I take as some degree of evidence in that they are stories that kind of raise the probability of the claim that inequality has bad outcomes being true, okay? What I take as stronger evidence is what I would call studies that use some type of causal inference mechanism. So that's to say, generally you try to look for what is a kind of identifiable shock, right? Sometimes it's hard to measure the causes of things if you're not identifying it very well. So inequality is hard to do that with because there aren't that many things that cause like a sudden increase in inequality or like a sudden increase in wealth disparities. That's kind of hard to do, and there aren't many things that kind of only affect income inequality. And you want to try to isolate the causal effect as much as possible. So, and then we have a bunch of different research designs. Once you find a hopefully identifiable example, to try to either do something like, for example, a synthetic control, where you rely on essentially donor data from other countries or other places that matched the trends in whatever case you're looking at prior to the thing that you're trying to measure, the treatment that you're trying to measure, prior to the shock or whatever. And you try to estimate what the counterfactual would be if the treatment or if the effect, didn't happen. Or you could do like a difference design where you are to some degree relying on some similar data from other countries or whatever, and you try to measure you do the difference in the difference between the trend of the country that you're measuring and the other countries that you're looking at, or the other places that supposedly have parallel trends. There are a bunch of different research designs for inequality. It would be hard to do a regression discontinuity design. It'd be really hard to do an instrumental variable, but you could do an instrumental variable where like you, instead of relying on what you're directly measuring, you rely on something that affects what you're directly measuring. So it's, for example, really hard to measure the effects of smoking on lung cancer because probably the people who smoke also engage in other activities that make them more likely to have lung cancer or die of other causes. So if we want to measure the effect of smoking on lung cancer, we might look at doing an instrumental variable design where we look at the cigarette tax on cigarettes.
Oh my
because
God.
that affects cigarette sales. But it
I don't even know what you're doing. I don't even know what you're doing here. I don't even know what you're doing here. Why do people revolt? Why do people revolt? Why do people revolt? Why do people revolt?
For many reasons, not only because of inequality. Can I finish?
Is inequality always a portion of it?
Just real quick.
Is inequality always a portion of it? And
probably not.
No, okay, I can probably tell you historically speaking that that's true. And it will always be a part of it. And in many cases, it will be the sole factor as to why people revolt, especially when you're talking about feudalistic systems. So I'm sorry. I don't care about all the other crap you just spewed off. I didn't even hear what you said.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, we can have these historical examples or whatever, but I don't take them to be as good of evidence as sort of causally identified studies that try to actually estimate the causal impacts of things. So do you understand how, like, for example, in the case of in these anecdotes or whatever, for one, maybe there's a bunch of other revolutions or whatever that happened that didn't happen because of inequality, but we have like some sample bias, we're not looking at them, or we haven't heard about them, or maybe there's some type of like reverse causality, where like, or actually it'd be kind of hard for the reverse causality there. But
man, if you want to go talk to yourself, go talk to yourself. I don't care.
Wait, Buddy, what point are you making? Are you saying that it's difficult to measure?
I said that I have not seen. He's taking it as a matter of fact that inequality is bad or whatever. I'm simply saying I don't see particularly good evidence of that.
What evidence do you need?
So
people work harder than they ever have before. They don't get the opportunity. They don't have access.
Wait, first of all,
it's not true.
It's not true. People average.
Do you think that people that have reached the level of making, I don't know, over 100K a year and under 200K a year, that used to be a goal and a milestone that people would want to achieve, and now that's almost worthless, right? Like the income, the employer is still looking at $100,000 as something that they're paying somebody a really good salary, but that $100,000 compared to the people that are making the most at the top of the company, that doesn't translate, right? Okay, if you're having disparities of sometimes anywhere between 250% less than they're making than the CEO, right? Like, how is that fair? And then as you start going down the ladder of their C levels and their VPs, and they're right, like as you start going there, they're making hand over fist more money than people that are the actual laborers of the company.
Okay, so number one, even if it was the case that, for example, people are working more intensely, more than ever, or whatever, what I'm stating is you would have to, the burden would be on you to prove that's like causally related to inequality. And I don't think that there's good evidence of that. I kind of doubt that that would even particularly correlate with it pretty well, because it seems like in rich countries, working hours actually tend to go down, right? So I'm pretty sure we talked about this on the Sarah panel. You can just look up Fred average annual working hours worked by persons engaged for the United States. They're on a downward trend. Back in 1950, they were at over 2,000. Now they're all the way down to 1,700.
Okay, does that account for people that are doing side gigs on the weekends and when they're off work?
Yeah, generally.
It does? Are you sure?
I'm fairly, so it might not account for every single possible side gig, but I'm fairly certain that the survey data they use for this does indeed include questions.
So the survey asked people if they worked 40 hours a week plus an additional 10 to 20 hours a week?
I'm fairly certain the survey is asking.
Can you substantiate the survey?
Sure. I don't think you're going to take any. To be clear, do you have a source that finds the opposite? I'd be curious.
No, I'm just wondering. I want to study your source.
Okay, I'd just be curious.
Because if they did not take into account people working on the side, or people working more than 60 hours a week at 10 hours here, 20 hours there, 30 hours there, if that all adds up, I'm just curious as to how the survey was implemented. Because if they're only asking people that work a salary job at 40 hours a week, the numbers are going to be off, aren't they?
I doubt it would be substantial enough to undo the more general effects, but sure.
I don't know how you guys got here. Sorry, I'm late. I just got home. Is he making the argument that income inequality isn't a good enough reason for people to be upset?
I had made the argument. I had made the argument that the global South has seen an increase in wealth or standard of living, but that happens when you start at such a low place. But as it increases above and beyond that, I think Pallet said something specifically about revolutionary or industrialization times. You're going to see a plateau, and then you're going to see a downward trend, and you're also going to see a lot of disparity caused at that point in time, which leads to wars and conflicts as well.
Yeah,
so that was the point I made. That's what he's talking about.
I was talking about at various times the sort of growth in income that we see in a lot of countries when they do like capital reforms and such. And Mojo raised a point about like how it's also going to cause a lot of income inequality. And I just said, well, for one, that's why I'm kind of looking at the median growth in a lot of these things. That sort of the median is not substantially affected by the outliers there. So it's kind of it's not necessarily adjusting for the inequality, but it's not really as affected by the inequality. And two, that I don't think we should just take it for granted that income or wealth inequality is bad, because I don't see particularly good evidence of it having bad effects.
You don't see evidence of it having bad effects? That's your serious take?
I don't see particularly good evidence of it having bad effects. So
if you think that money
is causally identified studies.
Sure. If you think that money held at the top is a net benefit for society, because they're going to provide jobs and opportunities for the people at the working class to be able to, I don't know, spend more, as opposed to paying the people at the bottom more so that they buy more shit, and the people that own shit are already at the top. They're making money either way. So why hoard it at the top and create systems that keep money at the top by, tax loopholes and what be it, the way that companies are structured and buybacks and such? Why keep it at the top when if you were to do the demand side of economics and pay people more and give them more access to wealth, they are going to spend and buy more things from the people that already own things.
Okay, so I think generally markets kind of give incentives for capital and factor payments generally to flow to the most productive use case. So, income inequality itself, I'm not saying it's like giving people an incentive to create jobs or whatever, but I think generally having people save and invest their money does lead to productive investments being made. And I think generally what results in income inequality oftentimes is the fact that people make successful ventures, they make successful investments, they make successful companies that also benefit consumers and also, yes, benefit the workers there. And that leads to some income inequality existing precisely because they have done some successful venture or have done some successful investment that also has benefited society as a whole.
Can you give me examples of companies that have merged and acquired one another? How has that been beneficial long term for the consumer? Right, the merger of I don't know, some of the major telecommunications companies. How has that been beneficial to the consumer?
Probably, I would guess that there were economies of scale there, but just real quick. So I think insofar as you did like redistribution to address a lot of these concerns or whatever, I think, well, actually two things. One, I'll say most inequality in the U.S. is between firms, not within firms. So it is not the result of CEOs being paid a bajillion, trillion times more than the workers. It is instead the result of some firms paying their workers a lot more than the workers at other firms. So that's what most inequality in the U.S. comes from. Second of all, I think that I forget what the second point I was going to raise. Oh, insofar as you do like redistribution or whatever, there are ways that you can do redistribution that I think are good, but typically the interventions that a lot of socialists or even SocDem people support is because they're going to affect the incentives for people to do things that are generally good, that create economic activity, that create economic growth. When it comes to like mergers or whatever, I can't off the top of my head, I'm not certain if the TV mergers were not good necessarily or something, but I would imagine that cases where, so there are two effects here that might be good. One is economies of scale. Typically companies get more efficient, production gets more efficient as scale increases, they can spread out their fixed costs more. That might lower costs for consumers. Two is we do have evidence that finds that mergers typically, so
you said that it might, but do you have evidence of that?
That economies of scale exists?
No, that mergers could benefit the consumer, because if you're a capitalist,
I do have.
You would say that more competition in the market would be good, right? So if there's mergers and acquisitions of major companies, there's less competition in the market, right?
I don't think that follows.
Riddle me that. How is it a net good for consumers if there's less competition?
I think here, number one, I don't think it is actually the case that concentration alone is a good measure of market competition. So, for example, let's imagine a case where there are a bunch of restaurants in a city or whatever, and DoorDash comes in. Suddenly, instead of consumers having to drive to the physical location or whatever to get their restaurant, or just stopping at the one that's on their way home from work, they can now easily switch between restaurants just from their phone, right? So this is a case where the result of this would actually be to both increase concentration because consumers would select for the firms that they most like, and probably a lot of restaurants would be harmed by this, and some would go bankrupt and some would exit the market, and to increase competition because businesses now have to compete with each other more because consumers can easily switch between them, right? So this is just one example of how concentration.
But that's a bad example. That's a bad example. The example that you would have wanted to use there is if you have a bunch of restaurants, you'd have one restaurant that comes in that buys out the rest, and now there's only one big restaurant. DoorDash has nothing to do with the example. DoorDash is just the delivery mechanism for people to be able to have access to those companies. In this example, you would have had to have said a chain or some other big restaurant comes in and pushes out the rest of the competition. Because that is a merger and acquisition because they've bought up the land of where those restaurants are. Stop. DoorDash has nothing to do with the fact that we're saying that when you have mergers and acquisitions and there's less choice and less competition, that's not good for the consumer. So your entire fucking DoorDash analogy has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, because you said, riddle me this, capitalist. You say you like competition, but don't you agree that if there's less firms, there's going to be less competition? No, that's not true. I don't believe it is the case that if there's less firms or there's less competition. I give you an example as to which where increasing or decreasing the number of firms would be the result of more competition in the market, right? So that is an example of that. When it comes to mergers, again, I think they can actually be good for consumers because one, like I said, economies of scale. Typically, fixed costs can get spread out more if you're selling to more people, if you're producing more things. And two, but the productivity effects and like management effects. So there does seem to be evidence that mergers tend to bring whatever firm is like performing worse up to the average productivity level of the firm merging with them. So that is the case.
Do you think that companies are in the business of buying up firms because they're performing poorly?
Some of them are.
Are they? Do you think that a mergers and acquisitions team at a large corporation is looking at their competition and saying, hey, they're failing, let's buy them?
So I think a lot of like private equity
Wouldn't they just let them fail? Wouldn't they just let them fail if they're already beating up the competition?
Not necessarily, because one, maybe they want like the market share that's there or whatever. Like you know how like it's probably harder.
They're getting it anyway. They're failing.
No, because there are like switching costs. There are information problems that consumers have. So probably like this is like
if they're failing, the consumers are already dealing with those costs.
Okay, no. What? No.
Why would they be failing?
I mean,
why would they be failing?
No, when I say switching costs, there's costs for the consumer oftentimes between switching between different like platforms or whatever, right? If Twitter went bankrupt and I had to switch to Blue Sky, okay, there's a cost to me doing that because I have a following in Twitter, et cetera, et cetera. If Twitter was going bankrupt, it might actually benefit Blue Sky to not let Twitter fail, but instead buy Twitter because that way I could keep my following there and I'd be more likely to continue using Twitter as I am now rather than
that's a subscriber-based system. Right? That's a subscriber. Yeah, that's a subscriber-based. That's a subscriber-based business. It's not a free market or an open market system.
What?
It's a subscriber-based system.
Whether it's subscriber-based or not doesn't change the fact of whether there's switching costs or not. If there are switching costs, there are reasons that firms might want to buy out the firm that's failing anyway.
So you use DoorDash as an example. If there are two Mexican restaurants in a town and one of those Mexican restaurants goes out of business and somebody wants Mexican food, then they go to the other Mexican restaurant in town, which means they get more business. They probably take over the rest of the business that was taken over by the business that existed before. So it would behoove them to allow that company to go under rather than buy it, because it makes no sense to buy it because they're already failing.
Thank you.
In that case, maybe I'm not saying there can't be cases where it's more beneficial for them.
I would like your study. I'm saying I would like your study on the causal links that between wealth disparity and how it affects the economy. The causal links.
So I think there's not good evidence on the causal links. I think there's not good evidence on the causal links.
Okay, so what study were you trying to quote from there? Because you said you pulled something up, you were looking at something.
I was looking up the average working hours last time. I was looking stuff up. I don't know
so,
exactly.
So the rest of the crap you were just making up then?
No, because I have things that I have read and remember, and are in my notes.
So you're just making it up, but I can't look it up. I got you. Trust me, bro. Got you.
No, what? I don't know what you're referring to.
You said there were links between wealth disparity and an economy doing good.
No, I said I don't see good evidence of inequality being particularly bad. That's what I said.
You were giving me.
I don't remember saying this, but I might have said there are plausible mechanisms by which it could increase growth. Right? I think earlier this might have been what you're referring to. I think I said. But I think you're confused here. What I said is that a lot of mechanisms that are good overall might create some inequality as a result. So I gave the examples of how, like a mechanism, like the market mechanism, might create some type of income inequality, but it's still not good overall because it also leads to new companies being created, consumers getting new products, yada, yada, yada. I said that. But that's just me describing a mechanism, right?
I'll just trust you, bro. It's okay.
What? Okay.
Again, I don't understand.
A lot of just to tell you how my brain works a little bit here. So a lot of times I am describing mechanisms. I'm thinking of mechanisms, and then I'm trying to consider which effect kind of dominates, right? So just a quick example: if I get in a taxi and I see my driver is not wearing a seatbelt, there's kind of two competing forces at play here. Okay, as to like whether I should be worried. You might expect a driver that doesn't have a seatbelt to drive more carefully because the cost of them getting in a crash is higher. But at the same time, the people who don't wear a seatbelt are probably the people who are more likely to take risks generally, right? So if I get into a taxi and I see someone's not wearing a seatbelt, I think I should be worried because the sort of selection effect there are the people who are likely to do this dominates over the effect of the increased cost, right? So like that's just an example. There are other examples like relevant here. Like there is there's different effects between like increasing market concentration that might increase the company's market power and various other things that might actually increase competition in the market. And I'm trying to see which effect dominates in these examples.
All right. So would wealth inequality inherently lead to less choices in marketplaces? Massive amounts of wealth being accumulated at the top, so maybe affecting policy as well, affecting labor policy, affecting governmental policy in general, tax policy.
So what am I assuming? If you're saying if I assume that wealth inequality has the effects of increasing or of changing government policy to make everything worse, then sure, it would lead to that. But I don't think it's intrinsically related to wealth inequality, whatever effects that you think exist here are. I don't see good evidence of that.
Well, as the inequality increases, I mean, obviously that inequality is increasing because of business growth, and business growth is going to be where the wealth is grown at. So those businesses gaining more wealth would have to be essentially gaining more market share, and more market share means that the people on the bottom actually come out worse in the long run.
So no, because there's not like a fixed pie, right? So like the size of markets can grow. So it's not the case that just because the asset value or the stock market capitalization of a company went up, that therefore they had like more market share because the size of the market can grow. So I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head or whatever, but like just because Netflix has probably gone up in value over time, but their market share has probably gone down over time because
they've increased price. Yeah, because they've increased price. But either way, the people on the bottom are the ones that are suffering. Yeah, but either way, the people on the bottom are suffering. So it's the people. I think the wealth inequality causes a whole lot of problems in a society that eventually leads to revolutions like the Arab Spring and the French Revolution, and even the wealth inequality that existed in Germany before World War II as well, that was caused by World War I and the documents that we signed then. So this wealth inequality absolutely leads to violent outcomes, and it certainly leads to more poverty and more disparate situations on the lower end of the population, and this is going to be what happens in the global south as well. This is caused by capitalism.
Right, so I'm certainly not sure that all those revolutions, especially the Arab Spring ones, were related to income inequality. I think the Arab Spring ones, a lot of them, maybe it's correlated to income inequality to some degree, but they were general concerns about like the democracy in most of those countries. Like and there was
when you have wealthy people controlling the government, there's a problem with democracy, right?
Yeah, and their lack of access of being able to change. The lack of access of being able to change their government through a democracy is what led to that. So if they want to complain about wealth inequality, if they want to complain about the oligarchy that's running their societies, you would want to revolt for a solution to that, which is changing the government structure.
But I'm saying that's not. I don't think the primary thing causing the Arab Spring protests and stuff were income and wealth inequality. I think it was primarily concerns for democracy and corruption.
Do you think that the people that they were
are going to be in some cases connected to wealth inequality? But I view these as distinct.
All right, here's a very simple question.
They're also, to my memory, just they were just like religious.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Different
very simple question
as well.
Very simple question: were the people they were revolting against poor or rich?
They were richer than them.
Okay, then there we go. That's it. Very simple fucking reason. They were the ones that were in charge. They had more access to wealth. They wanted to change that.
That means it's caused by inequality?
Inequality plays a huge role in it.
Wait, are you saying the mere fact that the people they revolted against were richer, it means that it was the revolt was caused by
They had access to power. They had access to the systems that put them in power. The people didn't have a choice or a say in how their governments were being run.
But that's all.
The contracts that those governments were having with the wealthy people in society, right? money being concentrated at the top. Life getting harder and harder and harder.
I think if you talk to the leaders of the Arab Spring, I don't think many of them would mention income or wealth inequality. They might mention corruption of government officials, and I understand how so many things are going to in some way be connected to income and inequality.
In some way,
but the mere fact that
corruption connected to wealth inequality.
I would not say is evidence of the revolution being primarily caused by income inequality or anything, right? Like, I think that's a crazy standard. When you say like people lacked access to power or whatever stuff of that nature, that to me is not speaking about inequality necessarily. That's me speaking of concerns over democracy.
Right. These are things that are caused by capitalism, though. This is what I was trying to point out. So there are so many failures in capitalism right now. This is the reason why we need an evolution of some kind. And I would say that the evolution is going to have to be a socialistic evolution, and I'd rather see it move slowly than at a rapid pace. So if we don't start doing it now, we're going to end up doing it through a revolution, and that's going to cause a lot of blood.
Yeah, so some of the more consistent drivers, I just looked this up, were unemployment, youth unemployment, corruption, repression, the collapse of the social contract, and wealth inequality. It was a factor, but all of this is part of the people who were in charge were not having society run for the majority of the people, and they were pissed about it. And with that comes wealth inequality.
Wait, but you understand? You just said kind of proves my point, right? That it wasn't.
No, I said wealth inequality contributed to the broader sense of the system was unfair.
You said these things, such as corruption and stuff of that nature, these things also lead to wealth inequality. That's kind of evidence of my point. Of like the primary concern probably wasn't about wealth inequality. It might have been associated with certain, I understand these things are going to be connected in some way sometimes, but I don't think it's fair to say the primary driver or one of the primary drivers was really caused by inequality.
I just don't understand why you're advocating, why your entire position is about wealth inequality isn't a major role as to why people are dissatisfied with what's going on in their lives.
Because it seems like so.
Do you know what the Gini coefficient is?
Just like a quick.
Do you know what the Gini coefficient is?
Yes. So just real quick, if you look at if you go to the Wikipedia page for Arab Spring,
tell me what the Gini coefficient is.
The Gini coefficient is a measure of inequality where 1 is a is it 0 is a the line of perfect equality. It's not a 0 1. It's a line of perfect equality. I forget it off the top of my head.
And what is 100%?
Well, it's a coefficient, right? So it's 0 point. It's not measured in percentage. It's measured in a decimal.
Sure. 100 being perfect inequality, right?
Well,
or 1.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then 0 being perfect equality, I believe. Yeah.
And do you think that people, when they're trying to talk about the health...
If you control F inequality on the Arab Spring Wikipedia page, it's just not there. There's a bunch of different caused by things, and maybe some of these are related to inequality. But people don't. I don't think it's considered to be one of the major factors. I don't think that's what it's understood to be.
Do you think that that the measurement of a country or a region's Gini coefficient in the Lorenz curve, do you think that is something that is often brought up?
In speaking about the Arab Spring?
Just in general.
In general,
the health of a society, their ability to grow, the measurement of their development, right? A huge reason why the West was able, or the global North,
a Gini coefficient is a common way to measure inequality, and it is, I will say, commonly brought up in discussions about the relative well-being of countries and the relative economic performance of countries.
So you've been blabbing for the last hour about wealth inequality, and I was the one that had to bring up the Gini coefficient. So do you think that it's maybe not part of your fucking lexicon of what you talk about?
Okay. So I didn't bring up the Gini coefficient because the Gini coefficient is
why
relevant to the points I was making earlier.
How is the measurement of wealth? Just tell me this, please. Talk to me like I'm a fucking 5-year-old. How does the measurement of wealth inequality, which is the Gini coefficient, have nothing to do with the discussion about wealth inequality? Please, square that circle for me.
So to be clear, it doesn't have nothing to do with it. It just wasn't. So the points you're making earlier, mostly about conceptual points, about different mechanisms, and about whether or not good evidence on this existed, right? So the exact measures of wealth or income inequality are not particularly relevant to many of those questions. Now, I am familiar with the Gini coefficient. I can talk about the Gini coefficient. We can, I don't know why exactly you're bringing it up now, but what we've been talking about for the last little bit is whether or not one of the primary causes of the Arab Spring was wealth or income inequality. That's like a conceptual question as to which the Gini coefficient is not particularly relevant to. What we were talking about a little earlier is potentially whether or not the well-being of countries in the global south and such are going to be substantially affected by income inequality. My point is that, one, that's why I look at the median of things, and that accounts for that, and two, the fact that there doesn't appear to be, to me, there's not great evidence on the effects of income or wealth inequality on the health of societies and such.
Okay, say that last part again.
I also mentioned, to me, I haven't seen great evidence about the inequality or income or wealth inequality having negative effects on
the developing world.
Yeah.
Do you understand the term of the development of the underdevelopment?
I feel like I've heard that by Michael Parenti or something, but I go ahead and explain it.
Yeah. So starting with the establishment of the Bretton Woods institutions and their structural adjustment programs throughout the 1970s and 80s, right? The development of underdevelopment, meaning part of these structural adjustment programs, these neoliberal financial changes that they were forced into adopting, taking on a loan in USD, devaluing your local currency, opening up for foreign investment, having austerity measures, selling off any kind of national industries to the private market, usually that private market being foreign interest. So all of this in combination with, hey, here's a loan, you got to pay it back. And you have to pay it back in USD, but we just made you devalue your currency. This was the beginning of the development of the underdevelopment of the developing world, right?
Okay.
And with that came propping up the existing oligarchy that were there, because they were the ones that were the middlemen for multinational corporations to come in and set up shop and take over any kind of nationalized industry or any kind of infant industries that were existing here in those developing countries. So absolutely, the continuation of the furthering gap of the Gini coefficient within these developing countries.
Okay, so three different things. Number one, I didn't hear a single point in there in which you could causally link income inequality to bad outcomes, right? I'm even willing to grant. Can I?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm even willing to grant. I don't know this to be true, but I could even grant that these types of reforms led to more income inequality in these countries. I could grant that to be true. You would have to causally tie that to negative outcomes. I don't believe there's good evidence of that. There's some cross-country correlations, but they're riddled with sample bias and endogeneity issues. So I just don't take them to be particularly good evidence. Now, I think so with regard to these structural adjustment programs or whatever. I just don't think there's good evidence either that these have caused bad outcomes for the countries either. So I mentioned a study earlier, the Washington Consensus Works. It looks at many of these structural adjustment programs. It looks at countries that had these type of capitalist reforms, and the effects of them compared to the counterfactual they estimate. It seems like they actually probably led to increases in GDP.
Yeah, don't ask them what capitalist reforms means.
Increases in these things. And even, things like infant industries, trade, or whatever, I think the best identified evidence in this all points to most of these things having good outcomes. The evidence on privatization, I think, is the most mixed, but the evidence on trade having good outcomes.
Let me ask you this, because you did know what structural adjustment programs were before I brought them up. So let me ask you this: why did the World Bank and the IMF stop giving structural adjustment programs out?
I believe they still do, to my knowledge.
No, they don't. They don't. They've changed them.
Are they just called something different now? To my knowledge, they
the conditions of which countries needed to meet in order to qualify for loans have changed throughout the from the 70s, 80s, and in the 1990s, right? So if we're using your logic, why did they change if they weren't a bad thing?
My understanding is that there was some consensus that some of the things, at least, they were doing were bad. But so, first of all, as I understand it, they might not.
What do you mean? Some of the things that they were doing were bad.
I mean,
let's use a metric that we can agree on. Did poverty go up or down?
In what country when?
From a country adopting a structural adjustment program. Let's take Ethiopia for example. From a country adopting a structural adjustment program, or we can use Congo, we can use Latin America, we can use this market liberalization, this neoliberal kind of framework that they made these countries adopt in the privatizations of their market. Did it lead to more or less poverty?
Did it lead to? I'm not certain. I would imagine over the long run it would lead to less poverty.
Jesus
now,
fucking Christ!
There's an issue.
Okay, hey, they adopted it. They adopted an SAP.
So when you just say,
I'm trying to simplify the fucking question.
I'm trying to simplify
this. But you keep going on this fucking rant because I can hear you typing and I can hear you fucking looking at ChatGPT. So I will explain it to you because there's no fucking AI.
Why are you doing this? Non-fun. Why are you repeating yourself?
I can't finish a fucking thing.
Are you serious? Are you serious? There are three people. There are three people here that you're talking to, and I guarantee you've talked more than all three of us. Guarantee it.
I'm not certain that's true, but let me I gotta finish this. I only got like one sentence out. So the reason I care about causal evidence is because the mind-blowing stuff here. Probably the countries that are accepting structural adjustment programs are countries that were not in a good position to begin with. So the structural adjustment program could conceivably reduce poverty compared to the counterfactual of them not accepting it, but poverty still increase overall because the country that gets the structural adjustment program probably is just in a bad position to begin with. Do you understand that?
I understand that, but the privatization of their existing infrastructure, right? Because you need stability here, and now you're having market forces for services that governments are supposed to provide for their people, like the privatization of water in Bolivia, for example. Right? Why would Bolivia privatize their water?
I mean, I'm not certain, but I imagine the IMF probably gave some recommendation, some requirement for them to privatize certain industries because they were probably costing the Bolivian government money, and they wanted the Bolivian government to be able to
do you know enough about the outcomes of the privatization of water in Bolivia?
Not specifically that, but I think so.
Okay.
I said earlier, I think the evidence.
Before we look into it, because we can look into it, and we can talk. We can have a conversation about it.
Okay.
Your hypothesis, while we look into this, was it a good or a bad thing?
I wouldn't have a strong position on that.
It's not about having a strong position. I want you to make a hypothesis since you don't know about the subject, and we can go through this.
I would be basically.
Do you think that the privatization? It's a simple fucking question, man. Do you think the privatization of water? For fuck's sake, stop.
I'm answering a question. I'm basically indifferent on that.
I'm not done.
Oh, okay. Sound like you
are super obnoxious, kid. I don't know why. Why do you do this? Why can't you have like a normal conversation? Why do you have to talk over everybody and just continue talking? It's crazy.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Do you think your hypothesis that privatization of water in Bolivia ended up being a net good or a net negative for the people of Bolivia?
I would be indifferent on that because I have seen conflicting evidence on the effects of privatization and even the effects of specifically.
I'm asking you about this one case study. Since you don't know enough about it, it's a perfect example of you giving a hypothesis based off of your theoretical outlook on what the market forces of privatizing water would do. And I'm asking you to take that same fucking logic and apply it here. Do you think it's good or bad?
Can I ask something?
I have seen conflicting evidence on the effects of privatization, including the effects of specific
Jesus Christ, dude, you can't answer a fucking question.
I am answering. I am indifferent, and I'm giving you the reasons I am indifferent on this specific thing. So I don't know anything about Bolivia specifically, this water issue specifically. But I have seen,
which is why I'm asking you for your hypothesis.
I have seen, for example, a paper on the effects of water privatization in Colorado, and it found that it actually made things better for consumers and actually led to less violations.
So is it safe to assume
of the Clean Water Drinking Act?
Is it safe to assume that your hypothesis is that it's positive?
Wait, that's not true.
No.
Wait, hold on.
It's not true that I haven't seen a paper.
And you haven't seen the paper on Colorado because we went from a privatized system to a more public system. We have we are part of a co-op of states now trying to figure out our fucking water problems. I'm sorry, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I live in Colorado. As a matter of fact, just recently we were allowed to start keeping rainwater where we couldn't do that before. I don't. This is crazy. Wait, okay. Before we go further, I just want to go back to your whole fucking Wikipedia. Before we go further, I want to go back to your whole Wikipedia thing because you fucking glossed over that so ridiculously stupidly. So you said you couldn't find income inequality in the Arab Spring in Wikipedia. I'm sorry. The Arab Spring is widely believed to have been instigated by dissatisfaction, particularly of the youth and unions, with rule of governments through though some have speculated that wide gaps in income levels and pressures caused by the Great Recession may have had a hand as well. Numerous factors led to the protests, including issues such as reform, human rights violations, political corruption, economic decline, unemployment, extreme poverty, and a number of demographical structural factors. This is the first fucking 2 paragraphs under the causes of the Arab Spring.
Okay.
How the fuck do you gloss over that? What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm gonna go crazy. So just read the part I mentioned inequality again. It's literally said some have speculated that this may have played a role, and it was one of like 50 things mentioned.
It wasn't. No, it was one of like 4 things mentioned, and on top of that, I went to the next fucking paragraph where it talks about extreme poverty, unemployment, economic decline, political corruption. These are all things that cause
relate to inequality. I don't believe
all of these things relate to inequality.
Prove that. What's the evidence?
What?
What's the evidence that like these things are?
Are you serious? I don't know. Logic. Okay, so tell me. Yeah, tell me how political corruption is not a difference in economic impact. Tell me how that's not a difference.
What political corruption I take to be? I think these things can be related, but I don't think political corruption is synonymous
related
with income inequality or wealth inequality.
They're always related.
I think political corruption is likely to increase income inequality, wealth inequality, but I don't think income inequality itself is going to lead to the same type of things that political corruption will lead to.
It absolutely does every single time because the people with more money have more control over the political nature of a country and its policies, and that corruption that you're talking about comes from the wealthy people. This is about an uneven distribution of wealth in a country. Economic decline is absolutely an uneven distribution in a country. Unemployment, same thing. Extreme poverty, same thing. All of these things are factors in inequality of economic standards or economic realities, I guess. It's ridiculous for you to think otherwise. It's just ridiculous.
True. So again, I don't think I take political corruption and these things to be, obviously I understand they're going to be related. Probably disproportionately people who engage in this type of corruption are going to be wealthy people. But if we're considering whether or not,
are you saying poor people corrupt the government? Are you fucking seriously saying there are poor people out there corrupting the government?
I wouldn't necessarily say poor people. Probably in countries with weak in countries and weak institutions, there are a decent number of people who are low to middle income who are able to engage in some type of corruption from the government. Probably that is the case.
You are incredible.
Okay, great. So, if I'm talking about the effects of income inequality, something, right? Income inequality can exist in a country where there's a lot of like political corruption, and a country where there isn't much political corruption. So, if I'm talking about the effects of income inequality, something, I want to try to isolate for that as much as I can. I understand these two things might be related. It might be the case that one even causes the other to some extent. I can conceive of that being the case. Okay, but if I'm talking about the effects of income inequality, I am viewing these as distinct things. So when I say I don't think one of the like primary drivers of the Arab Spring was understood to be income inequality, I'm saying I don't think people understand, at least not merely income inequality, to be the driver of that. I think people understand that people were more upset with the corruption, more upset with the lack of democracy, more upset with the violation of rights than they were with income inequality in and of itself, even if I recognize political corruption can be worsened by inequality or can cause some inequality.
I think you just proved my point, and I think it's interesting that you glossed over all that shit. You said, I can't find income inequality in this document in Wikipedia. That's just crazy.
I had Control F inequality and I didn't see it. But
I don't know. I feel like at this point you just have a cognitive bias. You're looking for answers. Yeah. You do. You are absolutely biased because you looked at that Wikipedia article and you completely glossed over the causes of the Irish.
I told you
or the Arab Spring.
I read all the causes.
And they are directly related to economic situations. They're directly related to economic realities.
Yes, and do you agree that unemployment can be caused by the? Do you agree? Do you agree unemployment can be caused by something that's not income inequality?
Like what?
Like an adverse supply shock?
Would the economic inequality still exist? Even if there is a supply shock, are there still not?
It could.
Wealthy people people as harmed by that, or do they actually gain money when you see that happen?
Well, wealthy people on net probably lose money. There might be individuals who gain money, but probably probably most of them lose money.
Okay, so the vast majority of the population will lose money, but the wealthy people will generally gain money.
No, I think probably this
was seen in the Great Depression.
Lose money.
This was seen in the Great Depression. The wealthy got wealthier and the poor got poorer.
True. So when I say adverse supply shock, which the Great Depression was not necessarily really an adverse supply shock, that was kind of the monetary issues and demand shocks there. But regardless of that, adverse supply shock. So for example, the war in Iran would be an example of an adverse supply shock because people have less oil. So there are oil executives who probably will make more money now because the stock prices of oil, for example, have gone up. But probably on net, a bunch of rich people own assets in companies that rely on oil to make energy and to make plastic and to transport all their goods. So probably on net, the asset values of those are going to fall more than the asset values of oil companies are going to go up. So on net, I would expect the rich overall to lose money. And that would, an adverse supply shock can also, believe it or not, cause unemployment.
I don't know that an adverse supply shock is going to cause unemployment if you have a decrease in the amount of oil that's being produced at a particular point in time.
Do you think I don't know how many. If 50% of the energy production in the U.S. was gone overnight, do you think that would reduce unemployment? Increase unemployment?
I think that roughnecks work in a specific way. So when you're talking about oil or drilling wells, roughnecks work on one well, and if that well gets shut down or gets stymied for any reason at all, they end up going to another well, or they end up working other areas, or even in other states. They move around because they generally cover multi-state areas. So I happen to live around a bunch of roughnecks. So if you're going to talk about oil and natural gas, these people are employed the entirety of the time, whether the gas prices are high or low.
Do you think that maybe gas prices affect other sectors other than just the mining industry and the drilling industry?
Certainly. They negatively affect the poor, and they positively, generally speaking, positively affect the rich.
Let's say overnight.
I think everything you're saying is proving my point here, my guy.
No. Let's just say, just quickly, overnight, let's say 50% of U.S. oil production is gone, or 50% of global production is gone. Do you think unemployment would probably increase in that world?
No. If 50% is gone, we would increase our production.
Unemployment overall.
No, we would increase our production in the United States. Unemployment overall would not go down.
You don't think firms would not be able to hire people if they had to pay like a fuck ton more for gas?
They're going to pay it anyway because they're going to pass the cost on to the consumer.
Do you think consumers are going to be more poor if they have to pay?
Yes, and the consumers are the poor people.
Do you think consumers are going to buy less in that world? Do you think consumers are going to buy less in that world?
Sure, but they're going to end up spending more money in that world
So
as
do you
well.
think that?
So they're going to cover the cost, not the rich people. So this causes a larger income. This causes a larger wealth disparity.
I could imagine it causing a larger wealth disparity. That's not what I'm getting at here. I'm saying,
but that's what I'm getting at. That's the point I fucking made.
50% of energy production is gone. So one, this would limit the ability of firms to even like hire people or pay their workers or to do new investments. Right? I'm not going to open a new branch of my business when I have to pay a lot more for oil because a lot of production is gone because it's just not worth it anymore. Number two, I might just like have to cut back operations like altogether overall because it's just simply too expensive. There's already investments I made, already things I'm doing that are no longer worth it based on that, right? That might
sure. It depends on how much.
Also, people are going to be buying less things. People are going to cut back on the goods that they don't necessarily need. They're going to only buy necessities, and that's going to because they're spending more on necessities.
What happened?
Less money left over for other things. So that's going to affect demand as well. And companies are going to have.
Hey. What happened to this? What happened with the supply shock in 2020, 2021?
What I think that absolutely increased unemployment, if that's what you're getting at.
Do you think the rich got richer and the poor got poorer? I guarantee you they did.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much of that specifically was due to the supply shock necessarily. I think some of it was due to coming to mention afterwards as well. But
fuck.
I don't see a good reason why, in terms of the relative like wealth growth, that necessarily it would be. We actually saw wage compression during the pandemic, right? You recognize that?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You've been doing nothing but proving my point, so I don't know why you want to continue talking about it.
The wages of people in the bottom 10 and 20% grew faster than the wages of people in the top 10%.
I don't know if that's true or not.
That is true. Look up. But look up.
I don't honestly care. I don't honestly care because
that would directly contradict your point.
Yeah, I don't honestly care. I don't honestly care. Well, if you're going to let me finish, I don't honestly care because the rate of inflation that we saw, we had a negative growth in wages during that time.
For who?
For everybody. Everybody that worked for a wage.
That's not true.
They were able to buy less with their dollar. Because of the inflation costs.
You can adjust for inflation. In fact, so there's a progressive economist. There's a pretty progressive economist. His name is Aaron Dube. You can look up. He just wrote a post about this. So a Substack post. You can look up Aaron Dube. Substack is like the most recent post about wage compression meets inflation inequality. I think so. There's an interesting paper that is trying to essentially say. It finds that like people at the bottom 10% actually kind of experienced higher inflation than people.
Okay, I know what you're like now. I get who you are now. I get who you are. If we're going to have this discussion again, we're going to go over. Wait, hold on. Chill, dude. Chill. I know who you are now. If I'm going to ever have a discussion with you again, I'm going to limit it to one specific subject, and we can pull up studies on both sides, and we can look over those studies, because that's all you care about. And I am not going to take the time to look up every fucking study you mentioned. I've looked, because the few things I've looked at that you have actually mentioned, like the fucking Wikipedia article, you have been absolutely wrong about. So I feel like I have to look all of this shit. I feel like I have to look all of this. I feel like I have to look all of this shit up, because you're just saying, trust me, bro. And I'm not willing to do that.
Just to be, it doesn't even, I'm control effing inequality here. There's nothing, unless it's something I haven't expanded. I don't even see that there.
It's because you have to
read.
Wikipedia page. That's because you have to read. That's because you have to read the goddamn thing.
It says, caused by 2000's energy crisis, authoritarianism, absolute monarchy, demographic factors, inflation, kleptocracy, political corruption, poverty, sectarianism, unemployment.
What is a kleptocracy?
Of Muhammad, was it like that's. I understand that to mean a system where there's a lot of corruption, where people are acting for their own gain, where they're like stealing. That's what I understand.
Of for and by the money too.
I don't think that's so. I'm on Wikipedia for that right now. Is a form of government in which those in power use their position
but this
to
is
steal or
stupid.
exploit
This is
national
stupid.
resources
Now
for
you're just
personal
looking up
gain.
something else. Now you're just going back to something else. This is dumb. That's why I say
clicked on the page for the thing you wanted me to define.
if I'm going to have a discussion with you in the future, I'm going to limit it to a very small topic, and then we're going to go over the fucking studies, because every study that you've mentioned has been fucking wrong. I don't know how you don't get that.
What study that I've mentioned has been wrong?
The one where I asked you if they interviewed it as part of their survey.
First of all, that's not a study. That's not a study, and that also wasn't wrong. I still don't. I have to. It's a big data set. I'd have to go through. It would take a bit. I have to go through and find.
If people are answering a survey, what's that for?
A survey?
Yeah, if somebody's answering a survey, what's it for?
What? Maybe for for a variety of things.
Could it possibly be for a study? For a study? What do you do with data?
For a study.
What do you do with data?
For a study.
Do you use data to create studies?
Sometimes,
do you use data to create studies?
Sometimes, yes.
Tell me a study that doesn't use data. I'll wait.
Okay, so there's a study that I read recently on about the dominant currency and how that affects the optimal rate of inflation for countries. So this is a study that is making a model that's not using empirical real-world data. It's just making a model of the macroeconomy and explaining how having the status of being the dominant currency will affect the country's optimal inflation rate and affect the country's optimal tariff rate.
Did any of that use data?
And Mojo.
No, it's a model. It's a theoretical model.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to restart my phone. I don't know why I'm spamming. I'm not typing anything in the comments, but I'm spamming. So I'm just going to restart my phone. I'll be back.
Okay.
But just for the audience, I guess two things are true. One, studies don't necessarily have to use data in the sense that you can make it a study that I just mentioned. That's a theoretical model, right? Saying this is a mathematical model of how the economy, I believe, works. And you can have evidence for it, and you can your evidence for it can include real world data, or you can calibrate it to real world data. You can say, this is my model, I'm going to plug real data into it and see what the result is, right? But you don't necessarily have to have a study that uses real data. Number two, data doesn't have to be for the purpose of a study. A lot of organizations just collect data for the benefit of either their central bank or for the benefit of just public knowledge in general. We have a whole institution, the Bureau of Labor Statistics in this country, that collects data. The BLS doesn't itself produce many studies, but it does a lot of surveys that a bunch of other people use in studies, and that the Federal Reserve uses for its measures of job growth and inflation, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah.
Yeah, and civics done possibly. Yeah, it was really weird. Civics, his comments were just doubling over on each. I mean, non-fun.
You're breaking up, CS.
I think I Christ. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, I just switched my my Wi-Fi over. Non-fun. I think that you've been a good panelist, so appreciate you. Appreciate that you guys don't talk over each other. I don't think that that's happening. The only thing that I'm here to do is mod. So.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't bring the mod up in the first place because, I didn't figure we would need a mod, and I probably don't need a mod. But anyway, CS, this is non-fun. Non-fun, this is CS. CS is my mod, or my main mod. She's generally here every day when I run panels, so just thought I'd introduce you.
Also non-fun, you can tell Mojo, get fucked. Get fucked. You just
what?
Said that.
What was that for?
Get fucked. Yeah, civics. This fans are gone. It was weird. It was
no idea why they're fans.
I know. But it was strange. Anyways, I really did want to hear non-fun's arguments. So carry on, and Mojo, get fucked.
True. I don't know where we left off. Something about equality and stuff of that nature.
Yeah, you can start with get fucked.
I won't tell him that yet. We'll see how that goes.
You can tell me that. I'm okay. I growl a lot, but I'm generally speaking a pretty nice guy.
True. Wait, can I just go over? I remember this. I just want to go over, at least try to get you to understand my theory of mind for why I'm saying like I'm indifferent on the Bolivia thing. So the Bolivia, right? So I want to be clear. My opinion is that structural adjustment programs from the IMF and such in general, their overall effect is positive. That's my opinion based on the evidence I've seen. So that's my general opinion. I am indifferent on the specific effects of privatizing Bolivia's water industry because, one, I don't know much about it. Two, I think when it comes to the privatization of utilities, I've seen conflicting evidence on that, and I don't view one side of the debate or one study as particularly like much better than the others. So you can find, for example, the study I mentioned earlier about Colorado's water and it reducing like safe water act violations or Clean Water Drinking Act violations, I think it is. And but you can also find other studies, for example, like the privatization of like garbage collection in Canada and find that it has bad effects and such. So like I just don't have a strong position on that particular narrow issue.
Can I let Pallet talk to you about the TBA?
The TBA?
Tennessee Valley. What is it?
Authority.
Authority. Yeah, Tennessee Valley.
Sure, but I just want. Do you understand at least even if you don't agree with me, like my theory of mind for why I'm saying I'm indifferent there?
Oh no, I'm not going to give you a yes or no on that.
Okay.
He doesn't have a strong feeling.
He doesn't have
one way or another.
I mean, I think
someone is echoing.
It's me. I think it's insanely unethical to have like private ownership of a natural monopoly and or like water sources or electricity. Like and I think everybody here would agree that electricity is a like common commodity enough to where like we believe that everyone should have it. But not like whether or not that you think that it causes one thing or another, like would you think that it's ethical for a private organization to own a natural monopoly?
Yeah, I think it's entirely dependent on the outcomes. If it has good outcomes, I think it's probably moral. If it has bad outcomes, I think it's probably immoral. I don't see why it wouldn't be intrinsically wrong for someone to own that if it had good outcomes. If it was the case that electricity was better provided overall under a private owner, even if you don't think that's the case, like let's just say hypothetically that was the case, then I would think that if you valued people having access to electricity, you would want that to happen. Like I think it's dependent on the outcome.
Well, I mean, by that logic, would you say that it's ethical for like a lord to have serfs if he's good to his serfs?
Well, not necessarily. So when you say he is good to his serfs, that doesn't imply that it's either the best possible option for the serfs or that the serfs would not be at least better off doing something else, even if what they would otherwise be doing is also not the best possible option. So I think probably that would still be moral.
That's the same point that I'm making about. That's the same point that I'm making about like natural monopolies and utilities. Just because like you say that a private organization has a better outcome than, let's say, some sort of like municipally owned utility, that it wouldn't necessarily mean that it's the correct choice, right?
Okay. So I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I think whether or not, I don't think it's intrinsically immoral one way or the other to do to even own a serf or to do these things. I think they're moral or immoral in virtue of their outcome. So the reason why I think it's generally immoral to have serfs or whatever is because that does not lead to good outcomes, right? I think that people tend to suffer. They tend to not live good lives. They tend to not have their rights protected when they are a serf. And that is why it's generally bad. I could imagine a hypothetical possible world where it would be really good to be a serf. And in that case, maybe it would be good, right? But like certainly, like let's just say, like if there is an alien invasion And the only possible way to stop the aliens, for whatever reason, was to have people be serfs and to produce the weapons that we need to stop the alien invasion. Like that would, like, it would probably be good to do that, right?
No. I mean, non-what.
You would let the Earth die? Like you let, like let's say everyone's going to be tortured by the aliens if we didn't produce the weapons to stop them. And would you say that we shouldn't have serfs to produce the weapons to stop them?
Well, I mean, I think that, like, when you're saying a lord and serfs, like, that implies, like, the divine right of a king. Would you agree?
I'm not certain it implies a divine right necessarily. I think it implies, I think historically that's how it's often been, but I don't think that's a necessary component of it. I'm not sure I would say that. But even if it did, then,
but I mean, with that specific dichotomy that you've given me, though, is there not a third option, or does it have to be the way
the point of the hypothetical is that the point of the hypothetical is there's only two options.
You got to let him finish his statement.
So then, like, I don't understand why you're giving me this hypothetical, though, because
I think
why?
Like,
why?
No,
why? Stop.
I'm just saying that, like, I don't think the private ownership of a natural monopoly is ethical. But, like, you're saying, like, you're giving me a hypothetical where it's like, well, what if that was the only thing that would stop, like, and I'm going to bring it back to water. Like, let's say that having it privately owned would stop massive disinfection byproducts from being put back into the water source. Like, why is that the case? Like, why does it have to be owned by someone or a corporation?
The reason I'm doing this is because you said it is, like, intrinsically wrong for someone to own this or whatever. I'm providing a counterexample that I think points to what you probably actually care about is sort of the outcomes of whether or not this, whether or not it being privately owned probably leads to good outcomes. So that's what I think you probably implicitly actually care about. And you're sort of misusing the word intrinsic here because there's obviously at least sufficient gains to welfare that would justify having serfs or justify having private ownership of certain things. So even if you take the view that, like, maybe certain things are not sufficient for you to justify, you know, sort of having private ownership of these or whatever, certainly there's a point at which it would be justified, and I think that is evidence of it not being, like, intrinsically wrong, or at the very least it has to be moderated to, like, there are clearly sufficient welfare considerations that could outweigh this wrong or whatever.
But I mean, like, on average, and I'm going to use, like, a cost example too, which I don't even, like, talk about specifically, but, like, you were talking about, like, Clean Water Act violations as well. Can you support the claim that there were actual less Clean Water Act violations versus there were less caught Clean Water Act violations? Also, for municipally owned utilities versus privately owned utilities, on average, which are cheaper?
I mean, for the end consumer, it wouldn't surprise me if the publicly owned ones were cheaper. I'm not certain of that, but that wouldn't surprise me. I would guess that's what you're insinuating. But I mean, so no statistical measure is literally going to be perfect, but, like, I would expect if there was a flaw in the measuring of the Clean Water Safety Act violations, that flaw would exist both for when it happened when the water company was privatized and when it was publicly owned, right? So I wouldn't expect that to systemically bias it in either direction, I guess.
No, I mean, like, municipal, like, and this is in accordance with federal law, not in accordance with local statutes or whatever. Municipally owned utilities have to report back to the community on, like, where money is being spent. Private organizations don't have to do that. Also, the like municipal utilities, specifically like that we were talking about water, have to report to the community their chemistry levels. Private organizations do not have to do that. So that's like where I'm talking about, like, is it, when it comes to like when you're talking about these studies for privately owned utilities, do they actually have less Clean Water Act violations, or do they just not get caught as much?
Like I said, they're using the same measure for both. So if there was a flaw in the measurement, it wouldn't bias it in either direction.
How would it not bias it?
Because I understand it. They're collecting the same data from doing the same tests. That's just like routinely done.
What do you mean by that though? Like, if
water quality data comes from two sources: the EPA, SDWIS, and each individual state's Environmental Protection Agency or equivalent agency. From the SDWIS, I take records of all SDWA violations committed by any water system in the sample between 1996 and 2023. The SWIS maintains records of violation type, date of violation, the date the violation was first reported, and if and when the system returned to compliance, and details regarding the contaminant and or rule that was violated. Like, that's the data they're using.
You're pointing out exactly what I'm saying. Like, so these are caught violations, correct?
Yeah, but if they're like,
these are violations that are caught by the EPA or by fucking TDEC or CDEC or like whatever.
But why would it? It's not going to bias it in one direction. So they're doing the same test, right? This is the same process from the same agency. It
will bias it in one direction if there is only one of these two groups that are required to self-report.
They are both required to do these tests. They both do them.
What tests?
So I'm assuming there's a variety of tests, really, but the EPA, SDWIS, that's how they monitor the violations and the violation of the Safe Water Drinking Act. They probably test for a number of different water quality.
Yeah, what tests are required? What tests are required to be reported to the EPA?
I'm not certain the specifics of the exact tests.
Fluoride, disinfection byproducts, copper and iron, and PFAS. Those are the only four. PFAS doesn't even have a secondary detection limit. So they're like, PFAS is out.
That's true of all. That's true of all the samples. So it's not going to bias it in one direction or another again.
It does bias it when, like, you have a different standard. They are not required in the same frequency.
What's your evidence for that?
The EPA and state level reporting standards.
And you know those?
Like what I just brought up a minute ago. So a municipal owned.
Did you say there were only 4 contaminants?
4 that are required to be reported to the EPA.
I mean, I don't know, maybe they're not required to be reported to the EPA, but it seems like there's more contaminants that they're measuring in these tests than you suggested.
Boy, the audience does not like these kinds of discussions. That's kind of crazy. We went from like
I know. Everybody hates water, but it's going to be fine. In 100 years, everybody's going to be making $10 million a fucking second. But the rivers are going to be on fire, and everybody's going to have fucking gold. But go ahead.
It's not about water. It's about the economics that we're talking about. When we started the whole thing, there was like 120 or 130 people in here. Now there's 40. So I'm just saying that it's the economics discussion that's causing that. I wasn't talking about the water, to be clear.
What's also probably the inability to take a position on something.
Well, it's
do
probably
I
also that
think I have an
Sunday.
inability to take a position on something?
Yeah.
I clearly have the ability to take positions on many things. I've taken many positions on many things throughout the debate, right? I even said my overall belief is that the structural adjustment programs are net good. That is what the evidence I've seen has suggested. But with regards to one particular privatization of the water plant in Bolivia, I am just not certain about that because I've seen conflicting evidence, even on specifically water privatization, water utility privatization.
Mm. So again, I guess from
on mountains any more than the deep ocean bed. Mojo, next time that we do this, like, please let me know if this is going to be a debate. I was under like the assertion that this was just going to be like a conversation or whatever. Like, I didn't know that this was going to be like some debate lordy shit.
Well, that's why I said if we're going to do this again, I have no problem doing this again any day of the week or whatever. I think it's been a good discussion so far. I just would like to stick to like one little topic so that we can actually go over the figures and the studies and stuff like that, because obviously we weren't doing that today. And you brought up a whole lot of stuff that I'm just not going to take the time to go through right now.
Do you think there's like a discrepancy in the quality of evidence that we're presenting? Because I feel like I have presented one, I feel like I've done a decent job of kind of explaining oftentimes the mechanisms by which I think things happen, like in the mechanisms by which I could see different effects competing with each other and which one dominates. And two, I think I've done a decent job at giving you evidence that is what I would say is like causal identification, where they try to isolate.
I think you've done a terrible job, but I wouldn't know because I didn't actually look the shit up you were saying.
Yeah, Destiny would be proud, dude. You're doing great.
Wow, great. But like, I feel like I've done a decent job at that, and it feels like most of the stuff you guys have given me is just pure anecdotes.
Yeah, because we were just going to have a discussion. That's why there was three of us. We weren't really looking to have a debate. We weren't coming here to try and win something.
Because the things that I told you, the things that I told you about structural adjustment programs, the privatization of water in Bolivia, how structural adjustment programs were handed out and all that, I know all this shit. I don't need to look it up, right? Which is why I asked from the very beginning to stop, for the love of God. Why I asked you when we got to the crossroads of like, since you don't know about the privatization of water in Bolivia, do you think it was good or bad for the people of Bolivia? And you couldn't give me an answer. It was a simple hypothesis so that we could go through it and I can show you the evidence of what happened from the day before they privatized water and then once it happened and it was in the hands of a private company, what that meant for the people. And you were just like, I'm not going to take a position on it because I don't know enough about it. I'm asking you what your guess is, if you know what a hypothesis is, and you couldn't do that.
I'm like, so I would say my credence in the proposition of it being net bad would be like maybe 51%, just because based on what you said, I assume there's some truth to that.
Sure.
Okay, great, but you understand.
I'm pushing back on your claim that we came here with nothing. I talked about structural adjustment programs. I talked about the privatization of water. I talked about the fucking Gini coefficient because you guys were going on about wealth inequality. And if you're going to have a discussion about wealth inequality and not talk about the Gini coefficient, that's kind of a moot point, is it not?
Bro. No, there are many things that you can understand about wealth inequality and not.
Tell me again and the audience what the Gini coefficient measures.
It's a measure of inequality.
Of what, sorry? It's a measure of what?
Inequality.
Inequality. Cool. What was the discussion about?
The effects of inequality on given things.
Okay, then tell me why the fuck that's a bad measurement.
It's not necessarily a bad measurement.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jesus Christ! What do you? I'm so confused. Do you think I can talk about the effects of inflation on a given thing?
No, man. You know what? I'd like for you to say. Take your Philbro hat off for a second and be like, you know what? I didn't even know about that, and I wasn't aware of that, and I should have probably brought that up.
Do you honestly believe you think I didn't know about the Gini coefficient?
Then why didn't you bring it up if we're having a discussion about wealth inequality?
Because
why would you not bring up the mechanism that measures wealth inequality in a discussion about wealth inequality?
First of all, there are a number of different ways to measure wealth and income inequality. The Gini coefficient is not the only way, right? But regardless of that,
what are some other ways that they measure it? Non-phone, what are some other ways they measure it?
So, for example, the share
of national income
going to the top 10%, there are a number of different ways economists measure it. You can measure it by the share of income going to the top 1% or share of income going to the top, 10%, 1%, whatever. You can measure the share of wealth held by the top percentile of income or whatever. You can look at post-tax or after-tax for all these different measures. Yeah.
I don't know where Pallet went.
The Gini coefficient is a common way to measure it. That's true. I never disagreed with that, but that's not the only way. So what I think I maybe disagree with this. I think I can talk about the effect of inflation on given things without referring specifically to CPI or specifically to PCE. If I were talking, because I was talking conceptually about how I view, how inflation might affect certain things, but I don't think I have to, in many cases, refer specifically to PCE or CPI to speak of that.
Going off feels. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, going off feels. Going off of fields, do you feel like our system would be better if we had a system-wide coverage of food and shelter?
It kind of just depends what you mean. I think that we should have cash transfers to people and probably some in-kind benefits as well. But I don't think the government
I didn't ask you how it would be given out. I asked if everybody had a home and everybody was food secure. Would we be a better country? Would we have a better economy? Would we have a happier people?
Okay, but that's just trivial, right? Obviously, all else equal, if that was
food and
the case,
shelter is trivial.
It is trivially true that it given just all else equal, people having homes and food, we're going to be better. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I mean by
would you feel the same about access to healthcare?
So, if the claim, if the hypothetical is just all else equal, the world would be better if everyone had healthcare.
This country, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. See, I think we could go through I don't have to go through the rest of them, but I think we could go through all basic needs that human beings need, and I think you'd probably agree with them. My point is, though, right? My point is,
in the real world,
my point is that if we can move to a system where everybody's happier and everybody has all their basic needs met, I think we can agree that it would be a better system. And if we can...
Well, that doesn't follow, because just to be clear, you would agree that if we met everyone's food needs by enslaving every single black person and having them produce food, that would be bad, right?
No, it wouldn't, because black people are still people.
What?
Yeah.
In your example, you said if we fed everybody, but in order to feed everybody, it would require the enslavement of black people. Are black people not people?
Yeah, that means they're getting food from slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying that
that would not be good.
Yeah, I would say it wouldn't be good either.
Yeah. So you clearly recognize that there's a need to understand the trade-offs involved in the mechanism by which we're achieving these goals, because some ways we could achieve the goals would be bad, some ways we could achieve the goals would be good, and different ways to achieve them are going to have different trade-offs.
But the goals themselves are always good.
Always is a weird word, but...
Why is it a weird word?
It's kind of just... Because, technically, I don't think it's intrinsically important that people have food. I think it's intrinsically important that creatures have
craziest statement ever. You wait. I'm sorry. You can't have a good faith argument if you actually fucking believe that.
Oh my god. Okay. So food is important in my view because having food makes sentient creatures happier and live longer. Right. That's why food's important in my view. It's not important in and of itself.
Can they survive without it?
In a hypothetical world, it is logically possible. Yeah.
You can survive without food?
No, but it's logically possible.
How is it logically possible to survive without food?
What does that mean?
Because there's no contradiction entailed by me surviving without food.
Again, can you just turn your computer screen off and take your Philbro hat off? Can people survive without food?
No.
Okay. So you want to circle back to the beginning of the
argument? I mean, there are people I believe who don't eat solid food. They rely on feeding and such, but I get your point.
Can people survive without food? It's pretty simple.
I would say generally no, but technically there are probably things that we don't consider food that people live off of.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's so fucking brutal.
I don't think people. There are people in comas who have feeding tubes.
You were completely bad faith. You were completely bad faith in a fucking discussion, man. I don't know why anybody talks to you.
Yeah.
True.
Are we here right now?
The reason I talk about logical possibilities and such is because I think when you're saying something is intrinsically important, kind of the position there is that like
the survival of food,
in all possible worlds, this is important. But it's clearly like a possible world in which people don't have to rely on food, right? So like,
no. We absolutely need food to survive. There's no debating.
And I'm not talking about all worlds. I'm not talking about all worlds. I'm talking about the world we fucking live on, in the country that we live in, and the economy that we have in this country.
Okay, but
that's what I'm talking about.
In my view, it's weird. In my view, it's weird to say something is intrinsically important if it's.
I didn't say intrinsically. You're the dumb shit that said that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't say intrinsically.
Food isn't. I said I don't believe food is like intrinsically important. You said that's crazy. That's unbelievable. You're so bad faith.
Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous. What a ridiculous statement.
Okay, do you think that implies the view that you disagree with that claim?
Yes, I disagree with the claim that it's not intrinsically important. I absolutely think that you need food to survive, and I don't think you have a society if people don't survive.
So, because you disagree with that, what I'm trying to do is understand and critique this view, right? So I'm saying, when you say something,
why are you trying to critique this view? There were simple questions and there's simple yes or no answers, and I think all of them are yes. All of them are yes. All of them are yes. All of the answers are yes, and you already gave all the yes answers. So if we agree that these things are good, then we should probably figure out a way to get there, causing the least amount of harm. I would think.
Kind of, yeah. I would say causing the least amount of harm, right? Like I care about whether it's a net good, right? So I don't care about these goals in and of themselves again. I care.
No, it's not. No, this has nothing to do with that. I'm just saying we do cause the least amount of harm. So, in other words, it would actually be easier to feed everybody on the planet if nobody ate meat. It would be much easier. So I would say causing the least amount of harm also includes not killing animals for food. So, and it would make it an easier proposition as well. So I think we should probably move in that direction anyway. So when I say causing the least amount of harm, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, just the framing of some of this stuff. So when you say like you agree this goal is good, and therefore we should try to get to the goal of causing the least amount of harm. What I care about at the end of the day is the net benefit to like sentient creatures. So there are like, if it was the case that this goal is always going to cause net harm, at least in the world we exist in now, I would not be in favor of doing that, even if in a perfect ideal world, all else equal, achieving the goal would be good, right? Like,
this makes me want to throw my screen at the wall. What the fuck?
Dude, I don't like Philbro shit. It's fine. If we want to have a genuine discussion,
like not that crazy Philbro stuff.
But. It is.
I asked you simple questions, and you gave me the most fucking runaround goddamn answer. When it's pretty binary, the questions that I've been asking you, and you have found a way to Philbro your way out of the fucking answer. So since we're gonna go with that and be like, you know what? I think we're in the Matrix. I think we're in the Matrix, and you're probably closer to being unplugged than the two of us. So kudos to you for that, Mojo. I gotta run. I have a sleep study that I have to go do. But yeah, good luck with your Philbro shit, man, dude. If you want to have a serious discussion next time, and maybe on a topic, I'm more than willing to have that conversation with you. But if you're looking for Philbro gotchas, I'm not interested.
This is not a Philbro gotcha. You guys are like the ones trying to gotcha me and stuff. I'm just explaining my position.
Yeah, I think Civics and Paladin and I are going to start doing this again every Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. We might do it on Sundays, but I'm not sure. I'll have to talk to them both to see how we're going to do it. We're going to do this every Saturday night or every Sunday night, I think. So we're going to talk about socialism versus capitalism. We're going to have probably a short discussion ahead of time on a topic that we choose. And then after that, we're going to bring people up to talk to us about the problems that they see with the discussion we had, and possibly just talk about capitalism versus socialism as well. So this is something I want to do on a weekly basis. I did this throughout the summer last year into the holidays. And then we kind of quit doing it at the holidays, but I'm going to make it.
Yeah, Saturday nights became too social for me.
Yeah. Yeah. He'd come in and he would be 2 sheets to the wind.
Yeah. Anyway, I do have to run now. I have a sleep study. But
yeah, enjoy that.
You're more than welcome. You seem like, so I don't know. Typically, like Mojo said, we'd have a topic, and I know Mojo Raz is really interested. He's like, I need to talk to like actual socialists and not like, I don't know, trying to get some kind of textbook answer out of it. And that's the other problem that I have with other people sometimes when they want to. Yeah, he's just generally interested, and he's like, I think I'm more socked them. I just need to figure it out. And I was like, just come and listen to our topics and make your own decision.
Yeah, and non-fun. I actually like you a lot. I think you're a cool guy. I apologize for going off of you a couple times. That's just who I am. So I hope you can understand that. And you are welcome back on the panel anytime you want, any time of day, anytime I'm up. You are welcome on the panel.
Mojo, I was painting the bathroom, just cursing at the screen, bud.
I'm sorry. Go for it. I'm interested in this, but yeah, I do have to go.
So the main thing that like got me, and I mean, there was a mismatch in like debate versus conversation, right? Overall, I enjoyed it. It was really good. But let's see, what is it? Non-fun, and I think you and Civics were going back and forth on like medium income benchmarks, like USA versus other developed nations, primarily. You know, I'm guessing Scandinavian is where I heard Luxembourg, a couple others. But as someone, I'm not sure if it was you or Civics, kind of came across something very important, and that's the normalization of the median incomes across those countries due to our healthcare systems, right? And so when we look at the median income across us and our other economic peers, right, what we see is without a normalized, we have a higher median income per citizen, right? But then when you normalize for healthcare cost, the measure changes quite a bit. We're still usually incrementally ahead of those countries. But when you think about what is disposable income, some other good measures that come to mind are like savings rates. And when we spend our disposable income is on our time off. So when you compare the average U.S. work week being about 11 weeks on average more than like Scandinavian countries in our economic peer group, and the fact that they save 22% of their income versus our like average 3 to 5%. Then you understand like the disposable income on their end is much higher because they have a lot more time off work to actually spend their disposable income, and they're still taking home and banking a quarter of it at the end of the day. So when you normalize for it, our economic peers median income blows ours out of the water.
So I'm not sure what figure you're referring to when you say normalize for healthcare spending or whatever. So the figures are adjusted for purchasing power parity, which adjusts for, as best as we can, the price differences between countries because things cost different amounts in different countries, right? So, and healthcare is included as a component of that adjustment, and healthcare is included as a component of income, both the public benefits that people receive from the government in European countries and to some extent in America, and the private insurance that Americans get from their employers because that is the type of income that they receive. As far as I'm aware, those are included in the measure of income, and the price of healthcare across countries is adjusted for with PPP. That seems totally fair to me.
No,
I'm not familiar with this.
So you're mixing terms here. You're mixing terms. So when you say median, yes, and when you say median PPP, that does a fairly good job of normalizing for like a universal health care versus, the system we have. But when you're saying disposable income, that measure in the U.S. is before cost of health care. So, and then I mean, if you just look at the top level.
Yeah, but it's before cost of healthcare in European countries too, is it not?
No, because
disposable income, no.
Healthcare is included in the taxes that you pay. It's something the government provides.
But it's included as part of the income that they get from benefits as well.
No, it's just included in something given by the government. So it would not be included in disposable income at all. It doesn't come from the workplace. It's not added to a paycheck or deducted from a paycheck. It's just something that comes out of everybody's
income includes
taxes.
Wages and salaries, mixed income, income from pensions, and other social benefits. Social transfers include health or education provided for free or at reduced prices by governments and nonprofit institutions. I believe this is including health insurance in that.
It's not. But you're missing the crux of the argument. When we look at the average weeks worked per year on average for like the U.S. citizen, it's about 11 weeks more than their Scandinavian like peers, right? So when we look at these two economic systems, we look at the one leaning more towards socialism that has better outcomes for the citizens, because not only do they have 11 more weeks of leisure versus work time, they're also banking 22% of their disposable income, and our saving rates are much higher, which regardless of the PPP or the way you're reading these definitions, you could logically conclude that their purchasing power is higher or they're much less consumeristic, right?
China also has a higher PPP. Just saying.
But a higher, what do you mean a higher PPP?
They have a higher GDP PPP.
Yeah.
Per capita? I don't believe that's true.
They do.
I said China. Look it up.
China?
U.S. has a higher GDP.
Are you saying per capita is higher in China?
PPP. GDP, PPP.
Per capita, to be clear. Are you mentioning
No, not per capita. PPP.
Okay. It's not that surprising to me that they would have higher. Okay, but you understand you can have per capita and PPP at the same time. Those aren't, what?
So look up both. What do you see? I know that they have higher GDP PPP than
GDP
us.
per capita PPP, current international dollars, China, they're at 27,000.
Yeah.
I believe we are higher than that.
Yeah, we should be. Much lower population.
GDP per capita, current international dollars, United States, 85,000.
Yep.
So we have a higher GDP per capita, adjusted for purchasing power parity, than China does. China might have a higher GDP overall, but they have a way bigger population.
Their purchasing power is higher.
Yeah, it'd be the other way around.
But it's, I don't understand what you mean by that.
They can purchase more because their cost of living is lower.
Yeah, but their incomes are also lower. What?
Why are we pivoting over onto China?
I don't
know. They are economic peer.
Or income, yeah.
I just love China, and I knew that their PPE was higher, so I just wanted to put that in there.
Well, I'm talking about our economic peers, which I don't think China's in that group.
I'm looking at World Bank right now. Data.worldbank.org. GDP per capita, PPP, current international dollars, United States. For 2024, the United States is at 85,000. The same metric for China in 2024 is 27,000.
Okay. So again, they're not in our economic peer group. When we compare ourselves to our economic peers, the ones with a more socialistic government than ours, their citizens are better off.
I don't want to, that you read off what was included in.
I just want to, I talk about China because you guys brought up China first, right? And I think you're kind of wrong about it. But with regards to, my understanding is, so working hours are less in Europe. I understand that to be true. I think that's because Europe has more labor market regulations, and I also think it's because Europe has also lower returns to work. So it's probably not the biggest driver. I don't know if there's good evidence on what the biggest driver is, but people, if you're paid less, you're probably going to work less, right? If there's lower returns to work, presumably you are going to work less. So that's probably part of the reason why Europe working hours are lower. But I think those labor market policies Europe they have real trade-offs in terms of the amount of innovation Europe does, in terms of the amount of growth that Europe has. I think those have real trade-offs associated with them.
So what do you get when you take the GDP per capita of the U.S. divided by the average work weeks compared to, I don't know, Norway or something, Iceland, any of the Scandinavian countries? What do you see there?
As I understand it, the GDP per capita per hour worked is higher in some European countries, in the Scandinavian countries, but because they have lower working hours, they are hitting less diminishing returns. So as you work more and more and more, the return, the amount of output you produce each additional hour probably gets less and less and less, called diminishing returns. This is how most things work. So if you work fewer hours, on average, like your GDP per capita per hour worked might be higher, but if you worked an equivalent amount as America does, then you probably would not, America would probably be higher. Like our productivity growth is way higher, right?
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't go to the majority of the people. We saw a split off of productivity from median wages back in the 70s, brother.
That's not true. So
yes, it is.
So that chart, no, it's not. So that chart makes a number of errors. Number one, they use two different deflators. At least in the worst version of the chart, they use two different deflators. They use GDP deflator for productivity, but they use CPI for workers' wages. Number two, in the worst version of the chart, at least, the measure for workers' wages, I don't believe includes things like non-wage benefits like 401k contributions and health insurance. But the biggest error they make,
what is the federal minimum wage? What is the federal minimum wage?
Okay, so just real quick. So the biggest error they make is they're comparing the productivity of all workers to the compensation of production and non-supervisory employees. So all workers' productivity is compared to a subset of workers' pay. That's not really fair because obviously if you have two different groups of people, one of them is way more productive than the other, it's perfectly expected for one of them to be paid a lot more than the other. If you compare everyone's productivity to just a subset of people's pay, it makes sense why you see that gap. But if you make all the proper adjustments to account for those things I just mentioned, it is not the case that pay deviated from productivity.
Are you making the argument that the median pay or average income in America isn't strongly correlated to that measure of workers' wages, that group? Sounds to me like you're purporting that. Sounds to me like you're saying that that's an improper measurement of like wages because that's not representative of the average American. Are you saying that the median wages of what was the group you called out? The lowest paid
supervisory employees,
production and non-supervisory. Would you say that's not the majority of people working in the industry where we've seen AI and automation jump productivity up?
I'm not certain if it's the majority or not. I don't believe it is, but it could be. So, but I don't believe.
You think there's more supervisory positions?
The important. Well, I think I don't know the exact classification, so I don't know for certain. But I think
you just said the graph was
production and non-supervisory. Right. So the issue with the graph, which it doesn't matter whether or not this is a majority of people or not, for the issue with the graph to stand. Right. So the issue with the graph is that if the claim is productivity split from pay or whatever, that's not really fair to say based on the graph because they're comparing all workers' productivity versus a subset of workers' pay. So even if the majority of workers are in that subset, it could be the case, this is not the case to be clear, but it could be the case that only the top 10% of people saw any productivity increase and the bottom 90% of people saw no productivity increase. In that world, you would expect if people were compensated based on their productivity for the bottom 90% of people to not have a meaningful pay raise, right? But the top 10% of people would see a big pay raise. So in that world, pay would not have been split from productivity if you looked at all workers' productivity and all workers' wages.
So certainly you've recreated the graph and you can prove that the graph's bunk based on
I haven't personally recreated it, but there are a number of people who have. For example, I believe the AEI has a version of their graph that's updated.
So that graph's bunk. So we haven't seen like a growing divide of wealth in America, or what's the driver of that? If you think there is one,
these two things don't follow from each other. You can have that gap or not have that gap and still have an increase in wealth.
Decoupling of productivity from wages back in the 70s is a complete farce and not a driver at all.
I don't believe the claim that wages have decoupled from productivity is true. What I think is true is that some workers have seen larger productivity increases than others, and therefore some workers have seen larger pay raises than others, right? So I believe it is the case that a contributing factor to increase income and wealth inequality is the fact that some workers have seen faster and faster productivity increases compared to workers that haven't. And that also differs by region, right? Like rural America has not really seen significant productivity increases, but a few like superstar cities, LA, San Francisco, New York, have seen bigger and bigger productivity increases, and that is also a driver of increased wealth and income inequality. So I believe that's true, but I don't believe the claim that productivity and wages have split is true.
So your focus on that graph, and the graph, let me give you a little background. It focuses on factory workers, right? And the reason they focus on production line people is it's examining the effects of automation
No.
On wages, yeah. That's exactly what
That's
it
not,
is.
Okay. Maybe, so
let me ask you a follow-up question.
And pretend that was the point of the graph, okay?
Yeah, let's pretend.
At the very least, you did not present the graph to me in that way at all. That was not the way. You did not present the graph to me and say, hey, non-fond, this graph demonstrates the effect of automation. You said, non-fond, this graph shows that workers are doing poor and capitalism is bad.
Well, I mean, if you know so much about the graph, right, that you've debunked it or allowed AI to debunk it for you. I mean, that's the whole premise of the graph. I don't think it's my burden to bring to the conversation that's what it's for. But I mean, when you're saying like productivity, and that graph is not representative because it's not examining like supervisory, the total wage group. It's examining a subset of the wage group that's most directly impacted. I mean, you're surmising that automation has led to an increase in productivity on supervisory level, and disproportionately so, to make that graph come out, right?
I mean, depending on what you mean by automation, I don't think necessarily it has to be automation, but I think I don't think what I'm saying is complicated. I think, yes, there has been a split in how fast the productivity of different groups is growing. I don't even think there's necessarily been a split. I think it is the case that it compounds over time, and probably the top 10-20% of people have experienced faster productivity growth compared to the bottom 30% or whatever. But so I think like that is. I agree that people who are rich have seen faster productivity growth than people who are poor. I don't think it's fair to conclude from that wages have been split from productivity. That's what I'm saying.
So when I look at median wages over the past, 50 years, what I'm saying is mostly stagnant wages for the bottom 90%. Would you argue that automation has increased productivity or decreased it or remained the same?
I think automation has increased productivity. I think median income has grown over the past 50 years, and I don't know exactly what you're looking at, but I imagine the errors that they're making are, one, using CPI, which I think is overly high inflation measurement, especially for the type of measurement you're doing over 50 years, considering the changes that have been done to CPI. Two, they're looking only at wages and not increased non-wage benefits like employer contributions for 401ks and employer contributions to health insurance. Three, they're probably excluding certain government transfers. So I think for the bottom 20% of people, a lot of growth in their income over the past 50 years has not been market income, but has instead been government transfers. And we can talk about whether that's good or bad or whatever, but certainly they've experienced some type of income growth. It's just that they're more reliant on the government now.
So over the past 50 years, you mentioned non-wage benefits. Do you think they've increased from corporations to employees or decreased?
Increased.
So do you think the company's share of 401k contribution is more or less of a benefit in non-wage, like levels of non-wage benefits to an employee versus a defined benefit pension plan, which provides the biggest benefit to an employee?
I'm not.
Which one would you measure higher? The 3% match of an employer, or a defined benefit pension plan?
It probably depends on how generous the defined benefits plan is.
Are you not familiar, like, generally what a defined benefit pension plan is?
I'm probably familiar.
Which one do you think pays out more in retirement? A defined benefit pension plan or a employer contribution over the same time period at the max rate, matching rate of 3% on average?
Really risk adjusted, I'm not certain. Because as I understand it, part of the reason we've seen the decline in defined benefit plans is because we mandated that companies actually fully fund their defined benefit pension plans. And after that, a lot of companies started doing them less often because they knew they in the future likely actually couldn't do that. So I believe.
Why?
Why what?
Why couldn't they fully fund their defined benefit pension plan?
Same reason anyone could. It would take too many resources away from their company, and their company could be doing worse in the future, and they could have less employees contributing to it.
So the 3% match for the same employee base is less costly to them?
Well, given the mandate, given the mandate, yeah. But what I'm saying is, So I'm not certain. It wouldn't surprise me that much.
I'll just yes, that's true. Defined benefit pension plans cost exceedingly more because they're more valuable to employees.
As I understand it, the reason we mandated that is because companies kept having problems with not actually being able to pay those out. So if you adjusted the return, if you did a risk-adjusted return where you accounted for the fact that defined benefits plans were more likely to go bankrupt and more likely to not actually pay you out, then I don't actually know necessarily which one would have the higher return.
Well, it's always going to be defined benefit pension plans.
Companies wait, hold on. Just to be clear,
without a doubt.
Without a doubt, hands down.
No, literally.
I don't know what you
every
do for a
major
living, but I'm a
economist would
CPA.
agree. Every major economist would agree. This is ridiculous.
Wait, you guys 100% agree. If a company goes bankrupt and they literally can't pay out their defined benefits plan, then you're screwed. You don't get anything, right?
Right, but they can pay out their 3%.
Okay,
You can
so
logically
it's not.
understand from that defined benefit pension plans are a much higher value in your calculation of median income if you include non-wage benefits. Right?
Hold on, repeat that, sorry.
So you understand from this conversation, I hope you do, that defined benefit pension plans would be measured much more as a benefit in the total median earned income if you included non-wage benefits in that measure than a traditional 401k contribution from an employer.
Probably?
Yes, not probably. It's hands down. Hands down. Like double or triple the amount. So do you think that could be maybe companies moving away from defined benefit pension plans from the government mandate that they can't give a benefit or promise employee and not make good on it in the future? Do you think them moving away from that increase or decrease median earnings?
I think it depends on what they, it depends because probably...
It depends if they defrauded their employees or not. That's your argument?
No, it depends on whether or not they make up for it with increased wages, which they probably do.
No.
Okay. So I think employers care about the total cost of hiring an employee, and therefore they have some incentive to sort of do what, based on what the worker prefers, try to match what the lowest possible option in terms of a mix of wages, a mix of retirement benefits, and a mix of perks or whatever, what that worker's minimum total compensation will be given his preferred basket of compensation, basically. So probably, if once they started switching away from defined benefits, they probably made up for it in increased wages and increased health insurance benefits and other non-wage benefits.
No, health insurance has actually decreased. The coverage of health insurance has decreased, and the cost has been shifted to the consumer. So when you say things like they've moved towards a benefit analysis, it's so like higher premiums, things like that. The cost is shifted to the consumer. Your employer has the right to negotiate your premiums down based off of what they're willing to pay. So no, the cost is shifted to the consumer.
And because I think what you mean is the employer has shifted the cost more to the employee over the years. So they used to bear a much higher cost share.
Okay, I'm not certain that's true. I don't know if they stated back there.
It is.
But regardless.
So another thing, I'll give you the cliff notes since you don't know. Go ahead.
Real quick, just to be clear, we probably all agree, right, that employees get probably a greater share of the workforce today gets health insurance benefits from their employer than they did even 20 years ago before the ACA, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
That's because the ACA. That's because the ACA forced them to do that. So when you add in the Affordable Care Act, that is a governmental system that was put in place to force employers to do that because they weren't originally doing that. And as we speak now, they're consistently, I would say daily, but constantly talking about how they want to repeal the ACA.
Yeah, and I think the ACA is probably net benefit, but what I'm saying is you understand how then excluding non-wage benefits from measures of income would bias the estimate downward because a lot of stuff has shifted from wages to the now mandated health insurance benefits, right?
Yeah, and you're right, and that's why I compared defined benefit pension plan at 2x, 3x. The benefit to the employee is the 3% that we move to as a society, because that's an example and one of the primary drivers of even when you include non-wage benefits, we see stagnation of wages since the 70s. And all has to do with GSW. Yes, it is. I'll give you the cliff notes since you're not aware. So what we saw in the share productivity, 1940s to 1970s, was the average frontline or production worker got about 70 7%, 73, and I don't remember the exact number, right? And the owners of capital got about a quarter of it, and that's flip-flop since the 70s. So the average production worker has seen an increase of about share of 25%, whereas the CEOs and shareholders have received about 75%. And this all ties back into what would median or average minimum wage be if it kept pace with inflation. If you flip that around and say that the production worker continued to get the 75%, then you would see the average wage today be about anywhere from $23 to $28. That's how that all ties in together.
Wait, the 75% of what, sorry?
Of the increase in productivity.
Increase in productivity.
Productivity.
I'm not really sure what you're basing those numbers off of. So you understand productivity increases can come from different places, and that based on where they come from, that's going to change who's compensated for it, right? So it shouldn't be the case that if capital is responsible for the increase in productivity, that labor is compensated for that increase to the same degree that capital is, because the capital is the thing responsible for it. Therefore, the factor payments are going to go to capital in that case.
You're absolutely right, but can you like identify why it flipped in the 70s from 75 to the production worker and 25 to the capital owners and flipped to 25%?
I'm not sure that's true. So like most of the numbers you give me, I recognize are like meme number things. So I'm not certain I'd be skeptical that's true. But regardless, I would imagine it's some effect of automation, some effect of just kind of generally more lax regulation, and to some degree lower taxes as well that like benefited asset holders and such and such.
So you don't think it had anything to do with generate shareholder wealth theory and maximizing efficiency and driving value to the shareholders, being prominent in business schools?
That's the biggest mechanism behind it.
What do you think it is?
I feel like
you think it's automation itself that swapped the measure who's receiving the advance in productivity?
More specifically, how capital intensive certain increases in productivity are. I think they've probably gone to more capital intensive over time, and therefore the compensation of capital has grown over time.
So you think we saw higher levels of automation and magnitude from 70s to now versus like 40 to 70s when we saw like automation line being built in factories?
Probably, yeah. But
okay. I mean, I wouldn't agree with you, but
I mean, what else is responsible for the increase in productivity we've seen over that time? I think it would be automation, and I think it would be like, to some degree, maybe specialization and scale and such as well.
Well, yeah, but you just said the actual automation itself flipped the share of the increase in productivity. So why would that impact the flip?
What I said is the capital intensity of these investments has probably grown over time. So the more capital intensive an investment is, the more capital is going to be compensated for the return on that investment, right?
So you're saying that things get more expensive, so you flip the share?
Someone in chat just mentioned computers, as a good example. Like AI data centers, right, are very capital intensive. They are something that increases productivity that is primarily purely capital. Obviously, there's some labor input insofar as running the data centers and like building the physical thing itself, but it mostly just takes a lot of money, a lot of capital, a lot of physical capital goods to make the data center, right? So in that case, the capital is going to be compensated the most from that because they put up most of the, well, I don't want to say effort necessarily, most of it's going to be compensated the most from that to do that thing.
Sorry.
Well, there's one big hole in your theory, right? One huge gaping hole. The capital owners have always borne the cost of that automation at 100%. And they did so given 75% to the production worker before. So it sounds like you're advocating for a capitalist system, whereas we see data centers and who knows what future technology become even more capital intensive, that at some point it should shift even more, and people actually doing the work shouldn't get any share in increase in productivity. What happens to median wages in your economic system.
I also want to add as well that data centers are not 100% funded by the capitalists. They are subsidized by, or not 100% funded by the capitalists. They are subsidized by governments.
Shocking. Well, to be clear, most of the subsidies are tax exemptions, so it's still the capitalists funding them. It's just that they don't have to pay taxes on a lot of that stuff or whatever. But I'm simply saying you would have to agree everyone's, whatever his name is, cut off everyone. The relative intensity of capital versus labor in different investments is different, right? Like,
what are you talking about? Like manufacturing versus like coding?
Yeah, that's a decent example. Yeah, if I'm making a new investment in a manufacturing plant or whatever, there's going to be a lot of labor involved in doing that. If I'm doing coding, that's like mostly service sector work, like that. Like that's like for one software engineer is able to make a product that is shared across the country, whereas like a manufacturing employee is probably not able to make the product on his own, and it's like a rival in consumption in a way the software isn't. Like the capital intensity of these investments is different. So the return.
Okay, so what's the measured discrepancy in the share of the productivity that the factory worker versus the entry level software engineer should have in your perspective?
What do you want me to specify a number? I think they should be compensated based on close to their marginal productivity.
And would you say their marginal productivity increases when productivity increases?
Not necessarily.
So what's falsely keeping that down? If their productivity is increasing, wouldn't their marginal value to the company also increase?
No. When you say productivity, whose productivity do you mean? Do you mean productivity
their output,
overall?
the company's output, which is their output, correct?
Do you mean the company's productivity overall?
Yeah.
But
what is the company's overall productivity made up of?
It could be it's inputs and outputs.
Right. What is the input
but
for any company?
Productivity, for example, labor and capital are two broad categories of inputs, right? So it could be the case that the productivity increase in a company comes from capital and not from labor. It could be the case that the productivity increase from the company comes from a better management style for which the management and CEO might be better compensated, but for which the laborer isn't necessarily compensated because it's marginal.
You just lost when you said they should be paid based on their marginal utility to that company, because as capital is invested and expended to improve productivity, if they have a layoff, right, or they increase revenues, because they're certainly not doing this to go out of business and earn less money, the marginal utility or value of that employee for that company increases, and it's not increasing at the rate that their median wage is increasing. So you're arguing against yourself, saying that they are not getting a fair share of the productivity increase.
No, because again, if you're compensated for it, do you agree that someone's...
Am I taking crazy pills, or is that not just a conversation?
Do you agree?
Hold on. Mojo, anyone else hear that? Or was it just me? Did you not just say they should be based on their marginal value or utility?
It should be based on broadly the marginal productivity, yeah. But just to be clear, do you agree that someone's marginal productivity at a company can increase, while someone at the same company, their marginal productivity could remain the same? Is that conceptually possible?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's what I'm saying is happening in some of these cases you're referring to.
You're saying that because the capital owners invested, made the decision of it, that their marginal value to the company change, whereas the people who were actually able to produce more with the same amount of work did not. That's your argument.
It's whether or not the decision or investment of whatever input is the one responsible for whether or not their marginal productivity goes up as a result of their actions.
Okay, so if it came from a frontline worker, if it came from the frontline worker and management owned that decision and bubbled it up to the board, and they made the decision is creating the utility, the mechanism to increase that front level worker's marginal value to the company, but he shouldn't gain any share in it, even though the idea came from him.
I don't. If he had some idea that truly benefited the company or whatever, arguably he should receive some benefit from that. Now, probably workers are never going to get their full margin of productivity, and if it truly is just like some random idea or whatever, even if it's good for the company, his pay is essentially capped by what other companies are willing to pay him, unless they have good reason to believe they're also going to give them good ideas, and they don't necessarily have any incentive to actually pay him closer to his margin of productivity, right? But
where do you think the ideas of automation, the factory line, came from? Do you think it came from the board, or do you think it came from someone who's a subject matter expert on the front lines working that factory line?
I'm not sure. Probably a mix of them at a bunch of different places.
It's not. It's always the frontline worker. The subject matter experts always understand how they can improve this. So would you as my board?
Just to be clear, like Henry Ford was not. He might have been a frontline worker at some point, but when he was making a lot of decisions about how to automate Ford production, he was not a frontline worker, right?
Where did he borrow those ideas from?
Okay, I'm going to repeat myself. I understand Henry Ford might have been a frontline worker at some point, but when he was actually making the decisions at Ford and actually putting up the capital to invest in these things, he was not a frontline worker, right?
No, probably not. Do you think the ideas of how to automate those lines better came directly from him?
Some of them did, probably.
So you as the board member of my company, are you going to have an understanding of the inefficiencies in the process of me, your worker, better than me, to understand how to improve it?
As a board member, not necessarily, but I think broadly speaking, CEOs and those who work at the company probably do have some understanding of those things.
As a CEO, so the majority of CEOs don't come up from the bottom up in businesses, right? It's a very lucrative career path, but generally you see CEOs hopping around from business to business. So unless they came up through that business through the factory line in this instance, in this example, they may not have any understanding. And on their path, their career path up to CEO, there's probably some time between when they worked that line and became CEO, and certainly some changes over that time. So they may not be a subject matter expertise on the actual process and how to eliminate the inefficiencies.
CEOs, generally, to my understanding, do have a decent level of understanding of what goes on in a lot of their companies that they manage, right? I think that's probably true. Jeff Bezos has a decent understanding of Amazon. Probably true that Bill Gates has a decent understanding of Microsoft, such and such, right? I think that's probably the case. And to the extent that's not true, that probably only makes my argument stronger, given that we have evidence
makes
that
it weaker.
CEOs actually, but so. We have evidence that CEOs actually make companies more productive, and there are efficiency gains from hiring a good CEO. And when firms CEO die or get suddenly hospitalized, you can estimate the value of the CEO to the company based on the stock price movements. And we have evidence that when CEOs die, their firms tend to perform worse relative to firms where CEOs didn't die. So all this evidence.
Cult of personality. Do you have anything to back this data up that you're claiming exists? No. Okay.
Yes, I do. I can cite. Do you want me to cite you the studies?
Yeah, cite me a site that says the CEO is great because they're
this is a wild claim.
The examples that he gave were pretty self-explanatory. I mean, Bill Gates started in his garage, right? I mean, he started at the very bottom and worked his way up to the top throughout the whole process. So did Jeff Bezos. So these are people that have experienced the entire process from beginning to end.
Yeah, I'd say he didn't need to prove that, but I'd say that's very anecdotal when you look at the totality of businesses in the world and where their CEOs come from, and across all the ones that are doing automation and efficiency, right? When we take the totality of businesses, they're all automating, all increasing their productivity, and there's a very small subset of CEOs that are homegrown and subject matter expertise.
Yeah, I agree with that.
To the extent that's true, and I think that's probably correct, but I think that probably only makes my argument stronger, right? Because that would be evidence
it makes
that
it
CEOs
weaker.
Are benefiting. No, that'd be evidence that CEOs are benefiting the companies despite not even having subject matter expertise, right?
Well, your argument, and let me restate it, your argument is that the capital owners, CEOs, C-suite people should get rewarded the most from the gains of productivity because they're making the decisions that increase that productivity. My counter argument to that claim was that the inception, the ideation of efficiency and process improvement and automation all comes from mainly comes from the front line worker or the SME of the process because they have intimate knowledge. So if that is your argument, you made it weaker, not stronger.
I would agree with everyone's dad. specifically because Bezos and Bill Gates made those products and oversaw the implementation. There's more than 1 million businesses that go out of business every year. So CEOs do not actually know their products or implements. They just have a fiduciary responsibility.
Are you arguing that CEOs don't bring value to companies, or what?
They do not.
Why are businesses just paying like random people millions or potentially billions of dollars for no reason? Is that what we're arguing?
Yeah, hold on real quick.
I think that makes no sense under any market system that we're going to have a profit incentive to
I just gave you the example. I just gave you the actual data behind that, where the people you were citing invented the product and the processes and oversaw the implementation. They started from the bottom because they made it. Now, if you actually look at the conglomerate there, Scratch, more than 1 million businesses fail in this country every year. So that's 1 million CEOs that drove it into the dirt.
I got to shout.
Wait, that's not true, right? Like, just because a business failed doesn't mean it's the CEO's fault necessarily, right? Business can fail for other reasons than an incompetent CEO. And once again, citing just Bill Gates or citing any of these people isn't necessarily meaning that CEOs aren't bringing value to any of their companies, right? So that was not bringing value whatsoever.
You would have to give more data set than just 2 CEOs that built.
Okay, you would have to give more data than just 2 CEOs.
Here's data looking at over 500 CEO hospitalizations and deaths in Norway. They find that firms experiencing entrepreneur death have about 20 percentage points, lower survival rates 2 years after the death event. They also have significantly higher bankruptcy rates.
Where is this coming from?
I mean, that would actually strengthen everyone's dad's argument.
I think it was like
they don't bring any value, they soak value.
I asked where that source is coming from.
It's a study by some economist in CES IFO. I believe this is a probably Norwegian economics journal.
So you had to go all the way to the Norwegian economics journal to find something that you claim is so obvious? No, I'm just I'm curious why Norwegian economics journal. Because it seems like you're just reading stuff off a computer and then you can't even tell me where the source is right away because you're just like furiously Googling things. So it's why I am curious. You've been making a lot of claims and then when people call you out on the claims, you like just really quickly pivot. So I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm keeping up with these claims.
Yeah, I just want to condemn non-fun for the practice of like giving sources when asked for them and actually having data on hand to do it. Like,
yeah, by the way, that wasn't the source. Saying it was from some Norwegian journal. That's not a source. Saying it's just from some Norwegian economics journal. He didn't tell me who wrote it. He didn't tell me what the Norwegian economics journal was.
You're not going to know. These are Sasha Obecker and Hans K.
So this is Trust Me Bro politics. Okay, thank you.
This is not Trust Me Bro. First of all, this is at the very. If I'm doing Trust Me Bro right now, what you're doing is like.
No, I'm asking for a source. I'm asking for a source, and you have told me Norwegian journal, economic journal. That's what you gave me.
I want to be clear.
That's not really a source.
I want to be clear. She didn't make a claim. You did. You're the one who's supposed to provide the source. No, she didn't.
He just gave the authors.
Wait, what was her claim?
Her claim was that she did ask for the source. I forget exactly what she said. It was something about.
I'm right here. I can tell you what I said. I said, "Can I have a source?" That's what I said.
You said that, but before you said that, there was something.
If you can't define her claim, then there wasn't a claim. Like, you don't even know what she's looking for.
It's not logically possible that I couldn't remember. Someone else said, like, CEOs don't provide any value, whatever. That wasn't her. But
that wasn't me. I would again like the source, please. The name of that Norwegian journal that you just sourced.
No, the actual claim that you made, Non, was that CEOs do provide a value. That's why you brought the examples of Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos. But once again, those were the entrepreneurs. They started from the ground. They built it. They know the processes. They don't have to learn it. It's not some other company that they're coming into. They built it from the ground up.
Okay. I'm failing to see how that conflicts with stuff I've said.
Because it's just two examples, whereas I gave you the factual information that more than 1 million businesses fail every year in this country. And yes, most of them do have CEOs. You can attribute that to CEOs or not, but that is factually their job to make the company money.
Yes,
if they fold, the CEO did not do their job.
We don't have to just attribute that or not. We can, like, for instance, look at a lot of data and do some type of causal inference using a bunch of
Can you name specific data, though?
The actual effect.
Here's the thing, we can look at a lot of data isn't data.
For example,
you've been doing it the whole entire time, and it's kind of weird because you just make these claims, but then you're like, "Trust me, bro. Look at the data."
I'm not trusting, bro. I feel like I provided a crazy amount more.
Where's the Norwegian journal? Where's the Norwegian Economic Journal? Can you just type it in the chat, and I'll look at it myself.
I told you the name.
What was the name?
CES IFO, Center for Economic Studies and IFO Institute. I believe it's the authors are Norwegian. I believe it's actually a part of a German school, I believe.
Standards of Economic Studies, what was that?
Well, it's a CES IFO. That's what it is. The CES is capital. The IFO is not capital.
Name of the article, please.
Do entrepreneurs matter?
No, your term is on CEOs. That was your claim. They bring value.
Oh my God.
Exactly. No, they are different, right?
The CEO data.
Because the guy living next door. The guy living next door is an entrepreneur. The guy who lives next door to me is an entrepreneur. However, he's not a CEO. So yeah, there is a difference. 100%.
The name of the article is about that. The data he's citing from the study is different. Okay, it's not about the data. Isn't specifically about entrepreneurs. It's just about CEOs. They cite from the study. Okay. Can we divorce those two things? Are you smart enough to do that?
Sure. I mean, but he's not validating or invalidating his own claim. He claimed that CEOs brought value to the companies.
Yes, he said, I got this data about CEOs. I got it from this article, from this journal, from these authors. If you disagree with the source, you guys can go read it and say what's wrong with it.
Well, the problem is they're talking about entrepreneurs, which I just gave you the disclaimer.
Okay, so
I imagine
that you brought up were entrepreneurs that built the company.
Hey! One person at a time.
I can't. This is insane, right? Like if I read a study titled, I don't know, the effects of immigration, the effects of immigration, right? And in that they estimate the population of the United States because they use that to derive like the amount of legal immigrants in the country. And I say, oh yeah, the population of the U.S. is this from this study. It says like the effects of legal immigration. Like, well, it says illegal immigrants at the title of the study, so how could you possibly say it derives this data? Of course, there's different data other than just like what it's talking about in the study, because they're probably going to be proving other things. Like, holy shit, guys, we can't be this dumb.
Well, factually, you're saying this study is from immigration, but then you want to go and talk about like the effects of healthcare for all or Medicare for all. Like they're not actually linked in the way that you want them to be.
Oh my God! How do you know how this data is relevant or not to the article when you haven't even read it, Robot?
I just want to make a quick point here.
You haven't read it. You just like don't know if it's relevant or not. Just look, fucking read it.
Just to be clear, this is what they mean by entrepreneur. I imagine either in Norway the firm structure is different, so CEO is a little different there, or they didn't want to restrict it to just strictly CEOs because there are other cases where someone might be conventionally like an executive or something that doesn't technically have CEO term. The database contains about 65,000 firms where an individual owns at least 50% of the shares initially, and more than 500 firms where one of these individuals died before the end of 2009. That's what they're looking at there.
So it's not specifically people who started a business. It's just about the owners of the business itself, or the CEOs.
Well, people who owned at least 50% initially.
An owner and a CEO are two different things.
Got it.
Well, hold on. It's not necessarily about the owner versus CEO. It's about founder versus CEO, because a lot of, if you look at tech platforms, for example, the people who create tech platforms out of nothing in their garage or their mom's basement or whatever, they may be brilliant programmers and come up with a great idea, and they may also have zero managerial skills. So once they build their platform to a certain point where it starts capitalizing, they are not the most effective person to manage the business. So at a certain point, they may get replaced by the capital that they bring in to invest in their business, because the capital understands, hey, Jeff Zuckerberg or whoever, like, might need to be pushed out because he's just a nerd who understands how to program things. He makes a great product, but he can't run the fucking business. Like, this is a tale as old as time. The two skill sets are not always parallel. So that's why a CEO is important, because a person who can manage the business and grow it is more valuable to the capital that's being invested than the nerd incel programmer who sits in a basement all day.
What you just described.
Hold on. I don't know if he's even here or not. Utopia Homes, are you there? Hello, Utopia Homes. Hello.
I came in earlier because I heard about universal healthcare is reviled by the rest of the world. I thought it was the funniest joke in the longest time.
Okay. You're in a bathroom and I don't care. Go ahead.
Last point on this. The best example of this is Sam Altman with OpenAI. He started it from nothing, built it up to a fantastic company, and then was pushed out by the board, and the employees revolted. And they all said, we're leaving if you don't bring Sam Altman back. Because he knew how the operation ran, and he was the best person from a morale perspective to lead the organization. So in that specific case, the team said, we're not fucking working here anymore if Altman isn't here. But there's also examples of the opposite, where a person who's great at programming and great at inventing new processes or services or products or whatever builds a thing from the ground up and is not the best person to manage it. So in that case, a CEO does provide value because they can manage the business overall better than the person who founded it.
And could you describe Steve Jobs for me?
Yes, Steve Jobs was a fantastic marketer. He relied on Steve Wozniak to build the actual product, and then Steve Jobs sold it, and then got fired by the board, and they went fucking Apple in the 90s was losing their way. And finally, they realized they needed to bring Steve Jobs back because they needed to have a face of the organization, someone who could market the product and stand in front of a crowd of 1,000 people and say, "This is why you need to buy an what was the fucking the iPhone before it was just MP3s? What was it called? An iPod? Yeah. This is why you need to buy the iPod. Yeah. This is why you need to buy the iPod because it's so much better than everything else." He was amazing at positioning products. Right?
And you think no one else could have done that?
I think that's a very poor characterization.
That's a unique skill.
Steve Jobs' speech, I think it was at Yale or one of the Ivy League schools. Like, he started dropping out of classes to take things like calligraphy, and that's how he designed the GUI interface. Like, he's a builder.
He stole the GUI interface from Xerox.
If we have
oh my god, and then Microsoft stole it from them. Here we go.
Of CEOs, like a lot of CEOs over a decent chunk of time, and then maybe if we compared the firms where the CEO died or was hospitalized to the firms that didn't, and we did a difference there, maybe we could estimate the effects overall and not just have to rely on these anecdotes. That'd be kind of crazy if some study did that. Don't you think?
We could just do another Trust Me Bro, though.
True.
Yeah. I have a question. So, Amazon, Bezos.
But just to be clear, I'm sorry, but when I'm reading this, it says we run difference in differences regressions comparing the performance of treated firms and matched control firms before and after entrepreneur death. We find robust evidence that firm performance drop after the entrepreneur's death. The magnitudes are large. For example, the mean effect on sales is about 60%, while the mean effect on employment is about 17%. Do we not take this as
could it be that investor no, it's not decent evidence. You haven't connected the dots yet. It could also be emotional shock, investor panic. There's so many things that it can be, but you're attributing it to this one thing. Now, if investors start to panic once a CEO dies and they think that the company is going to go down, then they're going to pull their investments, right? So we don't know for sure what the reason is that these, but you're saying that you do know for sure.
So a correlation, not a
Probably,
causation.
I don't think all the panic there would be irrational. They probably panic because the CEO or entrepreneur is doing a good job and they are worried about the survival of the firm.
Yeah, you can make up whatever reason you want. I mean, you can make up whatever reason you want. It's okay.
Investors notoriously throughout history have panicked in the face of change. They always panic in the face of change, unless that change is going to be an immediate, a big boom in the market, right? But if things start to make it look like it's going to go south and sideways, investors always panic.
Yeah, I'm just like,
can I?
Wait, sorry.
I'm more than unconvinced. I'm just. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, specifically
hold
on. I think he was curious.
If so, we would expect a large immediate effect on firm performance and a partial or full reversal over time. The point estimates indicate that the immediate effects of entrepreneur death are quite modest relative to the sustained effects that accumulate after some time. This finding suggests that entrepreneurs have a causal effect on the growth path of a firm. Sorry, that's just like next paragraph. That's crazy. They address that right there.
Oh, see, it's cool when you actually read the whole thing, isn't it? I love that.
Clear. I have read studies before. I kind of doubt that you have read that many studies before, but I don't read the full thing of every single study I cite because generally
you didn't even read the Wikipedia article for Christ's sake,
brother. Okay,
Mojo, bro. Like, I don't want to rag at you, bro, but like.
But like
look,
what?
Look, you claim to be a Marxist, and I asked you what use value was like 3 months ago, and you did not know. So
I have no idea.
It's a little bit more damning on you.
I still have no idea.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You don't know basic anything about Marxism, Mojo. Okay.
Scratch. You're trying to attribute a philosophy dispute versus actual driven data, which he's citing.
Wait,
which one do you think is worse to be wrong about?
I don't know. When you have. What do I think is worse? When you claim to be a Marxist and you have Karl Marx sitting up in your corner in your text box and you don't know anything about the ideology you claim to be, I think that's probably worse, yeah. Versus somebody who I know non-font and I've looked at his research documents and it's very long. I'm not going to expect him to literally have memorized everything.
Stop. No, we're not going down this fucking sidetrack. Shut up. We're not going down this sidetrack. Stop. Now, I just want to know if you guys think that the world is better off today because Jeff Bezos created Amazon.
Overall, probably.
Why?
Because a lot of people like Amazon. It's provided a lot of cheap goods to consumers. It provides a lot of web services to a lot of important companies.
Do you think those things wouldn't exist without Bezos?
I mean, I think they probably wouldn't have been as good.
What would lead you to believe that?
No.
What would lead you to believe that?
Oh, the fact that Jeff Bezos, I think, succeeded, I think is evidence of the fact that it's difficult for other people to outcompete him, essentially. I think it's evidence.
Do you think he might have succeeded because he made people stand at the package lines and pee in bottles, or maybe because, I don't know, he fought all the unions off to make sure that people weren't getting paid correctly. He had horrific conditions. Because of the wealth capital accumulation he had. How about buying the Washington Post so he could sway the public? Do you maybe even buying a president for that sake?
So I think the place I have the most concern about inequality is like the freedom of press and the potential corruption. So I don't like that he was able to buy the Washington Post. I don't like that Elon Musk was able to buy Twitter. I don't know exactly what I'd do to prevent that. I think there'll have to be something there to stop that stuff from happening. And I think there's a really big issue now with Trump specifically, especially with regards to the amount of corruption he's engaged in, where a lot of mechanisms by which you can buy his meme coin, or his sons are both on boards of defense.
So we'd be better off if Amazon didn't exist. We'd be better off if Amazon didn't exist.
No, that doesn't follow. That doesn't follow. So I'm just granting you. I don't want to say granting you because this is like my belief. I think this is the biggest area where that I'm concerned with. That being said, with regards to like the working conditions or whatever, one, I'm not certain the working conditions of many of these workers would be better without Amazon, just because probably another firm would have also treated them kind of poorly, and probably Amazon, from my understanding, Amazon at least pays fairly well. I think they pay at least $15 an hour everywhere. So like probably they're made better off relative to counterfactual by Amazon.
Wait, is your point that if Jeff Bezos didn't do this, another capitalist would have made them pee in bottles?
Yeah. I'm saying if I'm comparing whether or not the world is better, and also I don't know the full scale data. Truthfully, I understand. I understand there's horror stories, and I'm sure working in a warehouse is not a fun time or whatever. But
holy fuck,
there's not.
You were so delusional.
That, like,
man,
what?
If it doesn't fit into your narrative, it doesn't exist. That's fucking awesome.
I'm just saying I don't know how widespread it is. I literally, and I'm sure working in a warehouse is not that fun. I've not heard good things about it, okay? But I think probably there's not like good reason for me to believe like working at Amazon, like the working conditions are super significantly negative relative to their counterfactual.
Yeah, them
world
creating a union is a great reason. If it was so good, they wouldn't need to create a union, despite Amazon having multiple anti-union, union-busting rhetoric all over their bathrooms, posted everywhere on their bathrooms. So if the working conditions were so good, they wouldn't actually have to create a union. By the way, I am looking at that article that you cited, and I see why. I'm not done talking yet. And I see why you were reluctant to tell me about this source. And the reason is because this article, first of all, exclusively follows only Norwegian companies, and it's only a handful of companies, and it's only companies that were. It's the founder of the company that must be unalived. It has to be the founder. It has to be. Let me finish. It has to be the founder, and it has to be a company that is less than 10 years old. This is extreme.
Seriously,
this is
less than 10 years old, really?
Yes, this is how you manipulate information to get your point across. And this is why I am so hell-bent now, from this point on, since I'm going to be on this panel, having you list every single source that you mentioned. I'm going to read through it all.
I mean, Scratch is just here to actually tell me that I'm not reading anything.
While we're on the source fucking, can we get some evidence that specifically founders or founders' death is more influential than like a CEO's death, or like a specifically
how about we
media control for it being the founder versus No. You guys are saying that the founder. Wait, no. You guys are saying. I just want to search this, right?
No. I just want to say that 65% of companies fail within the first 10 years anyway. 65% of companies fail within the first 10 years anyway. So it's pretty ridiculous to assume.
You know what they should do? They should do some like matching where they like match.
Yeah, it's also only 341. So I don't know where you got that 69,000 from, but it's only 341.
65,000 of which 349 died, right?
340. Yeah. So if the claim is about the death, then it matters the amount of firms that they were. So like the sample size would be 60. It's 65,000. They're just a subset of the sample. Okay, I'm not going to argue about this. Those who didn't die don't count this.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yes, they do, because they do difference in difference. They match the firms to comparable firms and compare the difference in difference.
The difference. No, you only look at.
Okay,
you can't.
So I just want to be clear. So we're claiming that, right, because this is a founder and not a CEO, that's going to have some kind of effect on the data because the founders know the process. Okay, so what's your evidence?
Also,
or what's your source?
What's your evidence? What's your source?
Wait, what study? Which study?
And it has to be new companies, so it has to be within the last 10 years.
No, I don't care. I don't care.
That's
point me to a study.
The reason why.
Point me to a study. Point me to a study.
Here's the thing: is I'm saying I don't know, and you guys are saying you do know. I'm saying no.
You guys
I'm very
said
comfortable.
That invalidated the data. You just said it invalidated data. You said yes.
I know in debate, bro rhetoric.
You literally just said it.
Important for you guys to know everything.
I know debate, bro.
Can you stop?
Is that I don't
stop?
I wish
Can you
I could
stop?
do
I'm going to boot you from the panel. I'm going to boot you from the panel. You guys need to stop doing this shit. I don't do this on my panel. You fucking know that. Thank you. One person at a time, please.
Okay. So I was not making a claim. I was saying that I don't know. You guys are saying that you do know. You know that it has to do with the death. That is the difference. I am comfortable living in the I don't know. You are not comfortable living there. You should get used to it.
That's crazy. That's crazy when I got yelled at for saying I don't know that one dude. I was just saying I'm indifferent based on the
case. It's because you were making a claim and you didn't have any evidence to back your claim up. I haven't made a claim yet.
He asked me what my opinion was on the privatization of the water system in Bolivia, and I said I've seen conflicting stuff about the effects of privatization generally. So I don't know anything specific about Bolivia. So I'm basically indifferent on it. And I got
I wasn't there for that conversation. I apologize. I wasn't there for that conversation.
Okay. I got crucified for that. I'm very.
I don't know about that. I've never heard about it. Anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, anyways, I don't know what these debate bro tactics are. Where I ask a question about like you guys saying that it has to be like the founders would affect the data because they've been with the company and therefore they know the process versus a CEO, and me asking for a source about that, and then you saying, well, you guys are saying the death effects. I have no idea what that has to do with anything I just asked. Okay, so if you guys
does the
provide a
CEO
source,
always find the company? Is the CEO the one who always finds the company?
If you guys can provide a source or some kind of study that proves that, like, when a founder versus a CEO, right, are gonna dies, it's gonna be like a substantially different impact. I love to see it. Otherwise, I don't care.
Okay, Scratch. Listen, I'm generally in the abstract on your side, and kind of on non-FOM's side, in terms of capitalism, but like. You guys, I'm sorry to say, you failed to make the biggest, the most obvious pushback ever. We're talking about Amazon here recently, or 5 minutes ago, and you're still allowing them to say that Jeff Bezos runs the company. There's a reason he's not the CEO anymore.
Well, he's still on the board, right?
Yeah, we know.
Majority share and stuff.
He's executive chairman, which is basically just a glorified title. But there's a reason that someone else is running it, not a founder, but the person who started AWS and built it into be the behemoth that is the money-generating engine of that company.
I think that's fine, like, to address rhetorically, but the fact is, right, the standard of evidence that's being imposed on non-fund is way different than the standard of evidence being imposed on them, right? They like get the non-fund like actually cites a source about founders, and then they just say, well, this like point in the data makes it invalid, but don't actually provide a source for why that point in the data would be invalid. So one person's actually providing.
Why would you go back to that? Why would you go back to that?
And I also just
wait. Why would I point out the double standards in a conversation?
What the fuck? We'd already moved past
I also
this.
just want to point out, basically all of my sources are things that try very hard to isolate the effects of a given thing. So when they are looking at CEOs, they're looking at a large sample of CEOs, and they're doing a difference in difference, and they're trying to isolate the cause of that specifically. A lot of the stuff I've been giving as evidence is simply like anecdotes, and it's hard to determine cause and effect there.
I apologize, Scratch. I guess you want to talk about it.
Truth, Nick. Yeah.
Truth, Nick? What does Truth, Nick mean?
Truth nuke, bro. Holy shit.
Oh, Truth nuke.
I just thought we were moving on because I just thought we were moving on because Crust kind of changed it, and then you were going back to it, so I thought that was inappropriate. But then Non-Fun went back to it too, so I guess you still wanted to talk about it. So I apologize.
Look, I love linear conversations. Okay, I got to keep the conversation linear, straight on path.
True.
Well, listen. Look. Sometimes data is not the thing that's going to win you an argument. Like, my name's Crosstabs for a fucking reason. I'm a data nerd, right? I dive into that shit. But the only way I was able to walk Mojo across his own house was by fucking crying in one of his debates, okay? So sometimes you have to bring the emotional argument a little bit, just a little bit.
This is a fact. This is a fact. That was
I'm
good.
I'm gonna go in like maybe like 10 or 15 minutes. So if
That's
you guys
cool.
have any final things to really yell at me about.
I don't.
Mojo,
but I hope
what kind of system are you even proposing?
Well, I don't know if you've never listened to me talk about what I wanted to do.
Obviously, he's proposing based market socialism. We all know this.
I would utilize that to move toward a better system. I want to get to a point where we have all basic needs met first, and then once we get all basic needs met, we can get rid of corporations and move them over to co-ops. And then once we get to co-ops, we can change our governmental system as well to ensure that we have a direct democracy or some sort of representative democracy that is more accountable to the people, so they can be fired any given day.
Or the government controls all the firms?
No, the government wouldn't control the firms. There are no firms. There are co-ops. Co-ops owned by the workers.
Co-ops are a type of firm.
Co-ops owned by the workers.
Yeah,
co-ops
I agree, but they are a type of firm.
Okay. I don't fucking care.
He says that a lot.
So the government will control the firms via direct democracy? Like, what are...
The government doesn't control the firms. The government doesn't control the firms. The workers control the firms. or the co-ops, or whatever the fuck you want to call them.
Okay, wait. What was the direct democracy part about them?
Because the government puts into place. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mojo.
The direct democracy would be moving away from the representative democracy that we have right now, where we get to replace people every once in a while. We can actually set up a direct democracy where everybody gets to vote on everything, or we could have a representative democracy, but the representatives have to be accountable immediately. So if they make a bad decision, the people can have a vote immediately to remove them and replace them same day.
Right. So in this scenario, if the janitor is the most popular person in the company and they hold a vote as to who becomes the next CEO, the fucking janitor who everyone loves gets voted in.
I know. I understand what market socialism is. Okay, buddy.
Wait, that's not at all what I said. By the way.
No, that's the logical extension. It's a logical extension.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Everybody serves their individual role. I don't think you're voting. I don't think you're voting. I don't think you're voting in the janitor as the CEO. I think you vote on people to hire or vote. Well, I guess you could. I mean, if you're starting a company and you got 4 people in the company, you're going to choose one of those people to be an operating officer of some kind. I suppose that's probably true.
But for how long? Like, when does the new vote happen for the next CEO?
I would say
depends on the bylaws of each individual co-op.
It would depend on the bylaws, but you can set it up anytime you want. Whatever bylaws.
Right. Okay. So in my co-op, we've got a 10-year term, I guess, for CEO. And when 10 years comes around, Bob the janitor, who is beloved by everybody, gets voted in to be CEO. Is he going to be as effective as an experienced CEO?
Maybe not. And if he's not, then the business fails. Okay, and if the business fails, that means other co-ops. That means that business wasn't as good as other ones, and those ones are succeed on market because it's a market system.
Right.
Based. Okay, just like if a board were to select a shitty CEO, okay, then that business would fail. Also, I don't like in our current system, we could elect Bob the janitor as president. Okay, so.
We can elect convicted felon as
president. We can elect anyone. Okay.
Yeah, we can elect Trump. Honestly, I'd rather have Bob the janitor. Okay, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I'll talk to you guys next week, or maybe I'll talk to the civics and we'll do whatever before then.
That's cool.
But
I love my twink now. Okay, I love you, bro.
Twink.
Okay, I love
twink.
Am I allowed to say BBC on TikTok?
Okay, bro. Okay.
Not non-fun, really. Honestly, non-fun. Thank you for being here. It was really fun. Yeah, I was only up for a few minutes, but I watched the whole thing. Thank you for coming over from YouTube to TikTok. That was really cool of you. Appreciate that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, really cool. I'm shamelessly shouting myself out. Okay, non-fun on YouTube, non-fun 420, Twitch, Kick, and Twitter. Okay. See you guys. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, everybody follow him. Everybody follow him.
Okay. I just want to. Okay, now he's gone. Okay, I just want to say this neoliberal shill who's just trying to get invited to Little St. James Island. Okay, who supports the unaliving of children in Haza. Okay, gotta condemn.
Oh my God, Scratch. Scratch. Hold on 1 second. Non-Fon, if you're still listening, put a comment. Wait. Shut up. Put a comment in the chat so anyone who wants to follow you still can still do that since you're gone from the panel, because I think a lot of people want to follow you.
Anyway, non-fun. You should be able to find him anyway. But I hope he comes back. He'll come back sometime.
Yeah.
He is as bad as you two, though. I swear to God. You guys drive me
as bad? I don't even know what that means.
You guys are terrible to have on a panel.
Why?
Well, because for a multitude of reasons, I'll put it that way.
Okay.
You're really hard to mod. You talk for long periods of time. You interrupt people. You change the subject on random locations in a discussion. You yell over the top of people. I don't know. You're hard to have a discussion with.
No, I do not change the discussion. Okay, I'm a very linear person. If you listen to my voice, okay, I love to stay on subject.
Yeah. Well, maybe you've learned since you used to come around all the time. I don't know. And one of you guys used to always demand that somebody admit that they were wrong about something before you'd move on, and that drove me crazy as shit.
Yeah. Linear equals
you can do that right now.
Yeah,
if you like.
Linear equals boring. Okay, so basically what you're saying, people in the comments is, I look at a discussion just goes all over the place and there's no one topic. Okay, cool, bro. Got it.
So tell me, Scratch, how many CEOs are founders of their companies?
I don't know, bro. 6 million. Oh, no, sorry, 271,000. My mistake.
As a percentage?
Bro, no shot, bro. Did not get that joke. Okay, I don't know, bro.
No, I did. I was just feeding into it, but as a percentage.
Yes. But yeah, I don't know.
That led me down a rabbit hole. Actually, I was trying to figure out. I was trying to look for sources on CEOs and as compared to founders that had actually died. But I ended up finding out that a CEO founder should only be in a company for 3 years after the IPO hits. Whether they're successful or not, they should fire or they should replace the CEO founder within 3 years after the IPO.
Right? Like why?
I don't know. I didn't get that far to figure out exactly why. But
okay, that was my exact point. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I just found a bunch of articles on it, so I thought it was interesting.
That actually feeds Mojo's point.
No. Go ahead,
the replacing of the CEO founder is because the founder has the responsibility to their creation, but a CEO has a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders.
Well, no. Wait, hold on. A CEO founder has a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders the second they do an IPO, the second there's a board. The difference is, like I said at the top of this, was a lot of founders are just fucking nerds who don't know how to manage a business. They made a great product. Props to them.
A quote from hbs.edu is, objectively, many founders might agree that the CEO's job will require skills that they don't have, but emotionally they are very attached to the companies they started.
Yeah.
Oh, did I nail it or did I nail it?
I think...
No, you didn't nail it.
I think Crossteps nailed it. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Wait, I said that the founders usually have, well, I'd say a responsibility, but an emotional attachment to what they've created instead of the fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders. That's why you want to replace them to get money. That's what the CEO is supposed to do, right?
Operations. Yeah, operations is different than like creativity and growth in terms of like growing the company is very different than the regular operations day to day. Managing that and other people. What? It's a different mindset.
Yeah, being emotional. Wait, hold on, Scratch. Being emotionally connected to the platform or product that you created does not mean you are an effective manager and can build the business in a way that is as effective as an experienced, seasoned CEO or manager. That's the reason that they get replaced.
That's exactly what I said, though. So they feel their responsibility is more to their product than to the shareholders.
Yep.
And that's why they are typically removed.
The CEO is all about long-term growth. The founder is about short-term, the initial idea and short-term growth to get it out there. Basically.
Sure. But in the same way, the founder's vision might not be the most profitable for the company, and therefore capitalism is going to require that they get removed because capitalism requires quarter-by-quarter growth. Everything else be damned. We're going to push out the creative founder because we think we can make more money quarter over quarter by bringing in this bean counter with glasses.
Which is unsustainable, right?
Well, that's also the bad thing of capitalism. It's not just the bad thing, it's the bad thing of capitalism. If you create something and you own the means of your labor and the production, you're not pushed out for a profit. You can make that product better or more utilitarian for whatever use in the product that you made. But instead, it's only over money. That's where we see quality and even livelihoods and jobs cut simply for money.
And that's exactly the Steve Jobs argument, because he wasn't necessarily the best manager at the time, but once they lost him, they didn't lose him, they pushed him out in the 90s. They realized that they lacked a certain vision. And they had to they didn't just beg him to come back, they bought out his new company, Next Computers. and they said, we fucking need you because we're going to fail if we can't get you back. We need your visionary ideas. We need you to be the salesman. We need you to lead this company in terms of marketing. And the nerds can make all the products, and you can hire Johnny Ive to like make the iPhone beautiful and all that shit. But we need you to stand up there on those keynote events and like stages, keynote events, and actually sell the product every year. And he was fucking phenomenal at it. No one has been as good at it since him. And that's valuable too. So it's a balancing act, right? It's like, it comes down to the management versus the vision. And every company is going to have to make their own decision.
Sure. Now that is a book I read, Scratch, because I have it. The Steve Jobs, technically an autobiography, but Apple wrote it after he passed away. But anyway, and in there it describes the things that he contributed to the foundation of the Macintosh operating system. Like, he is unequivocally a founder of Apple. He's not just the CEO or salesman or marketer or any of that other stuff. He actually put in thoughts and ideas from the ground up.
This is interesting. Instead of like treadmill quarterly capitalistic profits being demanded from boards for companies to grow, which is like unsustainable, co-ops, and it says co-determination, focus on relentless, it's short-term profit, instead of short-term profit extraction, it's long-term value creation. So in places like Germany and Northern Europe, that's what they do, Co-Determination Act. It's like literally, it requires large companies to allocate 33 to 50% of their corporate board seats to worker-elected representatives. That's what I was saying earlier. There's a movie I watched, a documentary, and in Germany, it's literal law that 50% of their workers have to be on the board, so that they're making the decisions, to go back to what we were talking about before.
That is true.
So that's like a way we should be leaning in this country.
Wait, Emma, can I clarify? Sorry.
Yeah, no, go.
Sorry,
Okay, Emma, can I clarify that? Is it 50% of the workers need to be on the board, or is it that 50% of the board has to be made up of workers? Because those are two different things. I'm just not. I just don't know. I'm not. This is not a gotcha.
That's fine. I literally looked it up earlier.
Just a point for the live. I'm not trying to interrupt, but I need to interrupt. Everybody, there's a treasure chest in the upper left for a super fan. First one to open it gets a super fan. Thanks, Ella.
So the documentary was Where to Invade Next, and it was in Germany. It requires companies to have workers on their corporate boards. By law, large German corporations must have a supervisory board of directors that consists of 50% workers.
Okay, right. So the board must be comprised of 50% workers, which is different than having like 100,000 employees and saying 50,000 must be on the board.
Definitely,
Yeah, okay, I get you. And by the way, that documentary title is the most ominous title I've ever heard in my life.
It's a really good documentary. It's like you should watch it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I swear, I think I read a say from the NBRC, National Bureau of Economic Research, that found that those boards were like a little ineffective, because a lot of times they would make the decisions before the boards could even intervene. But I think full co-ops are just better.
So I want to say something here. I want to say something here about non-FON. I think it's interesting that I have not run into him before, and I saw him on a YouTube panel to start out with. I feel like if I can go to YouTube, I get different arguments. So every time I talk about capitalism here, they don't talk about the things we just talked about tonight, which I think is super cool, that he brought up a bunch of stuff that I haven't even thought about or discussed before. So I was kind of shooting from the hip on the vast majority of the shit that we were talking about. But it was fun. I like doing it.
Yeah. He's a disgusting piece of shit, Neil. Okay, that's what you know.
Oh my God.
You did really well, Mojo. You did really well, though I still hate that thing you brought up with the fisherman. Like, I hate that whole thing. It doesn't answer anything.
No, it does.
Okay, look, I just
It
want to
answered
condemn him for using
the
his
question at
slimy.
the time. So when he was talking about what the benefits of socialism are as compared to capitalism, and he was talking, God, I don't remember exactly what we were talking about. We were talking about the wealth building prospect or whatever, and why we would need to build wealth, something to that effect. And the fisherman story plays right into that, because you don't need to build wealth, because the only reason you're building wealth is to have a better life. But if you're living the life that you're going to have,
What did I do, bro? Fuck.
Oh, he did get a
violation.
sanction.
That's crazy.
I like calling them sanctions now.
A sanction. You can't.
I think
you can't. You scratch. You can't be capitalist here.
I think it was appropriate to have him read it out at the time. I don't remember exactly what he said, but there was something that he said that made me think of it. So I think it was appropriate. I'd have to go back and watch it to give you the exact reason. I love that parable, by the way. It's fucking awesome.
I hate that thing, because as much as it describes the wealth building as being unnecessary, it also is in a vacuum, because it's an old fisherman, right? How old are we talking here? I would guess probably 60, 70, something where colloquially we all agree is old. So what did the old fisherman do for the vast majority of his life?
Fish? I don't know. Where are you going?
Well, I mean, if he was fishing his whole life, and forgive me, in a socialist system, it would have to be more than just feeding his family, right? Because there are people that are come out to build the house and all that stuff. They need food. Like, he's essentially fishing sun up to sundown to feed a population, feed the collective, right? So he literally engaged in all the same things that the banker was talking about.
Well, in this scenario,
go to work for 30 years, get a house, get a car, and then at the end of all of that, then you don't have to work or do anything. You can fish and spend the time with your grandkids, which, yes, he was already doing in that moment, but he's already old. He already did his entire life the same as a capitalist. The only difference is he didn't have like a currency. He just did it for the collective.
No, because in this scenario, the fish is the store of value.
Ooh, nice one. But yes, it would have to be.
What the fuck are you guys doing? What are you talking about?
We're saying fish are coins, Mojo.
What happened to babies?
We're saying fish back currency.
What happened to babies? Damn it.
Well, I mean, those are the best currencies, but you can't print them the same way. It takes 9 months. It's very difficult.
Well, no, then we all just turn into Mormons with a whole bunch of wives, so money printer goes brr.
God.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'm going to go work on some videos. Thank you for having me up, Mojo. I appreciate it.
Thanks,
Bye, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you for hanging out.
Of course. I'm still going to listen. You know that.
Yeah, there's only 44 people in here. I might just shut down. I don't know.
One thing he did say that bothered me was when he was like, middle to lower class people are corrupting the government or corrupt.
Yeah.
Like, what was that thing that he's like, and then he just didn't address it again. And I was like, what was that? Like, I'm like, do you have any experience working at all? Like, I don't know. I don't know how old he was. But
how does a poor person corrupt the government? I don't fucking know.
Yeah. Like, what? I don't know.
Well, that's all I was looking for in there is like just weird little things that he said and places I could grab onto, because he talks so much. He says so many fucking things, and he doesn't prove the vast majority of it. He tells me there's this study for this and this study for this, and I'm not fucking doing all that goddamn research right now. So then I try and grab onto something where I can make some smart ass comment and hopefully catch him on it. That's kind of all I was doing.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
Well, I came in listening to the founders versus CEO conversation, and having been lucky in, 3 pre-IPO, I just had a different take, different level of experience. But I will say 2 of them were amazing for us and the founder and the CEO. So, I mean, especially in the tech field, that's kind of where I love living in, are the pre-IPO companies, because everybody shares, at least in the stock options.
What Brovat was saying, and what I agree with, is that the CEO serves no purpose in a company. I don't think the CEO is necessary.
I wouldn't say no purpose. I believe CEOs don't bring any value to a company. The direction of a company and their profitability is irrespective of the CEO.
I don't agree, but that can be a discussion for another day.
Well, doesn't it depend on the CEO, on the
a lot of it does, yes. Especially since if you're pre-IPO and trying to bring a company to IPO, the CEO has an enormous amount of leverage. They're the ones dealing with all the investment bankers and going for the strike price and working with the product management team and the technical team, at least in my case, being able to bring that down into a conversation that people would understand.
You work directly
and I've
with
been
the
really
CEO?
lucky.
You worked directly with the CEO?
I did.
Okay. How large was the
I
company?
ran their global pre-sales. I don't know, a few hundred. It was a different model. So, and I've reported to a very large media company. I was 2 levels below. So, yeah.
Well, that would feed into my point with Non, because he was specifically saying CEOs bring the value, but it's kind of one of those things. All entrepreneurs are CEOs, but not all CEOs are entrepreneurs. He just simply focused on all the entrepreneurs that were CEOs, leaving out millions of people that are CEOs and never founded a damn thing.
Mm.
Okay, I have a question, and I'm going to relate it to me. TikTok, for example. I started doing lives because I got sick and tired of getting muted and booted from other lives. I didn't really care to make a business out of it. I didn't really care to do this professionally. I just did it. I just started the lives because people asked me to, and because I wanted to be able to control the fucking mute and boot buttons. So that's why I started. It turned into something that I never expected or never wanted or never even tried to do. It turned into something else. I started a Discord because I wanted to be able to do debates through Discord and show them on YouTube. So I wanted to have conservatives and liberals in there. I didn't build the Discord. That would be Brovat. Brovat and Bonjour Man actually built the entire Discord, and Rebel kind of upgraded it when he came in. But I don't know much about Discord. I couldn't even figure out how to install a stinking bot. So I didn't do anything there either, short of the fact that I had an idea. I'm only a tiger because I have a PFP as a tiger, and everybody else decided that I was a tiger, and so they created all these things.
Because you're an artist too. Didn't you draw that or paint the tiger too?
I did. That is a tattoo design that I did. I still have the original pencil drawing, and then I put it into Corel Painter and created that thing. But I mean, I didn't do any of this stuff, and I didn't intend to do any of this stuff. It all took a mind of its own, and I wonder, could it exist without me, right? Does it exist without me?
Can it?
No.
If somebody else took my place, if CS just started running the lives every day, if I just handed over everything to CS, you don't think it exists?
It's not the same thing because you're the brand.
Yeah.
So
you're the one here. You're the curmudgeon that we get to yell at.
So then I'm just talent. I'm just an ugly face sitting in front of a screen. That's all I am.
You didn't sit in front of the screen for a while, and then we finally got you to. But
yeah,
no, you would be one of these cases where you are a founder and you are the CEO. You bring all of the value because you created it. I mean,
I didn't,
you don't have to physically create.
I didn't create
you didn't have to create the Discord and things like that, but you created the idea that moved us here. It was your drawing of the tiger. It was your platform where you could talk to people or have your debates and stuff. But that's all yours. We simply built upon what's already yours. That's the difference between a founder and like You said handing it over to CS. CS would be a CEO. That's just somebody that came in off the street and is going to do whatever with the image and the Discord and all the things you've already created. I don't think it would do as well because, and it's nothing against CS, it's just CEOs do not bring that value. The value existed before that CEO arrived.
I do not agree. But in your case, I do. But in business world, I do not agree with Burbach.
Why?
Because CEOs, again, can bring together teams of people and be able to manage them, where I have found many founders are incapable of doing that. They have more idealized view of what business can be and are typically, now I'm remembering a couple of founders, one far easier to talk to, and the other one really just dealt well with being the Uber product manager. But even then, he was just too nice to sometimes get a product out on time. So I think having managers that are able to allocate resources and times and know how to do that and know how to do that profitably is an important skill set.
But the profitability thing, you're thinking of it from a capitalistic American point of view, not like a world view.
From the top two examples that I have would actually be Apple and Microsoft, because the last product that Apple released, new product, would be the Apple Vision Pro, right? Well, Apple has already released that. Steve Jobs was working on that before he passed. He was in there with the development team and all the wires coming off his head. Like, they've got pictures of it. So we actually haven't seen anything from even Tim Cook in terms of a new product outside of what Steve Jobs as a founder started to do. And Bill Gates is still alive. He still works on Microsoft. He still makes those operating systems and updates to the productivity software for the company. He's not sitting in a vacuum or just lounging around. Like, you can actually look this up. He still contributes. He still writes them.
Again, it depends on who the founder is. So,
but my point here is a CEO that has no founding, just a person off the street, essentially. It doesn't matter how much experience they have in business. They do not bring that kind of value as like a founder. I don't really think that they bring any value. The value existed before that CEO arrived.
Are you talking pre-IPO or post-IPO? Because there's a huge
obviously
difference.
Post-IPO.
So I'm talking pre.
Well, you're talking about founders then.
No, I'm talking about founders that once they got to a certain size had to bring in a CEO in order to go public. So they are intrinsic to the success of that IPO. And the founders, God bless him, couldn't manage his way out of a paper bag.
Sure. And I mean,
that's to a technical person, but was unable to come up with a schedule for delivery well, missed deadlines, super brilliant, held the patents, but was not the reason why all of us as a company had our stock convert to real cash.
And sure, that's just hiring a manager for an area that you may have less skill in, but they still have the controlling share, especially pre-IPO. No, they still own it.
Everybody, you don't think you can give out stock options in a private company? A pre-IPO company?
I mean, sure you can, but you as the founder would still retain controlling share, would you not?
No, not necessarily. That's the whole point. In order to get investors, you have to know when to give up, quote unquote, that ownership as a founder. And in our case, there were 3 founders. And eventually they gave up more than 50% of the company in order to make sure that everybody they worked for and the entire team that they built would become just as, quote unquote, rich as they would post-IPO. I mean, I personally don't think, and I've also been lucky enough to work for an ESOP company as well, where the employees all owned the company. But in other cases where that's not the case, and even in the case where they did, it's post-IPO, as part of their job, you get options as well below the strike price. So I think CEOs are intrinsically important pre-IPO. Post-IPO, if a company is 5 to 10 years past its IPO, maybe then. But it depends on what model you're looking at. I personally would never make that large a statement. That's all.
So if I'm going to stay live, if I'm going to stay live, I should probably.
We can change.
If I'm going to stay live, I should probably restart. I think everybody decided we were having an economics conversation, and they all left earlier. Yeah. So restart would probably be good, and possibly get some conservatives in here because I didn't have anybody coming up to start out with. So I don't know if you guys still wanted to talk or whatever. I can restart, and you guys can come right back up if you want.
No, it's all good. I just had, again, heard some of the conversation, was lucky enough that I've been in a couple of companies and saw like an entire company celebrate, hundreds of employees celebrate when we went IPO, and couldn't have done it without our CEO. So that's all. Thanks for letting me up.
I think in my TikTok example, I think a CEO is certainly unnecessary. I don't have a CEO. I think I have a bunch of people that are willing to do things or happy to do things or enjoy doing things that actually help out. And I'm willing to accept them, but there is nobody that's like directing everything. So
that's because you run a co-op, Mojo.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's, except it's not a co-op.
You used to say that, remember?
I do want to do it. I want to do that. I
you used to talk about that all the time before.
I was talking to Crosstabs about it the other night, as a matter of fact. He brought it back up to me that this is something I had talked about at the beginning. I still want to do that. I still want to create like a central hub, have a bunch of creators in little, spider legs outside that hub, and all the creators can come when they want to do co-op things. We can all come to the central location, which would be like a specific account, and everybody has access to the account. So whenever they want to do a debate, they can do it on the main account, or if they want to do something on their own, they can do that too, but it's still attached to the main account in some way, shape, or form, and we could share profits like from the main account. I don't know. I just thought that would be kind of cool to set up a co-op like that, even for creators. And we could all help each other in the processes. If somebody needs some artwork done, or somebody needs some database done, or some spreadsheet, or some backgrounds, or whatever, somebody's going to have the expertise to do that kind of stuff, and that's what they give to the community as a whole. I just thought it'd be kind of cool to do that. Still do.
It would be.
Maybe sometime in the future. I'm not growing fast enough to actually get there, but we'll see. I'm trying to do the YouTube thing to grow. I don't know.
That's a discussion someday to have on the VC. I think that would be a really good.
I think so too.
Brainstorming thing for you.
Yeah, I think it'd be kind of cool.
It just needs to be a small group in the beginning.
It's only 8 o'clock. I feel like
I want it.
It's only 8 o'clock.
I'm going to say goodnight and go back to reading.
Yeah.
You all have a great. I'll listen if you come back live. But if you don't, have a great evening.
All right.
Bye.
You too.
Bye.
I think.
Yeah, I'm going to shut down for now. I don't know what I'll do. I'm not sure yet.
It's Sunday, so.
I know. I'm looking at all the other rooms. Red State has 63. Chat CT is live right now. He's got 26.
Is he doing a debate?
I don't think so. I don't know what he's doing. He's got Pallet, Sammy, Janae, John Knows Things, Manny, Pac-Man. I don't know who that is. And Stargazer, as well as Bryn on the panel. Bunch of liberals. But, I mean, most of the rooms have like 40, 30, 68, 9, 6, 85.
It's a holiday weekend, right? So there's some people that are like doing things, I think.
Yeah. A lot of small rooms, a couple big ones. But that's about it. So I probably will just shut down. Dino is having a live tonight. I want to say 11 Central or something for birthday. for his and Lily's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Just for anybody that's still listening. But you guys have a good night. If I get super bored, I might try and come back up later and just argue with somebody, but we'll see.
Sounds good.
Later. Thanks a lot.